So I have a confession to make. Someone said I looked worried halfway through this. It wasn't worry, it was confusion. And this is going to sound extremely racist or maybe just, nationalist of me. But I couldn't understand your accent.
Welcome everyone to another Knower Prep debate. Tonight it's Rob Noer versus a mystery debater, and here's how it's going to go. I'm going to kick things off with a quick intro clip to reveal our mystery debater. Once that's done, they're going to appear on the screen, introduce themselves, their prompt, and their stance, and then head straight into their opening statement. They'll have about 10 minutes to get that off. Then Rob will give his opening after that, and we will move into about 2 hours of open floor. At the 2 hour mark, I'll check to see if we want to keep going. If we do, we'll extend and check hourly. If not, we'll go to closing statements, and then after closings, if time allows and energy allows, we'll take some of the audience super chat questions. And remember, throughout the debate, all the super chats will be highlighted live on screen. So if you want to join the action, drop those super chats in. So with that being said, let's dive right into this.
Who's that debater?
How's it, everybody? How's it going? For those that don't know, Chris Lestrange. I want to thank Speakeasy for hosting and Rob Noer for being an absolute weapon of a debater, walking in the ring unprepared, Also, a massive thanks for everybody that showed up to come and watch this tonight. Appreciate y'all. You guys can find me anywhere, everywhere on social media. I mostly stream on YouTube under the name Chris LA Strange. No connection to the gay one in California. All right. I do a different type of show every day of the week. One of those is in my workshop, Make Stuff, POV Cam. Most of the rest is comedy based. Go sub up. I'm almost at 1,000. Be cool to break the 4 digits. I'm a dirty African, boer redneck, but I'm here to attempt my own argument for a field I have some experience in, and also a lot of worry about its impact on society. So let's begin. Is art objective or subjective? I'll be team objective.
And you can get right into your opening statement with that.
All right. So, so I'll be team objective. A lot of societal issues get discussed, but for some reason, art seems to not be talked about. How it's been degenerated and destroyed by institutions and its massive impact on humanity. So, I'm basically here to present my hierarchy of art and its objectivity debate. So I'll start it off with the fundamental foundation that I'm working off with. This would be the oldest definition, Greek definition for art would be techne or technai, the Greek term for art or craft or technique or skill. The philosophical interest in technai stems from its use as a model or a metaphor for all aspects of practical rationality, including its perfection in philosophy and leading us to technique and where we get technology from, right? Those words. And then it also kind of spawned functionalism, created with a specific, often functional or ritualistic purpose rather than just an aesthetic appreciation. This is then carried over to Latin, ars or artis, which gives us obviously art or artisan. I have my own definition, which is based on the structure of the original Greek and the Latin to propose for today's fight, right? So my definition that I've drawn is a human utilizing a learned skill or craft to create a desired outcome. I've in previous debates from low IQ people had authoritative critiques because I have a stupid mustache. So for this debate, even though I shouldn't have to, I'll lay it out quick. I have over 15 years of experience as a Hollywood physical effects artist on movie series. I'm a master mold maker. This title I did not give myself. This was given to me by probably one of the most skilled American mold makers that has created all of the nostalgia and movies that pretty much everybody knows. He's in a way is a mentor to me. but he has said that I should use the title as he has critiqued my work. So master mold maker, casting technician, I was a composite specialist and a senior fabricator by trade. Let me just see. Yeah, by trade. Okay. After being in other people's workshop, I started my own. My workshop specializes in reproducing sculptures of all sizes, statues, all of these things for some of the biggest artists and galleries in my country. My workshop has also done projects in prototyping for medical prosthetics, medical devices, motor vehicle parts, firearms manufacturing, optometry, dentistry, and architecture, restoring old churches. And various projects in different fields because of my unique skill set. No matter the field or the project, they all had commonality. In my biggest briefs, execution and final assessment of my work delivered was judged on objective metrics. All artisan skill sets and work must abide ultimately by objective metrics. All artisan skill sets and work abide ultimately by objective metrics. They are defined or categorized by foundational criteria or metrics. This is how everything from writing, metallurgy, drawing, engineering, architecture are all based on learned skill sets or crafts. This repetition, creative innovation has led to all the innovations we see in science and the modern world. It has shaped human society at every point of our history. The modern institutions attempt to morph art into subjective nonsense that is based on emotions and feelings is a perversion of human achievement and a direct correlation that has led to the cultural decline of society and beauty by abandoning the foundation it was built on.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to give it back to you, Rob. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, so first off, thank you so much for being here, Chris. I'm a fan. It's nice to talk to you. Finally, someone with better facial hair than me on here, which is amazing. So I have a confession to make. Someone said I looked worried halfway through this. It wasn't worry, it was confusion. And this is going to sound extremely racist or maybe just, nationalist of me. But I couldn't understand your accent, and I shit you not, I have it written down here. I thought the topic was, is ought, O-U-G-H-T, objective or subjective? So like some claim of truth, right? And so I'm writing down like answers to this until 30 seconds left. I looked and saw that it says, are there objective standards for judging art? So I apologize. I thought you were saying ought, not art. So if you give me a second to wrap my head around this. So your claim is, let's just see, is that the specific topic there? Or is your topic something more akin to art is objective, or good art is objective? Is that basically what you're saying?
So yeah, it's obviously a question, so I'll jump in. So yes, my claim is that what we designate the title to as art, that is purely based objectively. There's no subjectiveness to it. There's no emotionality to it. It's all objective.
Okay.
What we attribute art to.
Okay. Thank you. All right. That's good then. Fine. I got it. I think that you're going to be wrong about this, and particularly the way you frame it there, that you say it is purely objective. I think that I'll be able to convince you and certainly the audience, although we may agree or disagree as to objective metrics that are used in the interpretation of art. Clearly, there is a room for subjectivity as well. And because your affirmative is that it is, quote, purely objective, that's going to come across as untrue, because all I have to do is prove that there are any subjective implications whatsoever in the judging or criteria for art that will disprove your thesis. So the first thing I'll say is this: even if we accept within a discipline that there are objective metrics, for example, if I say in this particular tone of music or style of music, here's objectively what makes it good. I'm into death metal, so here's what would objectively make someone who's a good death metal. We would still see a subjective interpretation on which genres would be considered a higher art. For example, I choose to think most rap music sucks ass. However, I could also say that I understand people's subjective belief that there are objectively good metrics within rap music that shows that there's some sort of objective talent. For example, oftentimes the vocabulary of many of these people that use rap are fascinating and immensely better than anything I would be able to do. Yet subjectively, I would think this is trash. And there's a lot of people that would agree with me. The idea to say that no, we would have to say that there's some sort of objective measure. Again, it may be true within rap and saying if we're just analyzing this specific hyper-specific group, this is objectively what's good or not. The problem is there are so many hierarchies and so many groups that which one you prefer will be subjective. Let me give you an example. It would be easier to see how this is done through like cross disciplines. For example, I could say I find the highest form of art to be architecture, because I think that there is both an artistic beauty to it that we've seen throughout history that is awe-inspiring, so much so that unlike paintings and other forms of things, people will literally travel across the world to see famous architecture, like the Notre Dame Cathedral, the Eiffel Tower, right? All of these things, right? But it also has a practical nature to it. These things, unlike a painting, also have to be able to provide support for the people that will be in there, for the function that the building will have. So I choose to think that subjectively, in my opinion, the highest form of art in order to be obtained would be architecture. Someone may completely disagree. For a lot of they may say it may be music. Music is a higher form of art than architecture because music universally could reach the entire world at one time. You don't have to travel. It could come to you. You could utilize it anytime you want. Who amongst us is able to say which of those arguments is right? There is no objective formula. In fact, it's almost the antithesis of what art is. To claim that there's just, no, here's the objective formula, here's the criteria we would use to decide which one is more artistic and therefore which one's objectively better. Interdisciplinarily wise, we would see that subjectivity is going to play a role, which proves that when it comes to art and whether or not it is good or not, it is not purely objective. Because if you have a subjective disinterest, and many people do, then we would say, well, therefore it didn't deem as good. The next thing we have to say is what is meant by the definition of good? Is it skilled? For example, you could have someone who's technically very skilled. I'll go to music because even though I'm not much of a musician, I played French horn in high school, I'm not much of a musician. That's probably what I would consider art that comes to my mind for whatever first. There could be people that play incredibly skilled, technically sound instruments. And there could be 4 of them together playing the most difficult composition imaginable. And it may be utter dog shit. All of them is playing something skilled, but the arrangement itself is composed to a way that's not pleasing to the majority of people's ears. If a couple of music critics sit around and say, this is the most impressive technical piece of music I've ever heard, my goodness, who are they to say that the average person is wrong, that their subjective interpretation that it's not good is incorrect? Furthermore, the idea of good implies something itself. Who gets to decide what good is? I'll give you another example based on music. One of my favorite bands is a band called Ween. They have an album called Pure Guava. Now, Pure Guava is, I think, an excellent album, but it's weird as shit. So I have a friend that was a mutual, he actually introduced me to Ween. He goes into college one day, and he's got to meet with this professor in psychiatry department. He sits down and notices the Pure Guava CD on the psychiatrist's desk. And he's like, oh, you're a Ween fan. That's excellent. And the professor's like, you like that CD? And he's like, yes, of course, Ween's a fantastic band. He says, we're doing an experiment where we play that CD in the background to make people feel uncomfortable. Now, to my friend, this is an amazing piece of art. To other people, it was utilized in a totally different way. If I use a piece of art that may on some aspects be considered technically not that good, it didn't use proper techniques, if you were judging it, you might say, I don't think this is very high art. But it's used in a specific context to get a specific emotion or a specific interpretation. Who is to say that that's not good? In other words, the interpretation of what good is itself can be subjective at times. For example, is a painting that's not technically sound but inspires people to a nationalist call that rallies people around a certain thing, would we say that that was good art? If a kid stands up who lost his father in 9/11 and passionately sings the national anthem, but it's absolute garbage from a technical standpoint, is that good art? I would say yes. I would say that not only is the criteria for what makes it good subjective, but the idea of good itself can be deemed to be subjective. One person could listen to the person who butchers the national anthem and say, I don't understand the context. I don't know who that kid was. That's dog shit. But the person who was there at the situation could say, you have no idea the emotions that brought forth. And it's not necessary that even bringing forth emotion itself is necessary for good art. There oftentimes could be art that we say leads to some sort of stoicism. Then if we get even deeper into this, and I somehow would lose all of those arguments, the idea of even in a specific discipline, objectively, what are the standards to make something good art? I think that there is probably some base level of truth to that. For example, if you are a master molder, I believe you said, right? Okay. I would guess that if I got the 10 most impressive critics of this in a room, they would say, look, there's a base fucking level that's necessary before we would say this is good. But at the top level, the judging criteria would be different. I'll bet if I had 5 pieces from competent molders and the best 5 judges in the world in that field to look at them, they would not rank them all the same 1 through 5. They wouldn't. They would have subjective interpretations in how to apply the objective rules. Now, you might say, but that proves that there's some sort of objective criteria. To that, I largely concede. Or rather say, it's not necessary that I push back on it. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But for the sake of this argument, I'll concede it, and it may very well be true. The problem is, your phrasing of the topic is, it must be purely objective. And I think that it's self-defeating because if you concede that 5 different judges who are competent in the field could judge 5 different pieces of art in different orders of which is best, it proves that there's something more than objectivity going. Or you would have to say only one of those judges is objectively correct, which I just don't think it's the case. So for those multiple reasons, I would say, no, I don't think it's purely objective to judge good art. I think that there's subjectivity in which disciplines we like most, which proves that it's not objective, that there are different contexts of what good means, which means that there's subjective nature into it. And even if we accept one discipline, there would be different professionals in it that would come to different criteria, even if they thought there was a level of objectivity necessary. So that's it. That's my opening statement.
All right. So that is going to be the opening statements. From here, we're going to move into open floor. We have 2 hours total. There's going to be no running clock on the screen. Just engage directly. And at the 2 hour mark, I'll step in, ask whether you'd like to continue or move into closings. I'll be staying out of it for the most part, unless we go like way off the rails or it gets to the point where we can't hear you over each other or something like this. Other than that, I'm going to let you guys go. All the super chats as well. Super chats will be highlighted throughout the debate. And if time and energy allow at the end, we'll go through as many of them as we can during a Q&A. With that said, open floor whenever you guys want to get into it. Go ahead.
So I do apologize that I thought it was this art claim. I'm like, fuck, here we go. It's some philosophy bullshit that I'm like, but no, it's an interesting topic. So let's.
No, well, it does fundamentally boil down to philosophy.
Yeah.
That's the important thing. So yes, obviously I understand with this, there's a tall order behind this, especially on my end, right? No, bad desk cat. But I've put some thought into this. So you kept saying good. Good is a metric of my opinion of something, right? Art is a designated category of something. So if there can be a crazy person that disputes an apple is an apple, but objectively it's an apple, right? If we look at something, we would say, well, this is an apple. Some wacko could say it's a banana, but it's still an apple. Mm-hmm. So I don't really care about the criteria of how you feel about art. I could hate an art piece, but it would be the metric of it is objectively art by the skill set, like I said in my description. I mean,
so then it is not, your point isn't this, that we don't look and say, is that painting behind you good? The question, no. You don't take a stance on that. You just say, is it a painting? No. Is it art?
No, well, see, now there's something interesting, right? So there is subjective nature to, let's say, what do we consider a drawing? Is a line on a piece of paper, is that a drawing or not? Yeah, in that sense, what contributes a drawing as a lower order tier. But the higher order tier, right? Art has a specific kind of relation behind it, especially in the old sense. That's why I brought up the old definition. So a lot of where this argument comes from is I have to break down all the way back, because why this got formed is because I believe there's a fundamental deterioration of this entire field that has come through many years, right? That to the point of where it's pretty much been distilled into just pure bullshit. But taking it back to its original sense, art would have this higher order category of what is defined as art. And what falls under that category, I believe, is objective. How you feel about it, I don't care about. That has no bearing on it. So that's why I said specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, because here's my question.
Yeah, so
let's distill it down to one, just so I could get a clarification.
Yeah.
Let's distill it down. So let's say a painting, right?
Yes.
Paintings are a category of things that can be art. So I put paint to a canvas. When is it art?
Yes.
What are the criteria for when it is art? When it's not just a painting, but it becomes art?
So I gave my definition. It's a human employing a learned, skilled craft to create a desired outcome. So the objective determination for this. Remember, we have objective metrics for art itself, right? I mean, we have core fundamentals for these things, because ultimately, like I said, this is what spawned technology. So where we go, we have drifted into this mental scape of all this bullshit nonsense is considered art, because it's the what is a woman type of situation. We have gone so astray with what definitions relate to that now we don't even know what a woman is anymore. And I feel we've done the same thing with art. There are elements to art: line, shape, form, color, value, space, texture. There's fundamental criteria for these things. So a skilled person that replicates a painting, how you feel about it, or whatever the criteria is, if somebody who is skilled that understands these things looks at something, they can objectively say, yes, high level of skill set, proficiency, these things were attributed to this. This is art because it's at a high-end spectrum of what a human can produce. We can do this with any field and say, can only 5% of the population do what I'm looking at? Yes, cool, it's art.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
All right, so let's start with this. The definition you said is a learned craft to create a desired outcome.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. There has to be time.
My son is 5.
Yes.
And he's learning to draw. And I can show you. Here's one of my son's drawings. He made it into a mouse pad for me. Right?
Yes.
That's I'm Blue, that's my wife, that's my dog Dorothy. He's down here. Is that art?
Nope.
Why not?
It's not a repeater. He doesn't have a learned skill set.
He learned
that he's doing to create.
He did. He started off, he wasn't even able to make stick figures. He learned, after practice, he learned how to better make stick figures and everything.
Yes.
So why isn't that learned? It might be a low level, but it's something he learned.
Yeah, so how it works is, right, yes, you can attribute that to it, right? But in the objective metrics, right, line, form, shape, composition, anybody that looks at that understands these fundamentals will say, no, this does not abide by any of that criteria.
Okay, but again, even then, line, form, etc., that can't be definitionally to art, because there are forms of art that don't utilize any of that.
Go. Which ones? Which ones don't follow objective metrics?
Well, don't follow those objective metrics, right?
Yes. Well, there's multiple different things. Do you want to go with music, balance, movement, rhythm, pattern, contrast, unity, emphasis?
What makes it art is the understanding. Like, what if I intentionally subvert it? Is it art?
I mean, you can subvert these things, right? But if there's not a measured high level proficiency to the skill set that's being used, it cannot hold the title of art. So your son's drawing is not art, it's a drawing. There's a difference between a drawing and an art piece. We can agree to that, right?
Well,
Is all drawings art?
No. I think that it would be subjective in the standard of the viewer, right? I think that what would separate art would be something that evokes feeling within the person that's viewing it, right? So, for example, an AI print that you print out on 1,000 shirts, we might not say is art, right? Because we'd say that doesn't evoke some human emotion, right?
Oh, it's inherently not art if you want to talk about AI.
Well, okay, we can get to that later. I don't mind. Well, I'm here for all night, so whatever. But
Nice.
But the point is, like, if this evokes emotion, I don't see why we wouldn't consider it a form of art. Let's see if we can get deeper into it. Let's go back to the times of, I believe you talked initially about the Greeks.
Yes, so the Greek, yes.
Okay. At the time of the Greeks, their contemporaries around the world that would have never met the Greeks, right? Did they have art?
Yes.
They did.
So yes, so it's got to have some kind of a learned skill set or some kind of actual meaning or basis in which this thing is determined as it has a value to hold the title of art.
But who gets to determine value?
It would be on an objective metrics, because like I said, if we go, it's subjective because I subjectively say it's subjective. We're just making a circular argument right now. So the point is your emotion regarding something, is that a valid metric to judge it by? That's what I'm saying. It's not. It's not a valid metric.
But objective implies no. Now
emotions.
again, right? You, even if you would win that argument, which I'm not conceding yet, but even if you won that, your argument would have to be that there's no room for objectivity. So, for example, let's say at the times of, let's see if I can screen share something here. Trying to get something shit. Is this art? Let me see if I could do this. Now, I don't have the, forgive me for, I just Google searched something. So forgive me if this isn't as, let's see if I can screen share this.
And you're more than willing to critique it on anything, right? You can use any of the 7 major forms of art: painting, sculpture, architecture, literature, cinema, theater, music. You know, all of these things are the. Do
you want me to bring that up?
Yeah. Is that art?
Yes.
Why?
Do you know why?
Yeah, I'm asking you why. Explain why.
Cultural significance.
What if the Greeks would have looked at that and said, line, shape, form, this is all shit. If someone in our culture
The
made this,
objective metric that makes that art is firstly historical significance, and cultural capsule that encapsulates a culture. So it's history, it's a documentation of culture, it's got objective metrics, very old, it's got objective metrics that make it art. It's not about the drawing. The drawing doesn't mean shit that's on there.
But you said that art was shape, form, lines, color theory, shit like that. If the the Greeks...
There's multiple metrics.
Okay,
objective metrics we judge things by.
But that can't be, because you just said 2 of the metrics that you would put there, I would put in the completely subjective category. For example, history and culture. By the same token, like, I could say that anything that sells a lot right now in the entertainment industry is art, because it's culturally significant.
How does that give it cultural significance?
Well, you just said that piece right there, because it had cultural significance, that would deem it as art.
What did I say? The cultural significance of it is that it has a historical value.
Well, wouldn't the historical value be at this point in time? Like, let's say that I create some AI song and it becomes the best-selling song in the world, right? And for 5 years, you hear every time you're out at the club, and they played at the Super Bowl, and they play it when the president, they play Hail to the Chief in 2028 election, and then they play this song. That's cultural significance. That's historical significance, undoubtedly. Is it art?
No. Well, firstly, I mean, if you bring up AI, we can do this. AI is not art. There's no human involved, and it's creating on its own. So definitionally, art is a human characteristic. That's why it's specifically in my thing a human making something. Okay,
but even didn't say for whatever reason, I put together a piece that you're like, this is objectively shit. It goes against, you clearly have no fucking clue what's going on with the music. It's clearly objective bullshit. Anyone who knows anything about music would look at this and go, this is dog shit. And yet it reaches all the same high marks that I just said. Is it now art?
No. Again, the same way most people, we can go, a majority of people say that a man can be a woman. Objectively, they're fucking wrong. They're wrong.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, given that you said that there's historical, even if something looks very shitty and it's very rudimentary to art critiques of the day. For example, the Greeks, who had, in my opinion, right? I'm allowed to have an opinion because I believe it's subjective, but in my opinion, I think that the art that was around in Greek and Roman era far surpasses the African art we see, right? And yet, when it comes to like, all sorts of things, like their paintings, their sculptures, the technical expertise, the learned nature, the history of like sort of the tradition of, building upon the people that came before you. I think the Greek and Roman art far superior. And yet you would say, but that African art's still art. Because even though had it been made in Greece, it would have been laughed out as not art objectively. It's still considered art
Subjectively.
Well, no, your claim is objectively it would have been laughed out and not called art.
No, not objectively. They would have found.
That's your whole
They would
argument.
have found value in that. A lot of cultures took each other's trophies and objects.
No. I'm saying
other,
if a
other
Greek had
countries.
made that,
Yes.
that objectively the Greek artists and artisans at the time would say that's shit. That's not art.
Yeah, but now it doesn't. It for the Greeks, no, it would not have been right if a Greek made a similar thing. It's because the objective nature of it is its origin. Its origin, its chemical composition, what clay was used, these things that relay a technological value to a geological.
But then you're going to run
geographical.
afoul. You run afoul of the example I just gave, where you said that my song that becomes the biggest song in the world, that by the standards of today is objectively shit, that it still wouldn't be considered art. But historically it would. 20 years from now, when they're like, this great revolution happened, this song played, and the Super Bowl happened, and this song played, and this song was a rallying cry. It does not matter that it fucking was objectively, according to you, not art based on the composition. The cultural significance that it took on would mean that it's now art.
No, well, so now, well, that's just a slippery slope. That's saying, well, in 20
That's your
years it will
slope.
be.
That's what you're saying
No,
about
no,
Africa.
no, it's not.
Well,
Well,
then,
that's post hoc, right?
how much do you know about African art? Just curious.
I know quite a
You
quite a
do?
good amount about it.
I'll take your word for it. But can you explain to me, could I show you, like, if I show you 10 things like this, so I shared that again. If I showed you 10 pictures like this, would you be able to tell me if 5 were art and 5 weren't?
Rob, can I tell you something? So to quickly put a nail in this, a chunk of concrete from the Greeks, right, or Roman concrete, a chunk of fucking concrete from that time, because it has a technological value, because it can self-heal the concrete. That is fucking art, because it's a technological marvel what they achieved by making self-healing concrete. So that chunk of concrete, now today we go, shit, this is a piece of artisan craft that is amazing. How did they fucking do this? Because we can't do this.
So let me not.
So it doesn't matter.
Let me not bury the lead. What I'm saying is, when you talk about historical and cultural importance, I think you give the game away, because we could even see when it comes to just straight history, not in the world of art, what is considered historically significant is oftentimes very subjective, from person to person, from culture to culture, right? And so the point I'm trying to make is, reasonable people could say that the song that me and you think shit, that became the biggest song in the world, might be dog shit and not qualify as high art or art whatsoever, according to our taste. And yet, if enough people say, no, I feel that it's culturally significant, and one of the criteria that makes something art is that it has significant cultural significance, if culture itself is subjective and the interpretation of it, what is significant, is subjective, then art itself has a subjective nature.
It wouldn't have cultural significance in the sense of because we have enough documentation about this culture, it would have zero cultural significance because we have direct documentation of this culture. You would have to make an argument for why it does have cultural significance. What happens in the future is slippery slope. Why we attribute value to things from the past is because it documents the past. I don't care about what happens in the future. Cool. When we get there, we can talk about that. But right now, we attribute value to ancient things because it documents a time there was no documentation. That makes it art.
That's subjective, right? There was documentation back then. There wasn't as much as there are now.
In Africa.
But now there's yes.
When did the Africans write shit down?
Well, it's not. Well, again, it depends on what you mean by documentation. It's not just writing shit down. Like
what do we have except for pottery with regard to documentation of ancient cultures? Yes.
Okay, that's
so that also has a value. That's why those things are protected,
the idea, but this is a threshold. This is sort of becomes a subjectivity based on threshold. Well, if enough
No, it
stuff's written
becomes
down,
there's
then
objective metrics.
No, no.
What gives value to
No, no,
things?
no, no. Hear
Not,
me out.
it's not about how people feel about how the drawing looks.
No.
That doesn't mean nothing.
No, that doesn't mean that it's art. That means that it's historical.
Why do we keep ancient pottery,
Please,
Rob?
you have to give me a chance. You have to give me a chance
yeah.
to talk here, right? Right. So the idea is now you're saying, well, there's historical value, therefore it's art. Even a piece of concrete could be art because of the historical value. But that doesn't make it art. That just makes it valuable to give an insight of what was going on there, right? When we say, but there was cultural significance to it, that becomes subjective. Now you seem to add a new criteria. Well, it's because we didn't have a lot of other things that were culturally significant at the time, whereas now we do. I think that that's sort of changing the goalposts, and I think your original interpretation is more correct, which is that if enough people in society say this thing that was made, right, we qualify as art because there's meaning here. There's meaning, even if we don't think that it's technically masterful, right? And we say, like in the context of music, for example, in this, that there are, tonality and there's rhythm, and these are all the things that you would have to have technical proficiency before we consider it art. Even though this piece is lacking of it, the fact that it inspired such cultural momentum would itself put it in the category of art. And I think that because, and I think you're correct about that interpretation, we would have a subjective view of what that would be that would meet that cultural criteria, that it shows that art is subjective.
Okay, so firstly, you're correct. I did mention cultural significance, right? But it was in the sense of cultural significance because of historical value. So because there's a lack of documentation of said culture, the main value it has is not its cultural significance, but a documentation of the culture. So historic value is the objective metric that gives it value. The drawings in the cave are shit. Everybody thinks they're shit. It doesn't matter, but because of its historical significance, that's why it's art. Because the skill set employed is a very rare skill set. We don't have a lot of it. Gives it value objectively. Not subjectively.
Okay, but then forget about historical, right? Let's go back to that example of African art. Once more, you concede that the Greeks, if the Greeks didn't know where that came from, you just have a master pottery artisan. He sees that pottery, would say, this is dog shit. This isn't art based on what I say is the necessary knowledge and skills necessary before I would consider a piece of pottery art. You would acknowledge that's most likely what the Greeks would have said when it comes to just the skill level and the presentation of that African piece of art.
Well, it depends. So that specific one.
That's starting to sound mighty subjective. That it depends.
No, well. I mean, we're giving a hypothetical art piece. Or you're talking about that
the specific one I showed you.
The specific one, yeah. So that would be historical documentation that gives that.
Not
value.
if it's contemporary. Now it's not historical. Literally, some merchant traveled to sub-Saharan Africa, and then 2 years later he travels back up to Greece, and here's this pot. It's only a 2-year-old pot, and the artisans in Greece look at it and go, this is dog shit. This sucks.
Yeah.
If anyone made this in our school, we'd say, this isn't art. This is dog shit. That's what they would say, right? At that point, there's no historical significance to that pot. It was just made 2 years ago.
Yeah, if a present-day person looks at something that's present day, it lacks historical value because it's present day.
That's my point.
So then
it wouldn't have been art at that point.
At that point, no.
Okay, great. So that African pot that I showed you at the time it was made wouldn't have been considered art based on the people that were experts of the day. Okay, now let's say that same pot at that same time in history was made in a village that never had any contact whatsoever with the Greeks. And this is the best pottery that village ever put out. Is it art?
Yes, functionally, in that sense, actually, it would be. See, if it's the highest level of achievement of that tribe, right? Then it would be a higher order skill set that makes it art.
But it's subjective then in the eye of the person that's interpreting it. It would not be the very definition that to two different people it could be considered art and not art proves that it's subjective. The Greek would say it's not art. The African would say it is art. Therefore, and you're saying they're both right. That proves that it's subjective.
You are going so based on subjective people's opinions, it's subjective.
No, if it is just one objective metric, it is either art or it's not, then it must be that way for everyone. If different people come to different conclusions, by its very nature, it's subjective.
So if if they use that, right, they would have, let's say now, cool, they're African tribe, they got this, and they go, this is the best that this tribe can produce. These Greeks take it. They took trophies often, even if they could do better things than that. It still has the value because it's the highest in skill and technique that the artisans of that culture can produce. That would make it art.
No, but again,
the subjective determination
that's
of the
subjective.
Greeks
First
doesn't
off, the
matter
Greeks
at that
wouldn't even
sense.
know that. How would they fucking know? The Greek guy that's just looking at the pot. Now, whether or not something's art, he has to know the entire culture and know how good that is compared to the other people. That seems nonsensical. That seems to be
lack of knowledge leads to subjective nonsense. I agree.
No, but again, if it is objective, then a person could look and they would be able to say, okay, it's objective, so I merely follow these metrics and I can determine whether this is art or not. And now you're saying things like, well, no, you can't do that. Because you have to, if you look at that and you say, this sucks, this wouldn't be art. But then I said, but this was from a tribe that never had outside context. And as far as we know, based on, the 10 pieces of art we saw, this was, as shit as it is, it was the best. And then you're like, oh, never mind, then it's art. If two different people...
Well, yes, then it would be, right? I need to know, metrics behind this. If we're just using hypotheticals, then it will fall into the realm of just subjective, is it this or is it not this? But like I said, a piece of concrete could, if it has some technological value in showing a higher order skill set. To determine what something is, you have to analyze it, right? There has to be some analysis towards what something is.
I agree, but the problem is you've already given the game away, right? So now you're saying initially, when the Greek artist looks at the African stuff and says, this is shit, we don't qualify this as art, he would be mistaken if someone would say, but wait, although that may be true in Greek culture, for this particular African country, we think this is the best thing. Then he would say, never mind, it's art then.
Yes, lack of knowledge leads to subjective determinations.
No.
I agree with that.
No, it's, again, so explain to me in any definition you have of art whatsoever.
Yes.
Of objective, where it talks about your subjective interpretation of the historical importance of that piece.
The historical significance of something is objectively determined by either a lack of historical documentation of it. It's the same way that even bullshit scrolls are preserved if they have historical value.
But that doesn't make them art. That makes them historically significant.
Yes, and documenting history and writing is an art form. It's one of the forms of art. Writing is a form of art.
But not everything that's writing
that
has historical significance.
That is learned to create a desired outcome.
That's not, so just to be clear then, would you say then that the first MySpace post ever is art? It's historically significant?
It's not.
Why?
You're just attributing historical significance objectively.
That's, 1,000 years from now, they might say, oh my goodness, the first real prominent social media thing, the first post of it.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't that now be historically significant?
What is the learned skill set for the desired outcome of that thing?
Just the learned skill set into creating social media and putting the first post ever there, like Tom or whatever from MySpace.
Well then what? They see, the thing is, we can talk about it, but with technological stuff, I don't really like the digital stuff. We can definitely go into.
Well, what's
it,
digital
right?
have anything? What's digital? If concrete matters and a bullshit rag matters.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear what you're saying. So yes, if it's the first thing of its kind, yes, then it would be considered art because it is a higher order skill set. It's the first thing, historical value attached to it.
I don't think that necessarily. I think that goes too far. I think that there are things that just aren't art, that don't meet the criteria of what art would be, that could be historically significant and be the first of their kind, but we wouldn't consider it art.
On subjective determination or objective determination?
Well, I think that I would say subjectively, but I think that I don't see a measure objectively that we would consider it. If it's the
first of its kind, yes, then it would be, right?
No, so everything, the first of everything, the first butter knife is art. The first hammer is art.
Yes.
The first mouse is art. The first mouse pad is art.
Rob, I understand. See, you're influenced by the gayness of culture right now, and I'm gonna break you out of this, Rob. I'm gonna break you out of this. You hear? So yes, a butter knife would be a really well-made butter knife is a piece of art because it contains metallurgy, blacksmithing, and a unique craftsman that made that thing. You might not think that it is art because of subjective determinations, but with the knowledge of what something is, we objectively determine, yes,
No, I disagree. I
this
think that
falls under a higher order category.
certainly we could say an artisan made it, and it can be a form of
Yeah,
art,
knives
right? But I
is
don't think
art.
that we say that every object that was ever created, the first one is art. I don't think we say that. I
No,
don't think
I'm
by
not saying
definition that
either.
that's the case.
No, I'm not saying that either. Like I said, it has to at least fall in a context, right? It has to be analyzed in the context, right? So something that seems mundane now, in its analysis in the cultural time or the location that it was created, will tell you. It's the same thing. If somebody, if an uncontacted tribe builds a fucking aeroplane, that would be a piece of art that they did that of human achievement.
Well, it's
Right?
human achievement, but I don't necessarily know that it's art.
But it's not
You
a
might
Boeing
say the
47.
design of the plane is artistic, but to just say that's art in itself. I mean, is the first motherboard
Yes.
ever created art? Is the first graphics card ever created art?
Yes.
So
Yes.
I
The
see this little
The
chip.
first of everything would fall under that category. Human innovation.
The first LLM created his art.
No.
Why not? What's different about that? Humans created it.
The first LLM. Why that's not art is because that's just code. That's just
Okay,
code
so what?
ultimately.
The first code created. Why isn't that art?
Yeah, that is. The first code, yes.
Okay, so the first code
That would be
does
breakthrough
X.
technology. It would
Different
be
codes do
a
different things.
person with a higher order
The first
skill
code,
set.
the first code that does something that's historically significant. Why wouldn't that be considered art? I don't see the reason.
The first code, yes, because of technological innovation, that would be
Okay, the
considered
first
art.
specific type of code of LLM. Why wouldn't that be considered art?
Well, because then we have pre-understanding of code and all of these things. There's not really a distinct nature to the LLM. except the
Nonetheless,
name.
so if the first knife is art, does that mean the first sword isn't? Because it's basically just a
No,
big
the
knife.
first sword is.
Why? It's just the big knife.
Well, it's distinctly different, right?
So LLM code's distinctly different
What
than the
makes
first code.
LLM different than normal code?
Because what it accomplishes is significantly different. If it was basically the
really,
same,
it
it would have
isn't.
came out almost simultaneously.
Not really, it isn't. It's the same functionally as what other code would
That's
do.
not true. Codes do massively different things. But again, we're running afoul of like sort of the original point. If we go back to your original point, like let me ask you this then. Can something objectively not be art today and does become art tomorrow?
I mean, there is a possibility that that could happen, right?
Okay, and what does that look like? How does that occur?
Well, that would occur if there's complete destruction and the skill set of what was created is at a level that most majority of the population cannot reproduce because it would require a learned skill set that achieve the desired outcome. So if the desired outcome is something unique, then that would attribute it to, especially if it's an older thing and then you move forward in history. Or
I don't
move
know
forward
that.
into
So
the
just to
future.
be clear, so if that's the interpretation, if some amateur makes something and it ends up having historical significance, right? Like that wouldn't be considered art.
What are they creating?
Well, let's say they create a gun,
Yes.
right? And it's shit. It's not aesthetically pleasing, right? But guns could be art, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the gun that was used to shoot Lincoln. Is it art?
Yeah, historical value, yes.
Okay, so it wasn't art the day before it shot Lincoln, but the day after
Well,
it shot
you
Lincoln,
would need
it's art.
time to progress for something to have historical value, correct?
Okay, so then your acknowledgement is that it could be that it's aesthetically pleasing based on line form, what the experts of the day say.
Yes.
Or it could not be those things, but then involved in something that makes it historically significant, and then it becomes art.
Yes. So obviously,
Who gets to decide when something's historically significant enough if it becomes art?
do we distinguish between whether something is historically significant or not?
Well, that's my point. You're saying there is a level of historical significance that can make something art. Who gets to decide that
Yes.
level of its significance?
Time and rarity.
Okay,
There's
but
your
who gets to
objective
decide?
metrics.
For example, if it is Rob Noer, who's a streamer, here's the notepad he used for debating people, right? Most people would say, if I go on, let's say I go on to become senator, this still isn't art because I wasn't significant enough. So it wouldn't be art. But some people might say, I disagree. The writings of a senator, that's
Well-
historical significance. Who gets to
Yes.
decide whether or not there is enough?
Writing is art, right? Writing is art, yes.
Okay, so this is art right now?
It depends what it says. Right? We need
Let's
to
see. It
analyze
says,
something.
first I thought you said ought, not art. So I have, topic is ought is subjective. The Greeks, and then I sort of, right? Like, so is it
Yes.
art or not?
So the determination would be on somebody that is skilled at determining. It would come down to the value of said thing, right?
Well, who gets to
like value becomes an ultimate determination of the objective metrics towards whether something is art or not.
But we can oftentimes see, even amongst the experts, as I said, right, there's subjective disagreement in these things. For example, the Olympics are going on right now. Now, you could have 10 experts that watch ice skating, right, and come to 10 different conclusions on who won. Now, that would intuit that if at the top level, they might say this is all a level of proficiency right here. But if those same expert
The
judges...
highest proficiency in the world.
Sure.
All of those people.
Correct. So if those same expert
Yes.
judges, instead of judging this competition or judging an
Yes.
amateur one, right?
Yes.
They're gonna each, if logic tells you, if at the top level there's discrepancy and it's not objective, this is the best, this is the second best, there's objectivity to it, that at the level that would be right at the line of what is professional and what is amateur, or what is art and what is not, that there's going to be disagreement amongst the professionals.
No, well, they wouldn't be, right? Because the thing is, if it was, there would be drastically different numbers, and also the determination of the numbers comes down to objective metrics, right?
Okay, so then
Or
let's...
they don't just do it because of how they feel.
No, that's not true. Oftentimes there could be much of that. The subjective I judge debates, right? In debates, I guess you would say at some level I was a professional debate judge, right? We have a 0 through 20 criteria in scoring, right? It's amazing.
Yeah, but Rob, when we judge debates, do we not say take your opinion out of it, take the subjectivity out
But it's
of
impossible.
judging?
You might say that, but it's impossible.
Well, whether or not when you judge something, you can be objective or not, does not stipulate whether its categorization is objective or not.
That could be true, but the problem with that is you're saying the categorization is dependent on the human experts. But if the human experts can't
everything
be
is dependent
objective,
on an
well, then it
analysis.
shows that if it's reliant on human experts and you're acknowledging that the humans can't be objective, then by its very nature, once more, art becomes subjective.
No, well, the thing is, right, so like I said earlier, it does boil down to the essence of qualified people coming to a consensus on objective metrics.
Okay, so let's play this
But
out.
it's because they're functioning on objective metrics as their guiding stone for judging things, right? But in a world where we are humans, we are the perceiver of things, right? So ultimately there will be some kind of bias in this. Even assessing data in science, you could make an argument for, well, maybe there would be in some sense a subjective determination, because everything requires an observer to determine something. So now we're going, well, the only way something is objective if you take the human out of it. So then nothing is objective.
Shit, this isn't going to work. Stupid paywall. Let's see if I can do this. I'll next time you're talking, I'll try to look this up. Here's the problem, right? So even if we take it to, I could go through all sorts of historical examples, right? You've already acknowledged the historical example. The Greek looks at the African pottery, says, this sucks. This isn't art based on our metrics. But the African artist would say, this is art because this is all we know and it's the best. Then you say, if the Greek is made knowledgeable, this is the best Africa has to offer. All of a sudden, that same object that didn't qualify as art under him now does qualify as art because it's the best that that specific population could do. But then, here's my next question. They find, a warehouse in Africa. The Greeks are conquering. Alexander the Great goes, and they find a warehouse. And so at first it was, this pottery's not art. And then, it's the best they have to offer. It is art. Then they find a warehouse, and it's 100 pieces of pottery that are all much better than the piece that they had there. Now it's not art again?
So remember what I said. So we ultimately sit with a problem of a human analysis of things, right? So that's why I said, with lack of knowledge, subjectivity and emotions and feelings come into play. With higher levels of understanding of objective metrics at which to use to determine things, I can look at math and say that's just bullshit. That's just fucking, that's letters. There ain't no numbers on that. But that's just because I'm a dumbass, right? I'm a dumbass. I don't know that those letters have a value that's being used to for an equation. But that's just because I'm stupid. That doesn't mean that I'm
Do you
right.
consider yourself, look, I'm not trying to fucking gotcha question here, and I don't want you to brag too much about.
No, don't you take it easy on me, Rob. Damn it.
No. Here's what I mean. Would you consider yourself somewhat, at least more than a layman, of an expert on art?
Yeah, I would. I mean,
You do
I would say so.
molding and stuff, but would you? If I showed you,
I make art for artists.
Okay.
I make art for artists.
A
But
painting?
that doesn't. I don't know if that even considers as art. To
a
be
painting,
honest with
would
you.
you? If I showed you a painting, would you be able to tell me in your interpretation if it was art or not? You can go through
Yes.
the lines. Okay,
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
is this art? Let's see if Speakeasy brings it up.
Okay. Yes.
That's-
See that. Let me have a look quickly. So that no, because that's AI.
And yet, it won the Colorado State Fair's art competition. A series of experts ruled that not only art, but the best art at the competition.
Okay, Rob. How did I know it was AI?
Because you probably saw little, what do they call it, artifacts in there that are slightly wrong.
Oh yeah, because I know art. It's funny how if you have knowledge of art, you can make good determinations, right? Interesting how that works, huh? that
So
didn't work
just
well.
to be clear, the experts that were there, that thought that this
Yeah,
was
probably
art.
liberal retards. They're
Maybe
probably
so.
liberal retards.
Okay, but
Yeah.
here's the problem, and this is what gets to the next problem. Once you say that art is determined based on a consensus of experts of the day, what if the experts of the day are shit?
That is true. Yes. If
Okay, so they think the banana
that's the problem we
stapled
deal
to a
with
wall.
society.
If the greatest art connoisseurs in the world say, "My goodness, that banana stapled to a wall is fucking art," who are you to say no? Society has
Rob.
determined these are the art critics, and they say that this
Rob,
is
yeah.
significant.
Rob, what is that?
An eyeball?
It's a fucking parrot. Is it a fucking parrot? Look, it's a fucking parrot.
It could be.
Well, we can determine that it doesn't represent a parrot.
Who
the desired
determines?
outcome of me saying it is a parrot, it doesn't display what we know to be a parrot.
No. But art's different, right? In fact, art's so
Why?
different. Well, you've just acknowledged why. You said a parrot is a parrot. A parrot is a parrot today,
Yes.
is a parrot tomorrow, was a parrot 100 years ago, correct? It doesn't matter if we later find out that this bird that we're calling a parrot had historical significance. Biologically, it's a parrot or it's not. A drawing is not art or not. There's all sorts of things that could go into it. For example, the same drawing, if it was done by a Greek at the time of Greek culture, you would say that's not art. But if that exact same piece in the exact same time was done by an African, you would say that is art. So therefore, it's not the same as the parrot example.
Well, time is the differential, right?
No, not even time. At that point, in the exact same time, you say because in that one culture it's the best they have to offer, it is art. It has nothing to do with time. A parrot's not the same. There's nothing analogous that you'll
Because
be able to
it's
point
the
to.
highest proficiency skill level of let's say an isolated group. In that group, yes, if we analyze and go, these people were cut off from all of society and they produced this thing. It's the best that their culture could produce. Yes, it gets the determination of art because of the historic nature and the understanding of what the thing is.
But the problem is, once you say that the objective criteria we determine for whether or not something is the best of that culture or good in that culture is decided by the people that we have culturally deemed experts, and then I say, but what if the experts are dog shit? Something that you agree with, that the experts today are dog shit. right?
Yes.
Okay, so then you say, but it's just the same way we know this isn't a parrot. It's not the same way.
So-
Because it's going to rely on the expertise of people. You can't just, right, you can't literally just show a picture, right, and say, is this art? You're like, I have to know the context. I have to know the context in my interpretation of whether or not this is art. So it's going to be different than your example. And who are you? Why should I prefer your interpretation over people that are in there? It's phony baloney qualifications, but feel that they're more qualified than you. Why should I believe you over the consensus
do you know
of the
why?
experts?
Do you know why? Because I hold the belief. See, because I'm better than those dickheads. Because I want to hold true to objective metrics of analyzing things and not subjectively analyzing things for some agenda or some feelings. You know, in the same way, the experts told us what was going on in 2020 when some shit was going down. It's funny how a whole society can be retarded, and the experts can be retarded. I can concede to that 100%.
The choir, right? That's my argument.
That's my problem with where we are at this stage. Who are the determiners of art and these things? Now it boils down to some experts. Rob, do you know what the experts say about Michelangelo? They say a dude who never had sex was a gay dude. That's what the experts say about Michelangelo. They say he was gay, but he never had sex and he was a Catholic. Yes, the experts can be ridiculous and subvert history, but the problem is...
Your definition relies on the experts to determine what is or isn't art.
We objectively know that this is not true, but they hold lies But we objectively know that that's not the case.
This is different, right? There's difference. What you're talking about there is you're talking about things that literally are objective. You're going back to parrot-type examples. Whether or not someone was gay and had gay sex is objectively true or not true.
Yes.
Whether or not something art changes based on the context surrounding about it. Whether or not you had gay sex does not change. Whether or not something is a parrot does not change. For example, an art critic, you might be a fantastic art critic, right? Let's assume you are. Let's assume you're the best art critic in the world. And you look at a band and you're like, you know, Jimi Hendrix, by all metrics, phenomenal artist, phenomenal guitar player. But I also think he was a dirty fucking commie. Fuck him. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't speak to whether or not your evaluation of his art was correct. And I might say, well, actually, you're
that's
wrong.
a subjective
He wasn't a commie.
determination on him as a person.
Right.
That's got nothing to... Saying he was a commie has nothing to do with his guitar playing.
Right. So saying that Michelangelo's gay has nothing
analyze
to do... Right. You're right. You're making real quick. That's my point. So whether or not the experts analyzing art say Michelangelo was gay, totally irrelevant to their critique of his art. That's my point.
But what I'm telling you is people can hold things to be true that is objectively wrong. So it was boiling down to the determination, well, what if majority of the society is stupid and those people are in power to make these decisions? Yes, then, now we're making subjective determinations. That should not be the case. So I'm making an ought claim. It ought to be in the sense of objective because that is how it's judged. But right now, we've had a subversion in art and culture where stupid shit gets given the higher order categorization of art when it's just a drawing, it's just a piece of shit. And then because of the gallery structure and the institution of art has eroded completely the same way science has, which is an objective thing, and they function on subjective models, which is retarded. The same thing that is happening in science has happened in art. I'm arguing for art because it's a harder one to argue for. But because of what things are now, does not mean it is how it should be. It ought to be judged on objective metrics, how we determine these things. When we judge things on on subjective metrics is when we end up saying stupid shit.
But again, even if I accept, I think you're sort of moving goalposts a little here, and let me explain why. If that's the case, that you're making an ought claim and not an is claim, then why would you even suggest a panel of experts being necessary? Why wouldn't you say experts be damned? You should say, here's color theory. And if something meets color theory good enough, then we say it meets the metric of art.
Yes.
Except it's not just color theory, it's also line theory, color theory, right? Like it's all of these things that you might say.
Yes.
And so therefore, if you are someone who says it's objective, I should be able to show you any piece and you tell me whether or not it's art, whether or not it conforms to these sort of things. And there's no
Well,
reason.
I'm not an expert, but I can make determinations, but I would make those determinations not on how I feel or whether I think it's good or not. So yes, because mainstream is doing something stupid, doesn't mean I agree with that that's a good way to determine things. So maybe I would be able to do better. I'm not an expert, but because I function on judging things objectively and not subjectively, yes, that's why I'm making the argument
Okay,
that that should be the way moving forward.
I think that I've proven my point that the problem is that you're still going to have subjective interpretations of who the experts are, and they're going to, even if we see people that we acknowledge today that we think are worthwhile experts, such as judges in figure skating competitions, they, when you get down to sort of the level of whether or not we would consider it art or not, would still amongst themselves have disagreements, prove that there's still a subjective nature.
Rob, do we have an objective scripture that is the Bible? Do people judge it differently subjectively?
Yes.
Okay. So
That's not
then
the
what
point.
do? We appeal to the people that have the most understanding of it to give us the determination. So maybe not everybody with a fucking opinion should have one because they're going to make subjective opinions.
Well, that
maybe
might be
we should
true, but
appeal
when even
to somebody who is actually objective with how they look at things.
But again, art's different than religion. Art's different, right?
It's not. The Bible
Sure.
is a piece of writing, right?
Sure, but it's with objective truth, right? Art's not art's not the same.
But people come to different determinations
That's
when they
true.
read the Bible.
So when we say art, whether or not to determine something's art or not, has to do with the subjective interpretations of experts, of who we subjectively call experts. If there was just an objective determination, that would prove that 99% of the time they would say this is art, this isn't, or even more, 100% of the time. That would be objective.
So what's subjective is the person determining
For example,
it.
if an engineer, if you have qualified engineers and you show them 10 bridges and only one of them would hold and the other 9 would collapse under a tractor trailer, they'll be able to tell you, based on objective metrics, all these experts will say, this is the bridge that would work. That's not the same with art. Not even close. Because there is a subjective interpretation to it. Right? And again, we can see this all over. It's why,
It's not.
like, of course, like, it's why this, right? Like, we could look at figure skating, and there might be someone that says, I think that, like, or skateboarding's a better example. I grew up playing the Tony Hawk games. I don't know if you ever played them, right? I knew this enough about skateboarding. Some people thought that, like, the half pipe, and the people doing, like, the crazy fucking, 960 or 900s and shit like that was the cool shit. Other people like the street, the grinding and shit. Who's to say what's better? Right? Both of them could have a technical proficient skill, but if you had to determine if there was a routine, like an open routine, which one did better? Now, once you say, well, experts could say that this is more artistic than this, that's right. Experts could reasonably disagree because there is a subjective aspect to it.
Yes. But remember, Rob, that's the point. Are they judging on their feelings, or are they judging on objective metrics, the tricks that are done, the skill set of the tricks that are done?
Which is more
yes,
impressive?
human beings make subjective determinations about things, but the criteria being used to categorize things is objective.
Okay, then what's the objective? What's the
Analysis
objective?
of this is subjective.
Then if a guy does the best sort of grinding, and then another guy does the best sort of half pipe routine, give me the objective answer. Which one's better art?
So this is how we would do it, right? So let's say, okay, you brought up a good example, skateboarding, right?
Yeah.
So it would be on how many people grind the rail in that specific way. So body form and things like that would make a determination of that. So you would go, most people don't do it like that. That's unique. That's interesting. The skill set, the distance at which is grinded, how the orientation of the board flips when they hit the rail, how cleanly it touches down. All of these are objective metrics we look at. We don't go, I really like that dude and his kickflip was cool, I'm going to give him high points. That's not how it works.
I disagree. I disagree that it's just, well, how unique is it? There's plenty of shit that's up with.
Yes, how he lands. For example, does he land bolts? Does he land crooked?
You remember
What's
that fucking ridiculous Australian chick that was in the breakdancing competition at the Olympics?
Yeah. Well,
that was very unique.
Bullshit.
Very unique, right?
But Is it a higher order skill set that the other competitors couldn't
Well,
do?
perhaps not, but the same would be said.
So
Just
why
because,
was she laughed at, Rob?
well, like, for example,
Because she lacked skill,
listen.
or because people subjectively thought that it was
listen,
silly.
Tony Hawk does a 900. To my knowledge, he's the first person to do it, right?
The first person to do
Right?
that.
Okay,
Yes.
amazing, right? But then after that, a bunch of other people started doing it. So let's say Tony Hawk inspired a generation of skateboarders to say, that's what I want to do, right? Now some other guy comes and he does like, I'm going to show you how fucking lame I am here. He does like a double flip his board dark slide, right? And no one's ever done it. But objectively, the people that have spent all their time doing 900 say, look, no one's done that, but if I practice for a week, I could do that. That's the only guy that does that right now. But you would say, but that's unique at the time. But what I'm trying to say is, it has to do...
Historical value.
There is a subjective nature. There is a subjective nature.
First
There is
have
not just a...
historic
There's
value.
not just a... This is it. This
For
is the
skill
formula
set.
that you follow. It doesn't exist. And
It
oftentimes...
does. I'm using objective metric of the
What's-
first of something carries the historical value that gives it value.
What's
that gives
more
it some
art?
kind
What's
of
more
value.
art? Country music or metal?
Who plays faster? What is the skill set that's used in it? Is it basic chords? Is it advanced chords? Does it follow polyrhythms? These kind of things is the determination. I can say that there's music, like, most people hate jazz, but it is objective that it's some of the best drummers in the world, dude. Like that's your
But
subjective
again, no,
determination of whether you like jazz or not doesn't mean shit. If we know
It's
that
not just about...
objectively
It's not just
it
about...
has some of the best drummers.
It's not just about technical proficiency. It
That
can't
is
be.
what it should be judged on is technical proficiency.
Okay, but then it's arbitrary that AI can't be art. Because AI will get to a point
AI is
musically,
not a human.
it doesn't matter.
Humans make art. Machines produce a generated code.
It doesn't
That's not
matter.
art.
If it's more technically
does
skilled,
matter.
if it's more, then the idea of art being human is completely arbitrary. It loses all value.
Says who?
Me. And I'll explain why.
Well,
because if all art
okay.
is the most technical proficiency, and a machine could come and do the technical proficiency better, and you just say, yeah, but that doesn't count because it wasn't human. Why? There's the reason. Let me finish. The reason that we say that AI isn't art is because we think there's something more to it. There's something about putting. There's putting your human emotion, your soul into it, right? That's why we say that the technology, the computer, isn't art, because it lacks that human aspect. Yes, it may be able to play the drums technically more proficiently, faster, more on beat than any human could. And yet, we still say, sure it can.
No, it can't.
You could say...
No, it can't. No way it can. No. Now you're being ridiculous saying
You're
that it can.
telling me
It can't.
that, like, let's say we did 128.
You're telling me an AI would beat the best human drummer in the world. There's no fucking way.
When it comes to
There's
technical...
no way.
Like, let's say that we were
There's
like...
no way.
Listen.
There's no way.
Listen to me. Let's say we said, okay, human drummer, I want you to play 128 notes
AI can't even beat.
for 30 minutes straight. And then we'd say, okay, computer, we want you to do that. Which one do you think will be more proficient and consistent?
It depends on what
It
is.
doesn't. We know that computer will be right on beat for 30 minutes. It's not going to wear out. It's not going to have fatigue.
Do you understand what determinations are with drums? Volume at which it's hit. So the pressure at which a drum is hit has an implication to the skill set. Because a lot of drummers will say, he's not just smashing, you don't just hit a drum and that's what drumming is, right? So if you understand drumming, it's the pressure used on each drum because that designates volume. So
we
when
want one
volume
consistent
designation is done by a machine, the skill set is gone.
No, that's untrue. Like, you're just fundamentally incorrect about this. If
No, I'm
we
not.
said that it would be very proficient to play at this insane fast beat for 20 minutes, who could do it better at the exact same tonal volume the entire time, the exact same pressure? There is no doubt. There is no doubt that the computer would be better than any human. None.
Rob, tell me something. Is the computer actually playing real drums?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, no, that does
Why?
kind of matter.
Why does
Is it
real-
actually playing a drum? Is it
Why-
no? Is it
why
actually
does-
playing a drum?
Why does
Is it
that
actually
matter?
playing a drum?
Why does it matter?
Is it actually playing a drum? If
It's
you're
irrelevant.
drumming, what does drumming mean?
It has nothing to do with whether or not it's art.
Does it mean playing drums? Or does it mean making drum sounds? I can make drum sounds with my mouth. Am I playing drums?
So what? Is it art?
If me making drum sounds with my mouth is drumming, This is the problem with
Is
this
it
whole
art?
debate.
The question not is it technically drumming. The question is it art?
Oh, making drum sounds with your mouth. Yeah, that's art
Okay,
that
then why
that a
wouldn't it-
computer also can do. We call that beatboxing.
Okay, so then the computer's
A
doing.
computer can't beatbox
Then the computer
either.
would be doing art as well.
Rob, can a computer beatbox?
Sure.
So it can use lungs and sounds and lips to produce sounds.
Well, if you want to get technical, and let me tell you an argument.
That's what beatboxing is.
Is there such thing as digital photography?
What does that have to do with
I'm just
beatboxing?
asking you. Do you think there's a such thing as digital photography?
Well, but what I'm asking you is, does a
But
robot have
I'm just
lips?
asking you. I'll
Can it
explain.
beatbox?
If you answer the question, then I will explain the beatbox argument. I promise.
Is digital photography a thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, my friend wrote a thesis and disagrees. He defines photography as the chemical process that requires sort of film going into a dark room. That is how he defines photography. Therefore, digital photography, me taking a picture with this, that's not photography. If when I go out,
Yeah,
and
I would
take-
actually agree with that.
Okay, so then, same thing here, right? On one hand, you could say, well, technically, by definition, the computer can't drum. It can't beatbox. Now, theoretically, the computer can drum. I mean, you literally could set a computer
It
up
can't
with
play drums.
Sure it can. You could have a
Code
computer.
can't play
Let me
drums.
finish. You're telling me you couldn't set a computer up with a mechanical arm that hits a drum?
Oh, no, but that's a robot.
Okay, but that's still code that's doing it. It's not
That's
a human
a
brain.
machine.
It's
That's
still
not
code.
code.
It's just code going through your speaker and outputting sound, as opposed to code
Mm-hmm.
going through a mechanical arm hitting a drum that outputs the same thing.
Yeah,
the
it won't,
mechanism
it won't
controlling
be
it's
as
still
fluid as a
code.
human, no.
What's that?
No, it won't be as fluid as a No, it won't be as
That's-
fluid
I mean,
as a human.
again,
Even if you
you're-
created a robot with code.
You're fundamentally wrong. The point is,
No,
if
no.
it's just technical proficiency, I'm sure this is absolutely the case. If it's just technical proficiency, right? You could even take some of the best guitar players in the world that would be able to say, like, holy fuck, listen to that solo that computer just did. When it comes to technical proficiency, the way that it changed chord progressions, the way that it increased the volume, the way that it kept the beat the whole time, right? All of it was technically proficient, but they would probably still say, I don't consider that art. Because what's lost there is
Yes.
the fact that there is no
The
human
human
emotion
element.
to it. The human
Yes,
element.
the human
Right.
element. A human doing something is art, not a
But the
computer doing
reason-
something is
the-
art.
Which is
Yes.
why, okay, I'm glad we got there. The reason that differentiation matters is because it's not just about technical proficiency.
No,
Right. That's my entire argument.
it's one of the metrics.
It's one metric. So then if there's other metrics that could be subjective, like human emotion that's
No,
put into it, of
objective
course,
are the metrics.
you could absolutely have art. Absolutely. This could be considered art. Absolutely. If it
It
drives...
could be by somebody's subjective determination, but not objectively, no.
then why would that objectively not be art? Because
Because there's no value to a drawing that doesn't have some kind of skill set that to you it does. I'm not disputing that it has value to you. But if somebody would determine it and judge it as, can this be produced by a small group of people, or can this be produced by a majority of people, they would go, yes, so it's not art.
I disagree. We just got done with, if that's the criteria, if computers hypothetically could, would you acknowledge this, that we could theoretically be 20 years away from AIs being able to paint pictures that are indecipherable from humans?
It doesn't matter what AI does because it's not a human doing it.
Forget about that. I'm just asking, would you acknowledge that we could get to that point?
That it could do something like produce an image.
Yes. That would
It
be
can never make
indecipherable.
art.
Like
I
a
will
painting.
never- I will never agree
That's
that
fine.
a
You could say
computer or
that.
machine
That's
can
not
make
that.
art.
It makes a painting, right? That is
Yes.
indecipherable from the best human painters that have ever existed. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's possible, right?
Yes.
Then it seems that your criterion still saying, but that's not art. It shows that art's more about the ability for different people to replicate it.
No.
And the few people that could
My
replicate.
definition contains a human doing it. So we would look at it and go, wow, insane technical proficiency. A human didn't do it. It's garbage.
No,
It's
what
garbage.
I'm saying is that when I show something, because to me, art is more about evocation of emotion within people. That's what I would consider art, right? And
No.
so something, I think
The
things
best swords craftsman doesn't care about invoking emotion. What makes his swords great is the technical side of the weapon. Katanas from Japan. It's not our feelings why we like katanas. It's because of the higher skill set that's used to make traditional katanas in Japan.
I disagree.
It's got
I
nothing
think
to
that
do with
I
anybody's
think that
feelings,
subjectively,
whether it's a good
I think
sword.
subjectively people can determine that, but also subjectively people can say that art is something that evokes emotion into them. I don't think that there's one right answer to this. You're right.
That's the modern gay determination
Well,
of
no.
art.
I think that that's always been the determination. For
No,
example,
it's not. I gave
for
you the
example,
Greek that says it's not that.
I disagree. Right? Here's why. Like,
The
let's
Greek
take
literally-
swords. Let's take swords specifically. A person may look at a sword that a king would wield, and it's ordained with jewelry, artisan, the gold inlay, everything, right? But the practical application of that sword might be dog shit. For example, the way they folded the steel, far less impressive than like some peon knight. Right? Well, I don't want to say peon knight. I don't know that any knights were considered peons, but some peon, militiaman who had a sword that an artisan, it's very plain looking, but damn, this is the most efficient sword. If you had to clash with armor and sword at the time, this sword's going to fare far better than the king's. Which one's art?
Well, see, both of them would fall under different metrics because there's multiple metrics, there's multiple objective metrics to judge something by because we have different versions of things that can be art. A small sculpture can be a piece of art and a big sculpture can be a piece of art. A bridge can be a piece of art. All of these things are built things. But we judge
that's
them on
subjective.
different criteria.
Right, the different criteria is subjective
Objective
nature.
criteria is used to judge things.
No.
Because we
Okay,
gotta
so then the sword that has impressive inlay, you would say that's
Yes.
art because the impressive inlay.
Yes.
The sword that's very effective is art because it's a tool that's effective at what it's doing.
Both contain high levels of craftsmanship, making it art.
I don't think that high level's necessary in order for it to be deemed art. I just don't think that's the case. For example,
Well, art is a higher category. That's the whole argument.
Is
that people go, art isn't this higher category. It is because it carries value. The giving something the category of this is a piece of art is a higher order category. Not all drawings are art. Otherwise, if everything is art based on a subjective determination, then everything is art and the title category, higher order category is pointless.
okay,
It's a
let me
pointless
give
category.
this hypothetical, right? Let's say that we look at someone that maybe, let's just say for the sake of argument, I know this is hard to imagine hypothetically, but everybody looks at like the premier expert in a field. So let's just say, look, there's a lot of debate on who's the number 2 sword maker in the world, but everybody sort of agrees this guy's the best. Okay? Just for the sake of argument. And he presents this sword. And we're all like, holy fuck. That is an amazing piece of art. The skill that went into that, blah, 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 right? And so we all agree. And he says, actually, this was bullshit. I came up with this in a day. Some of the worst work I've ever done. And I'm the best artist. I don't think this is art. Is it art?
Well, again, the artist's determination on that would then obviously supersede because he's the specialist. If he's one of the best in the world, he becomes the authority. If he's one of the top people in the world, he would be one of the top authorities. So if he says, I don't think this is my best work, we have had multiple artists that have done this, where people said, this is a piece of art, and they go, no, it's a piece of shit.
Right, but
they
the other
are the
best
ultimate
artist,
authority because they're at the highest skill level.
The other best swordsmiths say, actually, we still think it's great. We still think it's art. Who's right?
So if we go on objective metrics, he would probably be incorrect on that, even though he's one of the experts. Why? Because he's using a subjective determination on his own work. Usually artists are shit at determining their own work to be good or not. So yes, he would be one of the experts at this, and he would be judging his own work subjectively. But objectively, if people looked at this, other experts, they would say, no, this is at a very high level. So
But
this
again,
can be categorized as art.
But again, right? Like
He would say it's not good, but he wouldn't say it's not art
He
because
might.
he knows everything he makes is at a high level.
he might. That's not true. I think that many artists.
No, he would say I don't like this.
Was
or it's not
Picasso
my best
an artist?
You're doing this to me, Rob.
Uh-huh.
According to the gay establishment, yes.
Okay, so let's say that we then say he was an artist. I watched the other day a video of Picasso making an elephant. It took him like 3 seconds. You think that's art?
Yes. No.
Yet they would have said, this is art!
Yeah, they would have
The
said it's
experts
art,
would have
but you
said-
know why? Do you know why do you know what the objective metric is for that? Can I tell you?
The objective metric for the art class saying that this is art?
Yes, well, I would not agree that it's art, my subjective.
Okay.
You know why it is art?
Go ahead, you tell me.
Because the person who did it is Picasso, and his name carries the value.
There you go. That's sort of the point I make, though. But we could say, even if you would say, let's say
Well,
you,
that
Chris,
just carries a
by the
very
way, I
high
always thought,
monetary value,
I thought what Picasso did
and
was
it's unique.
I thought there was a skill to it, but I thought it was rubbish. I'll be honest. I'm not impressed with Picasso. This modern art shit sucks, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion. Even if I could say that there's talent involved in it. Nonetheless, here's the point, right? It gets to the point that you just made about the swordsmith. Let's say, hypothetically, Chris, you're like, all right, well, there was some Picasso shit that I would say is technically proficient enough that I would put in the category of art. Do you think you could say that?
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, he did. Well, yes. Well, dude, the thing is, yes, because Picasso is Picasso, his name on a blank piece of paper is considered art.
Okay, well, that I don't necessarily agree with that. But here's what I was going to
think about this. Would it have a massive amount of value if you were to sell it?
What's the value?
Objectively.
Like money?
Objectively, yes.
Okay, but if then modern art is art. It sells for a lot of money. Right?
Modern art.
Right.
Modern
the banana
art
on the
sells for
wall
a
that
lot of
sells for
money.
$2 million, then that's art. It sold for a lot of money.
I'm telling you, the objective metric that Picasso stuff is judged by is because of his significance. It has a value.
again-
Modern art.
But no. You can't get out of this. If you just said that
Okay,
it's art based on the fact that something sells for money, well then it's completely subjective. For example, do you
No,
ever
not
see
just
people
because it sells for
let
money.
me give you an example. I used to collect baseball cards. You're from South
Yes.
Africa. Do you guys have like baseball cards and shit there? Like soccer cards or
No.
footy? Yeah, I don't know.
No,
Famous
cricket and
boards.
rugby,
You have
Rob.
famous board.
Cricket
trading
and
cards.
rugby.
Okay,
No,
rugby.
we have cornfields over here.
So, but
That's
you're
all
aware
art.
of like the phenomenon. Now it's fucking Pokemon cards and shit. But when I was growing up, it was
Yes.
like baseball cards, right? And I remember there was this baseball player I liked. His name was Ken Griffey Jr. And I went to this like county fair and I bought a Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card for $5. And I remember growing up, there were these little books that would tell you the value of those cards. And that Ken Griffey rookie card I bought for $5, and like 5 years later, in one book I saw that particular card was worth $300, right? So I was like, I'm gonna have a yard sale. I'm gonna sell this card, and I'm gonna sell it for $300. And my dad laughed at me. He said, "Your card's not worth $300." I said, "Yeah, the book says it is." He says, "Your card is only worth what someone's willing to pay for. It ain't gonna be nobody
Yes.
willing to pay $300." So I kept the card. And it probably got lost somewhere in a shoebox up in my old bedroom. Nonetheless, the point is this, right? Like the idea of the value of something, right, and how much it sells for is completely subjective. Completely.
No, it's not.
Of course.
It's not. It's based on objective metrics. So the
That's not
Picasso
That's not true at all.
has the objective metric of it is attached to Picasso. Modern art is subjective in the sense of the people that are given these titles and the value of their work that sell for high amounts of money is determined by idiots.
But again,
Back then, the institution still had some value.
but do you think the idea, okay, let's say I didn't get a straight answer. Do you think Picasso was an artist?
Yes, he was.
Okay, but you don't think he was like one of the greats? Like if you were comparing him to
No.
Da Vinci or, right.
He's
you
not
would-
one of the masters, no.
Okay, and yet the people of his time thought his shit was worth insane amounts of money.
Yes.
Like the value of his art puts him, if you just took the value it sells from, amongst the masters, right?
I mean, yes, his work does sell for a lot of money.
Right. And so the point is that it's not based on objective metrics because his color theory is the best, because his line theory is the best. There's something more subjective about it.
Is the name Picasso important for that? The objective.
Yes, but
fact
the reason that the
he did
name
it?
matters is subjective. That's my point.
No.
Of course. Of
No,
course it is.
It's about the historical significance of the name Picasso.
No, but again, the reason that historical significance exists is because of subjectivity. It may well be in a different parallel universe that Picasso, whatever break he got, doesn't get that break, paints the exact same painting as everyone's like, this is dog shit. The skill level there doesn't put him amongst the masters, and so instead of his pieces selling for millions of bucks, they're selling for $500, right? That's entirely possible. What made Picasso was subjective, right? If you could say, if me and you could
objective metrics is what made Picasso. When he painted, what he did, who he studied
No, but the
under.
importance of those, it's not objective in the sense you're saying, right? It's objective in the sense you're saying that it's objective is you could sit there and you could look at a sculpture, a painting, a piece of music and say, this objectively fits some sort of theory that shows a specialization that's not really replicable amongst other people, which puts this as unique and skilled. That's not
one
why,
of the metrics,
but that's the objective metric. Any objective beyond that's going to be subjective.
Yes, like I said, some of these things do have subjective metrics to them. Yes, correct. Like Picasso or these kind of people.
Well, then you've conceded the prompt. If there's subjectivity,
No.
It's not purely objective.
Because
that's your argument.
Yes, because there's subjective determinations on everything. It doesn't, remember what I said, the art claim of how it should be analyzed should be objective. So what gets attributed art should be based on objective metrics. Everything, even data, can be assessed subjectively.
But again, the problem is you can't give what that metric should be, what the objective metric should be. The best you could do is say a collaboration of experts should come together to come up with the objective criteria for the value of something being art or not. Right?
Yes,
and then when I say,
well,
we have that society now, you're like, yeah, but the experts suck.
Yes, well, that's the point, right? Because how the analysis is happening is just based on subjective metrics, and we've ignored the objective nature of things.
That's not true.
It is. Minimalist art is an example of how we've just completely thrown the baby out with the bathwater.
But it's not purely subjectivity. There are objective things. It's not pure subjective. I think that it's overwhelmingly subjective. Sure it is. Here's an objective thing. Most of the art is things that people call art, that the artist himself calls art, right? So, for example, if I, just put a banana...
So it's objective because of a subjective determination.
Right, but it's not purely subjective. There's an objectivity there. There's almost no art that's if I leave a banana, if I throw my garbage into the dumpster, and a banana falls out and lands on the sidewalk, no one calls it art. But if an artist puts a banana on a sidewalk, same fucking position, same banana, they might be like, this is art. Now, it is true that oftentimes the interpretation of this shit is overwhelmingly subjective. But in that case, one of the objective things is, objectively, it's almost all people that are intending to create art. I think they're dog shit. I agree with you there. Yeah. But that is an objective. And again, the problem is you're speaking in the universal. It should always be 100% objective. And right now, it is always 100% subjective. I think you're wrong on both accounts. I think there is.
What is an artist is subjective. What is art should be an objective category based on objective metrics.
But you don't even agree. Should who is an artist be objective, or should it be allowed to be subjective?
Yes, it should be objective.
It also should be objective.
Yes.
Okay, so
who is an artist that produces art? Yes. Who is an artist? No. That's
I just
because I can call myself an artist and it's meaningless.
I fundamentally disagree. I fundamentally disagree. Also, I find this to be, believe it or not, sort of utopian, right? It's no different than saying it's no different than yes, because the problem is like you saying that should be objective. right?
Yes.
And then I say, well, okay, who gets to decide this? And you're like, people that will never be able to be objective, but they should.
But see, this is a fundamental problem we have with everything. That's why we have Rob. Like I said, I brought this up with. We have this with the Bible. We have this with biology. Man and woman. We have people making subjective determinations. That is a part of human nature. That people do that.
Where is it?
Even in science, this is the case. But if we are saying that because humans determine things and analyze things, that there will be subjectivity to it, you would have to remove humans to completely have something be objective.
No, I disagree. I think that although you're right that humans are subjective, what makes your case uniquely specific here is that you are claiming that in order to determine what the objectivity is for something that means art, we have to appeal to experts, right? They get to determine whether or not it's art. That's the status quo, right? That's the status quo, what we have, right? Largely as a society, we rely on these experts. And the status quo proves that that system is dog shit. Because we have them saying all sorts of shit qualifies as art that people like me and you'd be like, no. And then there's all sorts of shit that we think would be art that they don't qualify it as. They say no.
Okay, but now we have to determine these people that are experts. Are they experts?
Who determines? How do you determine whether or not someone's an expert?
There's no fucking determination right now. Any asshole who has a gallery and has money can fucking determine what they think is art.
Okay, so then who should it be?
Somebody who actually has objective metrics why they have expertise.
Such as?
Such as some kind of pedigree, some kind of understanding.
Okay.
Probably being an artist themselves would be a good one.
Okay, so how about this? People that get degrees in art, in art theory?
Degrees are meaningless.
That's meaningless. Right, they are.
That's meaningless.
Right. So then what are we talking? Those people consider themselves.
So I would say for any person to be an expert in a field, they would have to be proficient in the field.
But here's the problem. Let's say we have 3 generations of dog shit art. Let's just say one industry, painting, right? So in the 70s, all of a sudden it was all this dog shit modern art. And then we had a generation of would-be artists and artisans that are coming up that are taught dog shit from these experts. And then
that's a fundamental breakdown of the institutions. Okay. They're fractured completely.
Okay, and you agree that's basically what's happened, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so now the experts, based on qualifications, are people that we think are dog shit. But they're the experts, and they have the pedigree that they say, I sold my painting for millions of dollars. Everyone agrees that my painting had all of this artistic value, right? Now, me and you...
but merely a big amount of money does not make something art. That I was using that as an objective metric in which something can be assessed, but drugs go for a lot of money. That doesn't make it art.
The point that I'm trying to make is the people that right now have the pedigree and the expertise are shit.
Yes.
Okay, so then how do we determine...
Objectively or subjectively?
Well, I think subjectively. You would think objectively, right?
Well, objectively, do they do art? What is the value of their degree? Is it based on nepotism? What is the... We can look at objective criteria to distinguish, is this person an expert or not?
Okay, so who are the experts in art that you trust right now?
That's the problem. The institutions are so fractured, right? No, well, Rob, that's to
my
say,
point.
No, listen. No, well, what you're doing is you're going, okay, well, who do we have now that are experts? And I go, well, listen, so there's an ancient language and we don't have experts in that field. So we appeal to idiots that are the closest to experts we can get. So a lack of experts, right, or now abundance of idiots that we ascribe to being experts doesn't make them experts. It just means we lack true experts in the fields.
But again, here's the problem. Your argument is art should be defined as objective, right? And
yes.
Okay, who gets to make that objective determination? You're like, experts of the day. And I'm like, okay, great. But what if the experts of the day suck? Yes. According to your interpretation, there's 2 possibilities. One, well, unfortunately, based on your definition, that means that these shitty experts, now it's their word objectively what is art or not. Or you say, I subjectively say that the experts suck. And now what you want to be, that
No,
the
objectively
experts
say they
objectively say what is art or not, is subverted by the fact you say, I reject the experts. I no longer take their word as objective.
Rob, like I said, you with the fundamental like state we're in right now, it's the same thing. That's why it's difficult. Yes, modern art is difficult, but that would be obviously the main thing that we're going to be talking about. But like I said, when we talk about things like knife makers or artisans that do leatherwork or all of these things are judged on objective metrics. When we entered, so think about this historically. You would go to a person who's a blacksmith or somebody and say, make me this sword, and they would make you a sword. That's how art operated, right? So a king would commission work. Work was commissioned by an artist. The gallery structure of these fucking pseudo experts, that's new. That's new. That's when the breakdowns started in the whole construct of the art world, is when it became just a way to funnel tax money.
See, I think
when
that you're
the whole
conflating. I think
happened.
you're conflating things.
It's not how things used to operate.
I think you're conflating things. The truth is, an individual could call anything art, right? Even if we just limit, sure, they could. An individual could subjectively. I certainly could.
Well, yeah, individual.
Right?
Could,
like,
yes.
I could call anything art. And I think what you're doing is you're like, well, we're taking everyday objects that have utility and saying the fact that they were utilized in a good way itself makes it art. But oftentimes, those aren't the things that we would consider art. I think that I could say, like, I watch Antiques Roadshow, right? And I can see the carpenter of the day that gets commissioned. Someone comes to him and says, I need an end table. And he puts this end table together. It may look very plain, but damn it, if that's not the strongest, most well put together end table, here we are 150 years later. That motherfucker's still standing. You go to IKEA and buy an end table, that piece of shit's falling apart in 5 years, right? So we're like, now, I don't know that artisan at the time, that carpenter is like, yeah, man, I'm a fucking artist. He might just say, I'm making practical shit for people. That's it. The utility of it is one metric that we say. The plainness of it, the utility of it. My goodness, what a craftsman. This man made a piece of furniture that is amazing. And now I watch Antiques Roadshow and I see people say there is value to this, right? And so we consider it art sort of post-fact. Even if the guy who made it didn't consider it art, he just considered it like a car that you drive. It's like, it's a fucking utility. There's utility in this practical object that I'm creating, right? You're looking at that and you're saying, well, that's art. And that's fine. You have every right to call that art. And in many ways, I get it, right? But the problem is that shirks other things that we've always considered art. There were a lot of things that we didn't say had practical utilization in the moment that we considered art. For example, a painting. A painting wasn't something that's like, I use this painting to cut bread. Like, it wasn't that. It had an aesthetic appeal. That's what the art of the painting is. And so when we're talking about that, art that's not ones of practical application. The sword has the practical application of being used as a tool or a weapon. The hammer, the end table, the bed, the window. But the painting, the song, the sculpture, these forms of art didn't really have day-to-day practical application. They had an aesthetic appeal. And it seems to me what you're saying is, when it comes to those things that most people consider more in the realm of art than the practical utility things, when it comes to those, we should have objective measures on when to consider it art, and those should be determined by experts that have a pedigree. And I'm like, but the problem is that's the status quo. And these experts that have pedigree, we think are dog shit subjectively. And you're like, right, they are dog shit.
Objectively dog shit, not subjectively.
Okay, but that's the point. So then I will always be able to, what is the objective metric that you're using to decide that these experts are objectively dog shit?
Whether they can be objective or they're subjectively giving things criteria. And when you look at their determinations being based on money or some kind of status quo, you can make a determination, oh, okay, now there's some ulterior motive behind this. All of these things are required. So with going into something that's complex like art or these things, it requires a lot of determination, right, on the metrics you're looking at. So if we just broad brushing, it's difficult to lay down, well, these would be the objective metrics that we would look at. But in specific instances, when we get microscopic on something, we can make these determinations.
But
That's
again,
the importance. Like the concrete. The concrete, like I said, we know now that it's a technological marvel. It's something that artisans did that we can barely replicate. We've even seen this with terra preta that they found in the Amazon. It contains terracotta and it's a self-healing soil. That's a piece of technology and artisan craft that created that thing. It's art in the advanced nature of the humans that did that, right? It's something unique. But if we just looked at it and said it's soil, it's shit. Yes, we have to hyper-analyze things. The same thing that I brought up with data and these things. If I broad brush, I look at an equation, I'm an asshole. I go, there's letters and there's no numbers in there. That's not math, that's letters. But I'm a dumbass. It requires somebody with understanding to look at these things
again
deeply and actually analyze
but
what's the objective metrics.
You've already conceded that every human, including an expert, will have subjectivity in how they value something, correct?
Well, that's just human nature.
Correct. So you acknowledge you'll never have the perfectly objective expert, right? Subjectivity.
If we work on metrics, we can come to determination.
But that's the point.
Right?
So here's the point, right? When I'm like, okay, what is objectively good art? And you're like, the way we determine what's objective.
Not good.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is objectively art? The way we determine what is objectively art is experts of the day tell us, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I say,
and then we determine.
And then I'm like, so you accept that right now? You say no, because the experts of today are using subjectivity. And I say, but isn't it true that, let me finish. And I say, but all experts, according to you, will use subjectivity to some degree. And you say yes. Now, the only way for you to get out of this sort of infinitely regressive cycle is to say, but here are the objective metrics outside of what the experts say. Here are the objective rules for what makes something art. But if that, last point, if that's the case, then the experts are irrelevant. Because you could give us the document right now. Here's objectively what makes art. When it comes to the realm of painting, here's objectively when it's art and when it's not.
Yes, we can.
Okay, what are those?
If it's specifically with paintings, we can do that, right? So we can say, I can look at the experts. I go, okay, how did you come to this determination? And then I would hear.
We can skip that part of the conversation. You yourself have the metrics of what objectively makes something art. If it's a painting,
I did not say that I am some kind of expert that can do this.
But it doesn't matter if you're an expert. If the rules are objective, both experts and non-experts can see the rules. So what's the rules?
So if
what's the
you
objective rules?
Well, it requires understanding. Everything requires understanding. Otherwise, you would say that a child can objectively analyze a scientific equation.
Today, does there exist objective experts on painting?
Yes.
Okay, in the past.
How would we know if they're an expert and are they judging something objectively or subjectively?
Historically, have there been objective experts on painting?
Yes.
Then surely they put pen to paper and told us objectively what makes art in the realm of painting. Where is that document?
Yes.
Okay, let's see the document.
I mentioned to you, we have the seven rules of art: composition.
Who wrote that?
Structure, color, tonality.
Okay, where's the book that tells me exactly?
Used.
Give me the book.
Archival properties.
Okay, give me the book that I could look at, read and understand the book, and then every painting I look at, I can say, this is art.
I just told you right here. We have objective metrics. There's the seven metrics that are the base cores: line, shape, form, color, value, space, texture, balance, movement, rhythm, patterns, contrast, unity, emphasis.
Who wrote that book?
Experts can come to these determinations.
Experts? Give me a name.
Well, I mean, I'm going to have to, but should I source to you who came up with these?
I mean, you're reading something. I'm asking who wrote it. That's it.
Okay.
I mean, you have the book right in front of you. Who is it?
I mean, dude, I told you.
Isn't that a book?
Listen, I'm an African redneck. I have pen and paper notes, Rob.
I'm sorry, I thought it was a book.
I don't play with computers.
I thought it was a book. I thought you were just holding a book, like that was reading.
Nah, I write shit like a normal human.
All right, fine. So that's just research you've done. It's not one specific book. So a couple things. One, why has no artist just put pen to paper and explain quite clearly, here's objectively what's art, here's what's not. Why hasn't that happened? If it's just objective.
Well, it's because the societal consensus of this is that it's subjective. We have books on what determines biology, but there seems to be debate over it.
But even the experts...
So are we gonna say that biology doesn't matter because there's discussion over it?
No, it's completely different. Right, as I've explained, the parrot is the parrot. No matter what the context surrounding the parrot is the parrot. That is not the same with art, as even you've admitted. Circumstances change.
If I say my objective was to paint a parrot, we can look at it objectively and say that does not look like a parrot.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean it's not art.
It does. If the skill set and the desired outcome was to paint a parrot, I can say that this is not a good painting of a parrot.
Good's irrelevant. Is it a representation of a parrot?
No.
What? Says who? Someone might say, yeah.
It doesn't have feathers, Rob.
So?
It's a fucking ant.
The point
That's
is,
the objective nature of it.
Let's go back to what you just said.
Where's the feathers?
You said there's 7 criteria when it comes to painting, right? You just listed them off rapid firely. Line structure, blah, blah, blah. You remember that, right? Are there any other things outside of those 7 things?
They are, so Rob, obviously there's a large category and it's the same thing. So why I make the determination that the experts are shit is not on my subjective opinion. It's on an objective opinion of looking how they categorize what they consider art. So if I go, well, we're going to see what the experts say, and the experts say stupid shit, I can query the experts and say, on which metrics did you judge this? And if they go my feelings, I'm going to go, how does that make you an expert?
Okay, maybe fair enough, but the problem then lies with you appealing to the experts. I'm saying that if you're saying it's objective, right? If I'm you, right? You pick this category, and I presume this is
objectivity requires some kind of authority.
Okay, listen. You pick this category. I assume it sounds like this is something that you've thought about. It's not just something you pick for the sake of arguing, right? This is something you truly believe. Correct?
Well, it's because I care about that the whole structure of art, music, everything is in the fucking toilet. And we have a big problem with AI ruining society.
Now listen, I sympathize with a lot of it, but my point to you is then, I would think that in your efforts to sort of sit down and think about this, you would have been like, here's a comprehensive list of objectively what makes something art. Right, and so, like, for example, let me finish.
Yeah.
So when it comes to, I'm like, okay, in the realm of painting, one of the most common forms of what we colloquially call art, what makes it art and what doesn't? And you rattle off some things. I'm like, is that comprehensive? You're like, well, no. Well, why wouldn't you, at the bare minimum? Because it sounds like, if I say, if I would say something like, this is objectively a sandwich, I would sit down and think of the criteria of, if I say it's objective, whether this is the exact criteria it needs to be a sandwich. But it seems like what you've done is like, there's an objective answer, but I haven't really came to it. I haven't really...
Well, I told you, if there's a higher order skill set that's applied to something that makes it unique, a learned skill and somebody using a learned skill / craft to achieve a specific desired outcome, that is when it would get the categorization.
Okay, but even that, I could quibble with this. There's this movie. I enjoyed it. You might like it, though. There is a little bit of a wiener in it, so forgive that. There's this movie called Bronson. It stars Tom Hardy.
I know Joe Bronson. It's got Tom Hardy in it.
It's a great movie. I don't know if you liked it or not. I enjoyed the movie thoroughly. It's a great movie, man. If you guys are like, Tom Hardy's a fucking master in that movie. Yeah. There is a little bit of a naked scene, but it's not gratuitous.
Yeah,
it's for a reason.
That wasn't good.
Anyways. Right? That guy in real life, this Bronson character, here's his story, basically. He's like some dude who's like a common thug. He gets sent to prison, and he keeps beating the shit out of everyone in these like prisons in Britain. To the point where he's like
dangerous.
Yeah, he's originally in there for like a 2-year charge or some shit, and he ended up, because he keeps getting in fights with the guards and shit, he's in there like the rest of his life, right? Even though his crime outside wasn't so heinous that would require life in prison. One point, as part of their prisoner rehabilitation, they give him some painting materials. And like almost instantly, he's painting phenomenal art. Now, this wasn't particularly learned. He just had a natural talent. So is that not art?
So that's the point. How would he know how to replicate something if he didn't do repetition on it?
Well, are you telling me that it's not possible for the first time someone puts a brush to paper to create art the first time? Of course it's
that
possible.
wouldn't be possible. No, it wouldn't be
Of
possible.
course it would be.
Do you need to learn how to hold a pen to use a pen?
Well, yes.
Yes, so there's a lot of metrics that go into a skill set. So understanding metallurgy is not the only thing that's
Learn skill.
Understanding how metal works is not the only
But
thing
this
that
is a learned
determines whether
skill.
you're.
You had to require how to learn to grip the pen. There's a lot of learning that went into this, right?
Yes, but so now we sit with the replication. So the learned skill or craft, what defines a skill or craft would be that it's something that has a high skill set towards it. It wouldn't be.
no.
It wouldn't just be. Well, if is something a skill if everybody can do it?
Yes.
How is it a skill if everybody can do
Is
it?
writing a skill?
So breathing is a skill.
No, that's a biological function. A skill would be something. Is writing a skill?
Is burping a skill?
Again, another biological
Okay,
function.
biological function, yeah.
Is writing a skill?
Yes, writing is a skill,
Okay,
right?
almost everyone in the Western world could do that.
Yes, but then it would be what they're writing. Yes, writing is a skill that everybody can
Okay.
do. So then, but that's writing, is that art?
Well, but that's not the question you asked. You asked, can you have a skill?
Yeah,
You said
so
in order for something to be a skill, it has to be something that most people can't do. You concede that's not the case.
At a high level.
Well, wait a minute. Like, what does a high level mean? That becomes subjective in its own interpretation. Who gets to determine when something's low level versus
Here's your
medium
objective
level?
metric, top 5% in the world.
Based on what criteria?
I just made it up.
Right. Subjective.
No, it's an objective metric I'm giving.
So for example, we've been talking about painting.
Objective
Let's
metrics,
talk
top
about-
5% in the
Let's talk
world.
about literature. Who gets to determine? What's the criteria for determining what the best writer is? The top 5% of writers that would be art. Who determines?
So, who determines?
Right.
Well,
That's my question.
What that would be is we would actually attribute writing. A lot of that we would attribute to, again, historical value has big significance in it, right? So why Lord of the Rings great? It was great literature. It was one of the first things that gave us proper fantasy in the world. We understand that. That's why Lord of the Rings is legit. A lot of these things carry
It's
weight
legit
because
beyond
of
that,
sentence structure. Sentence structure, how the story unfolds, the how the chapter layouts
Let's
are
take
done.
Lord of the
or
Rings.
there's metrics.
Let's take Lord of the Rings for a second.
Yes.
Would you think that even if a bunch of fantasy books that came after it came before it, let's say Dune came before it and a bunch of other fantasy books, right? Would you still think, even without the historical significance, that Lord of the Ring is art, and in fact, good art?
Yes.
Do you
It
think
would
that
still
Tolkien's
be.
poetry sucks in it?
No.
Kind of does. The parts where
No.
Tolkien, I think so. I think the parts in where Tolkien's writing poems in Lord of the Rings, I don't think it's that good. Now,
How
his
are you
prose,
judging that?
and that's only a small part of the book, his prose within the book I think is phenomenal. But the poetry kind of sucks. I don't think anyone's like, you know why Lord of the Rings is good? Sentence structure. I don't think that. I think it's because it evokes a wonder.
It's the compelling nature of the story,
That's
right?
right. It compellingly articulates the hero's journey in a way that's relatable, right? But it's hard to put into quantifications objectively why that's better than, say, the number of other fantasy books.
In those books, he created his own fucking language. That's pretty objective why it's good. What do you mean?
People have done that with other shit, and it's still trash. Like people.
Well, it's an accumulation of objective metrics that make that book good, right?
But what?
How is there? Tell me something. If it was purely subjective, how does it have any classification as being great? If it's all subjective, if everything just comes down to some kind of subjective determination, then we couldn't objectively come to terms where people go, yes, it's a good book, even though I didn't like it. Yes, it's a piece of art in literature.
Well, one, I reject it. I think that a lot of people could subjectively say something's very good, and I might completely disagree and say objectively it's shit. Like Bad Bunny. I think I would say his voice
that's
sucks, his
objectively
lyrics
shit.
suck, right? And yet,
Yeah, but rhythm, harmony, how he vocalizes, how the
sucks.
songs, it's all shit on
Right?
objective metrics, not about how I feel about it. It's
right.
just shit
I
music.
agree. Like the auto-tune nature
But
of
on
it is shit.
objective metrics, you can say it's shit, right?
Fair enough. But your question to me was, if it was so, how could it be so successful if there wasn't objective good things about it? I give you an example of something that we would both agree objectively is shit, and yet it's very popular in the realm of art.
Yes, popular doesn't designate successful.
But you keep
Successful kind of
jumping-
feels like something that has no. Well, Rob. Something can be popular right now, but that doesn't mean it's successful in the terms of like archival properties. If something is popular right now, it doesn't mean it's going to be popular in 2 years. Being successful kind of is a thing that's kind of determines a lasting. It's success almost deems lasting popularity, where popularity doesn't necessarily mean that something is good.
I have
it
an
just means
emergency
right
here.
now attention is paid to it, right?
One of those fucking centipedes, I hate them, just ran across my foot. I hate those motherfuckers. The ones with the big flop. I don't know if you get them in South Africa.
Shit.
You know. Anyway, spiders I can handle. Centipede. Yeah, but that's sort of counter to what you said earlier. When I was like, well, something historically could have value. Like, for example, if I create a song that objectively shit, the tone of it's bad, the writing's bad, etc., and yet it becomes historically popular, you were like, yeah, but we don't care about when we're evaluating art right now. We don't give a shit about the future of it. Same would be true here. Like now it's it's like we have to make a determination whether or not 5 years from now people will think Bad Bunny is still significant. Maybe.
Yeah, but Rob, like let's say like that notebook of yours, right? Let's say that notebook that you just wrote on. Let's say all of your, God forbid not, obviously, but let's say your house gets burned down or something and just that notebook survives and you carry on to cure fucking cancer and you lead the crusade that saves the Western world. That thing would be a piece of art historically. It would be considered as holy shit. This is something Rob wrote on.
I don't know that I would consider it art.
But we cannot make future determinations right now because that means we're not mediums.
But again,
I'm not Miss Cleo right now.
So two things here. One, I think that I would acknowledge that there's historical value in it, but I don't know that I consider it art. And secondly, getting back to the Tolkien discussion, the question was, you made the point, how could it be so popular if it wasn't objectively good? I give you an example. Then you're like, okay, but how could it have staying power?
What was the example? You gave me a whataboutism.
No, that's not whataboutism. I gave you an analogy.
Why wouldn't it be considered art?
Listen. This is the specific...
Saying what about Bad Bunny?
No. Listen. You made a claim, right? And I provided an example that disproved the claim. Your claim was, if it's not objectively good, how did it become so successful? And I said, here's a piece of art that we both agree isn't objectively good, but it's became remarkably successful. To which your counter was, yes, but it won't have staying power. Which I think is sort of moving the goalposts. But we can think of things that objectively we think aren't very good, and yet they've had staying power. Like, those things exist. That we're like, I don't get it. Like,
no, the value of Lord of the Rings is the fact that it's been considered great for so long, right?
But there's things
the consistency of something being considered good attributes to an objective metric whether it's good.
No.
Classical music is great because we still listen to it today. There's shit we don't listen to today because it was probably shit.
Okay, but people still... So how long do we have to go before we say, oh, that many years went by and it's still listened to?
It would depend on when it's analyzed, when you objectively analyze it, right?
Wait. That seems to be a non-answer. Right? When was classical music objectively analyzed?
How much time gives something value?
Okay, so at what point did we say enough time's gone by that the fact people still like classical music proves that it's objectively good? 50 years? 100 years? 200 years?
Well, I mean, if a long period of... The longer the period would add to the value,
okay,
right?
But at some point...
It wouldn't be, this is the point.
But again, we're not interested in...
You're asking me for a threshold breaker.
No, but it's not when it adds to the value. You're saying at some point... We can say something's objectively good if it's still popular after a certain amount of time. And if that proves that it was objectively good, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how many years ago did fucking Andy Warhol paint those stupid Campbell soup cans?
Yeah.
And yeah, I still think that's phenomenal. Was that 60, 70 years ago?
Yeah, but I mean that's because of Andy Warhol, right? Because of the name attached to it,
Now,
right? So
wait.
that would be
You
your
just
objective metric.
see, you make claims, and then when I'm like, okay, here's a counterexample, then you bring in a new criteria. Well, it's not that just because Andy Warhol's paintings that you think are dog shit, 70 years later, people still say are impressive, but that's just because he's Andy Warhol. But you just said that if something was still successful 70 years later, that would prove that it was objectively good.
Rob, does a watch increase in value the longer it goes on, like a Rolex? So if it's 1 year old or 2 years old, the value keeps increasing,
Some things
right?
yes, some
so
things
it adds to the objective nature of its value.
Well, it depends. Yes and no. It depends on the object.
It also depends on the rarity, another objective
Well,
metric.
yes, but these are a bunch of different
it.
criteria. This doesn't answer the point that you were just making. Are you willing to concede that just because something stays popular for a long time doesn't objectively mean that it's good art or art? Will you concede that?
No, well, I would say that popularity over time would be one of the criteria that would be used.
It seems that I think the very nature of this
We
conversation.
use different criteria for different things. So you keep jumping now, music, then painting, then this, then that. So you also keep jumping, right? So yes, then my answer is going to keep shifting, and it seems like I'm not consistent, but you're changing. Art is a broad category of things.
What I'm saying is, it seems that you're continually giving so many criteria and the importance of such criteria that you, by definition, are showing that it's subjective. You outline something, and I point out, like, well, here's why I fundamentally think that's not true. And then you just bring, yes, but here's an additional category we haven't talked about that could make something.
No, if we keep it in music, like you said, things in music have lasting power because that would be one of the objective metrics we judge by whether it is considered art. If it has staying power.
Okay, so if it just
would be one of the metrics. It's not the only metric.
If it meets the bare minimum.
You keep going, this is the only metric.
If it meets the bare minimum of what we would consider a song, right?
Yes.
Not art, just the bare minimum of what we would consider a song, okay? And it has staying power. It's popular for a long time. Is that alone enough to call it art?
Not alone.
Okay.
One of the metrics.
Okay, it's one of the metrics. Now,
it's one of the objective metrics we can use.
What other metric would be necessary to consider it art?
In that sense, if it's something older, so staying power, we would go, well, historical value, why has it? We would look objectively, why has it persisted? Okay, well, it's probably a good song. It has good structure in this. This is why it does. This is why things that are popular fall off.
But that doesn't seem to answer my question, right? So in other words, so the answer you gave there, I noticed it wasn't like, well, the tonality of it, well, the rhythm of it.
Yeah, well, those are other metrics. I just didn't mention them, right? These tonality.
So we have some formula. We take historical popularity, or whether or not it's still popular, historical context, and the historical value of it, the tone of it, the rhythm
longevity.
of it. So the longevity. We get all these criteria. So what's the formula for when it's considered art or not?
It would be as many objective metrics that we can use to analyze it, whether we want to give it the criteria of art.
But it seems like you're like, here's a bunch of criteria, right? But how you
objective
utilize
criteria. I'm not making subjective.
Maybe so, but how you utilize the criteria would be subjective.
But you understand that everything you've brought up, we are analyzing objective metrics of whether it's art or not.
Well, no.
Let me, if I could just maybe ask something of you, Chris, and maybe this will help. We don't have to keep. Is there something within, because we've talked about painting, music, writing. Is there something within each of these that is like a universal objective that each of these, each of these have to require? That would be, and then maybe if we could stick to that, it wouldn't matter if we're talking about music, paint, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Is there something that you have that universally across each?
The person in that field having an exceptionally high skill set in that form.
But again, that's not necessary. That's just one random measure that you could say could be measured. For example, you could have someone that creates a commercial jingle that doesn't have that much significance historically, but it's an earworm. It just catches in your ear. And you're like, that's the simplest jingle in the world. There's not a high technical proficiency. The guy that made it wasn't someone who did a lot of music. He's just some random guy. And yet it stuck with everyone.
Yes.
And, not 80 years on, we still remember that fucking song. How about the Andy Griffith Show? Not a particularly fucking difficult tune. Some layman like me could whistle it out right here. Fucking, not a lot of technical proficiency, and yet it sticks with people, right? And so you would say, well, even though I said the universal thing is it requires someone to be considered art that is technically proficient, not there. And you're like, well, there's other categories that fits. The historical context. So it's not universal.
Yeah. Well, no, with that necessarily we could go, well, does this fall under the category of art, or is it just a popular thing? It seems to be a popular thing because it has the earworm characteristic. But if I was to say okay, yeah, so I don't want to, because I don't want to do that. But yeah, so you would still be able to look at it's objectively what instrument was used, the chord structure, then well, so then probably not. It's just a basic thing. No, that would probably not fall under art, right?
But again, like, it seems that you are like, this is what it seems to me, that you have said, here are the objective criteria, right? And those will differ slightly from discipline to discipline. For example, you can't use tonality in a painting, right? You can't use color theory in a song.
Well, you can use tonality of the colors, right?
Well, but you get my point. There are specific things.
Yeah.
Rhythm it doesn't really one-to-one apply. There are things like that, though. I get that, right? From painting to, like, there are trends. But nonetheless, so there are different things in different forms of art. But what is the universality, right? And you're like, well, the universality is it all has to do. In fact, the definition you gave me earlier, you said this. You said, a learned craft to create a desired outcome. That was the definition you gave me, okay? And so then you're like, you further elaborate on that. Well, it's that you become technically proficient in that skill. You're better than sort of average people. You had
top percentile.
Top percentile.
I should add that, yeah.
Okay, so what? By the way, top percentile, top 10%, top 20?
Like I said, top 5 is the objective.
Top 5?
Top 5.
In order to be considered art?
Yeah.
That's shocking.
Why?
95% of people that, like, write stories aren't art then?
No.
I mean, I think that's shocking.
It sounds like it's books, it's writing, but does it have the higher categorization of art? Probably not.
Okay. Well,
it would depend on how we look at it objectively,
you've
right?
limited it far more than I thought even there. But nonetheless, right, the point is, right, you then also agree that there are times where something could be considered art that has nothing to do with the technical proficiency of the artist.
Like what?
Like, this notebook could be art.
If the historical value supersedes the fact, but then what adds to the objective metrics of the historical piece of it would be the objective nature of who the person is that created it. So now that becomes a metric, because that person would have to be in the top 5 percentile or some person of very high significance for it to have historical value in that sense, right? With your notepad, like I explained.
Okay, but again, like, I think that then it doesn't have to do with the technical proficiency. So when you say that somehow is universal, that's not the case. That could be one of the metrics, but there could be others.
Yes. Well, Speakeasy said, is there one broad brushing metric that I would use for all categories of art? So I said high technical proficiency.
But that's not true. You wouldn't use it for all categories.
Well, it would.
It's one of the more common ones that you could say could apply to everything, but it's not necessary.
It would be necessary. Technical proficiency,
we just gave an example why technical proficiency wouldn't be.
Technical proficiency in some kind of, like we said, with the historical, that would be the highest technical proficiency. With a human being, they would have to be in a high percentile of technical proficiency. It might be attributed to something else, That's not, but it would be a factor of
Okay.
being a
All
unique
right.
individual or some kind of technical proficiency.
Now that you've said only the top 5% in a particular category would be art, this is interesting. So if we go back to the conversation about the sword or the butter knife, only 5% of knives that were efficient, that did their jobs, are art? But the artisan created a tool that worked without fail. Why wouldn't that be art? Only 5%?
Only 5. Well, see, now it would be. Is it an old knife? Is it a new knife?
I mean, whatever. We'll say an old knife.
Cool, old knife. Then it would be determined on what there would be other metrics that would also apply with the technical proficiency. But it wouldn't be if it was a completely shit knife, there would probably be no value to it.
Okay, but still, you're saying that your objective nature is only the top roughly 5%. But when I talk to you about items of utility that you said were art, like the end table, the knife, right? It seemed that you were like, well, it's art because of
the technical proficiency.
But you were like, but it's art
sometimes.
because the utility of it, that it worked. It has nothing to do about the aesthetic appeal. It has to do with the utility of the device. But
Yeah, aesthetic appeal is a subjective metric.
right, but
Like I even said in the Greeks, with their description, it goes outside of aesthetic appeal. They didn't factor in aesthetic appeal.
I mean, I disagree. I think a lot of the Greeks and the art they looked at definitely were like sculptures, etc. Were looking at aesthetic appeal. But if we're going to call items of utility, also
Well, a lot of that was replicating, right? So if you look at early art, like with statues, right, it was replicating human form to a very high skill level, like David. David has aesthetic appeal because it's imitating the human in very accurately.
nonetheless, it
So
has aesthetic
because
appeal.
of the high skill set, it has aesthetic appeal.
But I think
But
that
it's
there
not
would.
purely. It's
I
not
don't
great
think. I
because
don't
of
think
aesthetic
that we.
appeal.
I don't think we say only replicating. If that was the case, if that's what truly was valued in art, then the photograph would be the highest form. It
But I'm
directly
saying
replicates.
It's one of the metrics,
right.
right?
But again, we're talking about.
There's a lot of objective metrics we can use.
You could subjectively determine which objective metrics make something art. That's my argument.
No, we can objectively look at objective metrics.
That's not true. Like, for example, let's go on. You said that there requires some level of technical proficiency unless there's some sort of like, I died, therefore this now has value as art. Well, that's not true. There's like, let's do it this way. Let's say that there's someone, let's see if I can think of give me a musician, like a modern musician that you think is a high artist.
Trent Reznor.
Okay. 9 Inch Nails, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's say Trent Reznor puts together a music piece, and it's very simple. It's just like one piano, it's very simple notes on a piano, very simple vocals, right? And it's beautiful. You think it's an amazing piece. But objectively, it's simple. Is that art?
Objectively, did Trent Reznor make it?
Yes, he made it.
Okay, there's your answer.
So it's not art because it's art because of the artist.
It's one of the metrics, yes. The person has a big influence on whether something is art or not. It's why something that somebody does like Picasso, if he just writes his name or does a simple quick drawing, it's considered art because Picasso did it. If I did it, nobody would give a shit.
But it has nothing to do about whether people would give a shit. It has to do whether or not something objectively is art.
Yes, and the person making it is one of the objective metrics, is it not?
No, it is an objective.
Is the person who makes it not objective?
Right, we could say the person that makes it objective, but it doesn't relate in the same way that you're suggesting, right? Although that may be true, the idea should be that I should be able to look at something and determine whether or not it meets these objective qualifications that's art. If what you're saying is true, then these two things must therefore be true to come after. If anybody ever exhibits some sort of technical proficiency that you think qualifies as art, puts them in the top 5%, then everything they ever do thereafter is art. Correct?
If it's in the thing that they carry a high level of expertise in, it would probably be.
Even if they say, this was shit. I literally fucking threw paint on it. You're like, yes, but you created that beautiful fucking painting before that we all agreed was amazing. So now when you just throw paint in a canvas, we're like, that's art. Even when you say, this is bullshit, it's not art. I put no thought behind it. Any fucking monkey could have done this. Still art because of your name.
Yeah, my determination wouldn't matter. If an artist makes something that has high proficiency, they are of a certain caliber, yes, it would probably be art. It's the same thing we deal with Picasso.
So this would also entail that Trent Reznor could never do any music that wouldn't be considered art. Nothing. It's impossible for him.
Let me think about that. It would be impossible for him to make something that's not art. Well, it would still come down to other objects. So it wouldn't just be merely because he's Trent Reznor, right? It would be because we would then also be attributing other objective metrics to it, right?
Again, what you're showing, what you're in each.
If he makes a piece of shit, it would probably not be art.
But that's the point I made. If he makes something that's very simple, you're like, yeah, it would still be art because he's Trent Reznor. And now you're like, well, unless it was a piece of shit, then it wouldn't be art.
Yeah, well, if we looked at the objective, if he just made noise and recorded that, that would probably not be art, right?
Who says
But
he's Trent Reznor?
if he made a simple song, it would probably, if we look at the other metrics, okay, Trent Reznor made it. This is a simple song. It's got harmony. It's got melody. It might not be his best work, but it would probably be considered art. There would be other determinations. We don't just use one determination.
The point that I'm trying to make, and I think you're exhibiting this all over, you're like, there are objective metrics. Like, for example, one objective metric is you objectively know who created it, and you objectively know whether or not they've had success in the past, right? That's an objective measure. My claim to you is you are taking what you call objective metrics and then subjectively applying them into determining whether or not something's art. So,
analysis
like, for example,
will always come down to a subjective, the analysis,
so
the person
therefore,
analyzing.
Thereby showing that your prompt is incorrect.
Things can be, I remember I said this, things can be subjectively analyzed, right? But if you analyze on objective metrics, that is how it should be done, because there is always objective metrics to judge these things by. So when we supersede and say, well, we're just going to be doing subjective, there is no objective determinations which we make this criteria upon. That's the problem, because that's becoming prevalent. But there is, all of the discussion has rolled around us discussing objective metrics and which take priority. But you don't really make an argument for why subjective nature.
Real quick on the time check for both of you. It's about the 2-hour mark, but if you're both still good to go, we can keep it going. Open floor.
I don't mind. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, you guys good to keep it rolling? All right, keep it rolling. Okay. No rush either way. So I'll let you guys know when we hit another hour.
Yeah. So the problem here is, right, what we're saying, you saying that something, let's rephrase it this way. You saying that something ought to be something, it has to be practically possible in order for that statement to make sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
For example, I could say, it ought to be that no one sins, that no one ever has malice in their heart. We could say, well, maybe, but it's just not practical. It would never happen, right? Mm-hmm. So that sort of loses the value of that statement. So when you say this is how it ought to be, but then you concede it's impossible, that there will always be subjective interpretation, what's the utility of your prompt?
Okay, so saying art is objective in its nature of there's objective metrics towards it. Like I said, when we function with humans analyzing things, we're not machines. So we're probably some kind of subjectivity is gonna play into it. We even have people like Terrence Howard saying that he has a different interpretation of fucking math, which is something that we all consider to be objective. But because people can make subjective determinations, that doesn't mean that the category of art we should prioritize subjective things to this and not just be looking at the objective nature.
But the problem is, right, when we're talking about something like math or something like biology, etc., we're talking about metrics that there's basically a super limited amount of variables, right? We know 2 + 2 is 4 because we could test it over and over again. And we see the utility of it, and we see how that's beneficial. Art's different, as you're admitting here, because what you're saying is, I think and you
It's
might
more
disagree with
complex.
me, but not only is it more complex, but there's almost an infinite amount of objective metrics that you could use. And you could claim they're objective, that's fine. But the problem is when you start to go from like, well, here's one variable to here's 1,000 variables that we could all use and say they're objective answers: tonality, rhythm. Who was the artist? Have they had better art? Was there staying power? Was it successful? Is there historical context? And you could say in each of these metrics, we could objectively measure them, which is difficult. But let's say for a second I can see that. The problem is there are so many of those. How to put which weight on which metric and determine what the formula would be when a combination of all these metrics equals what's art will always be subjective.
Yes, because like with 1+1, right? These things we understand them fully, but when we're dealing with unique items in the world, these things are not, they don't have a set numerical value like math does. That's why there's complexity that comes into play. So we have to look at as many objective metrics towards giving it a higher order claim to be art and not just a drawing.
Let me ask you this. Could this be one of the objective metrics that we decide whether or not something's art? Making people feel emotion.
Well, emotion is completely subjective, right?
Well, no.
So how saying emotion is by its nature a subjective thing, right?
Well, right, but we could objectively measure whether or not people say it makes them feel emotional.
How do we measure emotions?
Well, you could ask people.
And then they would just give you a subjective answer, right?
Maybe, but the same would be true of a lot of the metrics you're talking about.
No, you can't
Such a
prove
success.
somebody's emotion. Well, we can ask a trans woman whether she's a woman. Doesn't mean that that's correct.
But nonetheless, like the metrics you're using also subject subjectivity in the interpretation of them. Whether or not someone was successful, whether or not someone is an expert. You could say, well, there's objective criteria, but not really.
Well, we can assess whether they're an expert on objective criteria.
No,
we don't have to
can't.
subjectively guess if they're
Very
an expert.
difficult. It's very difficult to do. Right? It seems like even my understanding is
difficult.
even the Greeks would say that a lot of art used in the context of aesthetics was to bring forth sort of an emotional appeal to people. Even the Greeks thought that. Right? There was something unique about whether or not something was artistic or it was good art, and that it resonated with people and brought feelings out in people.
Well, that could be an attribute of it. But the attribute of how it makes people feel, I wouldn't say is a good judgment of how to judge something is how it makes somebody feel.
You might not say
you
it's
would have
good
to tell
on
me
its...
why that is a good judgment.
You might not think it's a
be
good
based things
judgment,
on
but why wouldn't it
feelings.
be a judgment that should be used?
Well, we don't base law on feelings.
But we don't base law on you're allowed to break the law if you're a certain person, but that's how you're evaluating art.
Oh, well, no, it seems like we do that in society.
The idea is then it ceases to
do,
become
yeah.
law, at least in the English common law sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, but yes, but yes, like so an effect of an art piece could be an emotional outcome, but there is no way to objectively determine emotion is some like this is the emotion this painting causes to everybody, right? So that's why I say it's not really
Again, that might be true that you can't measure that, but you could measure whether or not people feel passionate about something. You're already acknowledging this when you talk about the lasting success.
Well, lasting success would be a determination of whether something withstands the test of time.
How do you determine
like
whether
archival properties with paintings?
How do you determine whether it stood the test of time?
You look at the amount of time it's withstanded, right?
Yeah, but how do you measure? What do you mean withstood? And what do you mean?
Well, it's the same thing that gives value to a bonsai tree is the age of the tree.
No, but again, how do you determine? Like right now is fucking Wagner's Fourth Symphony. Did it stand the test of time?
Yes.
Really? Wagner's Fourth. Can you
Yes.
hum it for me?
I'm thinking of Mozart's Fourth now.
Yeah. So did Wagner's Fourth stand the test of time?
I mean,
I just made
because
that up. I don't even
am
think there is a Wagner's fourth, right? The
well,
point I'm trying to
yeah, well,
make
that's
is,
what I was saying.
what are the metrics we would determine whether or not something stood the
Mozart's
test?
fifth has withstood the test.
What do we
of
do?
time. I
Do
don't
we
know
go to
about fourth.
Spotify and see how much it's played? How do we determine whether or not something stood the test of time?
Well, if it is still played after a set period of time, right?
Well, that might not be art.
That
Maybe a small percentage of
it's
people with
why
really bad taste continue to play
but
something.
yeah, but that would be one of the objective metrics, right? When it was created, we know, and then whether it's played today, we can objectively determine the time that has
You can
passed
say
since
how
then,
much
right?
it's played today would be objective, but the term withstood the test of time in any meaningful way is subjective.
Well, we could say is it still considered good chord structure? Is the melody still consistent? Is all of these things? Was it done?
Again, these
Was it
are
done
these
at a
are
high proficiency?
these are different metrics that you could talk. And by the way, people within those meta debates may disagree on what the best chord structure is, what's good chord structure. But nonetheless,
well,
like for example, I do want to get to
Yeah.
that part, but like for example, classical music saw a huge resurgence thanks to Looney Tunes. Right?
No, I
Like
agree
if you
with
watch
that.
those old
Yeah.
Looney Tunes like Roadrunner and shit, it's
It's why a
amazing.
lot of us know classical music is because of cartoons.
Right. Now that
Yeah.
style of cartoons sort of gone to the wayside, now classical music won't withstand the test of time as well. Does that mean that it's more or less art?
No, well, like I said, that would be one of the metrics, right? That attributes it, but it wouldn't be solely because something withstood the test of time. That wouldn't be the sole criteria.
Well,
that
right,
it's
but
satisfied,
again, we
right?
can. But what I'm saying is, like the evoking. When I talk about the evoking of emotion, it seems to be similar to the criteria of withstanding the test of time. That people still find meaning in something to the point that they desire to listen to it, even after a bunch of years. Like,
But Rob, see, this is the problem, right? If we go, well, because something evokes emotion and it means something to the person that made it, then we can just make an argument that your children are art. Because you made your children and you have an emotional attachment to this, it
no,
makes you feel feelings. Your child is not art.
no,
It's
I
a
think that
human.
it is a criteria that we could use, not a sole criteria. One
Yeah,
of the metrics we would.
that gives its value. Yes, that's why your child has value to you, but
But
that doesn't give it
again,
the category of being art because it has emotional value.
well, I think that we could see that if something is created with the intent of being art, and even if it's not technologically proficient, it resonates with a group of people that feel a deep emotional connection to it, even if it's not technically proficient or done, which is completely subjective, done by someone that you feel has technical proficiency in other works that they do. So sometimes it would make it considered art and sometimes not, which again is subjective, as you've admitted. Like if someone like Trent Reznor did it, I don't see why we wouldn't consider that art. I just don't.
See, so like with a human, it could say, well, nobody has any emotional feelings about the human, but that doesn't decrease their value because they're human. With a piece of art, this is now a completely different discussion, right?
No, I think that I'm saying that my interpretation would be that we should consider that art. And let me further prove why. What if a great artist, like say Trent Reznor, what if he wants to
Yeah.
make a point? He wants to make a critique of modern art, modern music. And so he
Yes.
intentionally subverts all the rules of what we consider objectively good music. Is that art?
Yes. So then so you're saying like just does a terrible piece of music
Correct. He
as
intentionally
some kind
evokes
of
random chord structure, the tonality's
yeah.
wrong, the pitch is wrong.
Objectively, then probably it wouldn't be the fact
Well,
of just
I
the fact that
completely
it's
disagree. I think that certainly would be art. Why
well,
not?
just because it's Trent Reznor, that does carry some significance. But if we go, well, can this thing be called? It can be a song and it can have some value because Trent did it, but that wouldn't put the higher category of now. This
I
is a piece of
disagree,
art
and it's
on
not
it.
because it's Trent Reznor. Even if it wasn't Trent Reznor, even if it was a no name that
So you're saying that the intent gives it value.
correct in this sense, right? That in this sense, your definition that like it requires a certain level of proficiency If you have that level of proficiency so high that you know exactly what exhibits proficiency in each of these objective metrics and intentionally subvert it. So you didn't just accidentally make a shitty picture, you intentionally broke all the rules of color theory. You broke all the rules of sort of, the structure of the painting, etc.
Yes.
Because you were literally making a point about art. Why isn't that art?
Well, because the only determination of whether it's art is the intent.
That's what you believe, or you're saying that's what I'm showing?
Well. In that criteria, right? It breaks all of the rules, so it doesn't follow any of the objective metrics of what makes it art. The only thing that acclaims it to be art is the person, and then their intent.
So you say that that's not art?
No.
If it's Trent Reznor, is it now art?
No.
I disagree. I think it meets your criteria. I think it meets the criteria of showing an expertise.
Right?
It shows an expertise that they know, right, this stuff. They're intentionally subverting for a reason in order to critique. That's why I think Ween is art.
So the intentional lack of using expertise shows expertise.
If it's someone that has exhibited that they know the expertise and is intentionally subverting it, why wouldn't it be art? Do you think Ween's art?
Well, but there's things that they do that are considered objectively good, right?
Yeah, but a lot of their stuff is intentionally annoying as shit. Intentionally, like, against what we would consider to be a good song or good art. They're intentionally subverting it.
Well,
I still think that's art.
Not be. Well, listen, Rob. So if your intention is to not do art, that is art. That is ridiculous.
No,
if you go to me, my intention is to not make art, so that's art.
No.
Is that coherent to you?
If your intention is to criticize,
like, that doesn't even make sense.
No, if your intention is to criticize what is deemed art right now, then yes, it could be art.
So just because somebody says something is art, that makes it art?
No, not necessarily.
But what would be the other metric then?
Well, I think that there would be subjective metrics that we could see is what people's value was that they put on it. I think that if someone feels something's art and they're defining art, I would define art like I was like, how would I fucking define it? Here's the definition. And I would.
Well, it seems that the nowadays it's whatever the person feels is whether it's considered art. That's incorrect.
That's sort of the conscious use.
Well, you kind of displayed it.
Let me explain. Let me give the definition. Let me give my definition. I think this is a fine definition.
But what I'm saying is, if you intentionally not do art and that's art, that is ridiculous.
That's not true. The definition that I would say that this is remotely what I would think is the conscious use of the imagination in the production of objects intended to be contemplated or appreciated as beautiful, as in the arrangement of forms, sounds, or words. I would take out the word beautiful and say meaningful. When something is art or not, like almost anything could be considered art if people consider it art. Whether or not it's good is different. But that's not the question before us. We could say it's dog shit. This is art. My kid did it in art class.
It's a song. Well, I would say that's a drawing. I wouldn't say that's art.
I would say it's art. And I don't see the utility of sort of changing the word to say that wouldn't be the case. You might say it's not good art. It's only meaningful to you. But why wouldn't it be art?
I wouldn't even make a determination of whether it's good or not, because to you it's good because your son did it, right? Or your child did it. That makes it good to you. But I would say so for you it's a good drawing. Would I say that falls under the higher category of assessment that now designates it as art or designates it to be art? No.
I don't even see the utility in changing the definition of the word in the way you're doing it.
Yeah, you disagree, but I mean, majority of experts would probably say no.
The majority of experts today, you disagree with. You admit as much. You say they suck.
Well, it depends. Like I said, to be considered expert, right, it wouldn't be an appeal to some kind of person claiming to be an expert. There would be some kind of objective metrics to determine whether somebody's an expert.
Okay, but the people right now right? Based on all
I
sorts
can't just say I'm a pilot and we would look, well, did you go to fucking flight school?
This man
there's
runs the
objective
Louvre.
metrics.
He's
Otherwise,
created,
you can just
this
say
man
I'm a
runs,
woman. I'm a
this
woman
man
now.
runs the Louvre. He sold paintings that have sold for $10 million that he's created. He's won every major art competition. He thinks the banana on the wall is art. That's what we're dealing with.
Okay.
The problem is
One
all the
person
metrics,
is
all the
subjective.
metrics that we would say was like, we're not talking about, all of a sudden I wake up and I go, I am an expert artist. We're talking about people that our society has given the accolades. Yes, you are expert artist or you are expert art critiques. And still you say objectively bullshit. They're objectively shit.
No, well, what I would say is, well, one person saying it is a subjective determination.
That's not what we're dealing with.
Because it's his opinion.
That's not what we're dealing with.
We would have to use consensus.
That's not what we're dealing with. You know this. The status quo is not that. You would say that people right now that have our society has deemed experts in art are looking at things like modern art that you think are objectively bullshit and saying, this is great.
Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't the example of just one person saying something or a person
can we
who has
use
no
objective metrics
qualifications.
to say whether
These
they're
are
correct
people
or not?
that through our society is deemed to have the qualifications.
Yeah, can we judge can we judge their determination on objective metrics?
But all critics are going to be subjective.
Humans are subjective by nature.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yes, but a category is not subjective.
What I'm trying
That's
to tell
what
you
I'm
is
saying.
we're going in
the prompt
circles.
is art.
We're going
the category
in circles.
art is not subjective.
We're going in circles here. What I'm trying to say, though, is to the point that I was just making, right, is the idea of I don't see the utility of saying art's only the top 5% of proficiency in a field. I think that you could say that's high art or that's good art or that's worthwhile art. But what is the utility of, you'll acknowledge this, colloquially as a society, that's not how we use the word art. Would you agree with that?
Yes, colloquially as a society, no.
Okay, so then what is the utility to saying that the kid making a drawing in art class, that's not art? What's the utility in changing that definition?
So what everybody would agree on objectively, right, is saying that is a drawing that child did, all right? So before we get to art, right, if a kid does a drawing, we can all objectively say that kid did a drawing. Mm-hmm. Objectively, he did a drawing. That's why this is important to me, is we do that now with art, which is a higher category. It should be upheld as a higher category. It's not now in a lot of senses, which is the problem. It used to be.
I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that it used to be that 95% of the people doing drawings, we said that's not art. I would be interested in seeing when that was the case. I don't believe that's the case. And nonetheless, it doesn't answer the question. Your interpretation here, you haven't given a positive reason to change. The impetus is on you as to why we should change this language, and I haven't seen a reason. It would be no different than if I came in, imagine that I did this. I came in and said, you know what? We shouldn't call this a drawing. We should call it a scribble. We should all agree this is a scribble, and that even great paintings we could also call scribbles, but this isn't a drawing, because I think drawing should be when you put pen to paper and you're in the top 50%. And then if you're in the top 5%, we'll call it art. That way the language is more hyper-specific, and so when we say something's a drawing, we now see that you would say, well, that seems to be totally arbitrary. Why the need to change language like that? That's my question to you. Why change it?
I'm saying that I see objectivity of the category of art is we can use metrics to determine if something is objectively art, because art should be upheld as a higher category. We can use smaller.
Why should art be upheld to as a higher category?
Because its original inception carried weight as it distinguishing things under a higher branch of being higher than the normal subset of things.
No, I don't.
So it would be a higher category above
even if that
just
was
normal
true,
things
which I
that
don't,
humans do.
I don't think you're correct. But even if that was true, what's the utility of going back there?
The utility of going back there is the subversion of the definition itself, right? Like that's why I use the biological definition, that now we're working with gender and these things that create confusion, because now we can subjectively determine things. I feel that we are falling into the same trap with art, and it kind of gets co-signed, and most people just go, yeah, we can just be whatever, because it has a distinctly more difficult nature to kind of pin down.
But why not just say, sure, you can call it art, but it's shit art? What's the problem with that? It's just fucking bullshit. It's bullshit art.
Then why add art then? Why can't I just say it's a shit drawing? Why does art need to be in there?
Because what we've used art for, it has meaning, the way we use the term. You take art class. We should get rid of that?
Artisan, like I said, the first thing was technology, and artist, artiste, arte, the Latin, which designates a skilled thing.
Okay, artisan comes from the root art, correct?
Yes.
So
do we subjectively decide whether somebody's an artisan at their craft?
Well, yes. And let me explain why. So you would say the difference between an artisan and an artist is one is creating art for utility and the other is creating for aesthetics? Is that what you would say the difference is? So an artisan creates art in the form of a table, in the form of a knife. An artist creates art in the form of a painting, of a sculpture, of music.
Yes.
Okay? So therefore, seeing as how the root's both art, that would mean that 95% of people that consider themselves artisan aren't. Correct?
Well, we would be able to judge them, whether they are artisan person, right?
So the guy that, for example, an artisan could be someone who makes tables, right? It's 1800.
Yes.
This guy makes tables. Now, they're not the best tables in town. There's 5 other table. That guy's not an artisan then?
Just because you make tables, I can't say I'm an artisan furniture designer or craftsman just randomly, right?
But that's your job. Your job is you're literally making tables.
Yeah, but
if you're not making tables, if your fucking job is that you're an astronaut and you say, I'm an artisan, yeah, we'd say that's nonsense. But if your job is every day you sit down and you make 3 tables, you can make 1 table every 3 hours, you make 3 a day. We wouldn't say, well, you're only an artisan if your tables are in the top 5% of tables. You wouldn't say that.
That means you're either, let's say, a woodworker or these things. Artisan is also another higher category, right? It's the same thing as we can all call ourselves a master furniture maker is bullshit. Some person is a apprentice, another person is a journeyman. We have categories for these things that are objective. There's determinations in these things. Otherwise, things like master, artisan, art.
I just don't believe you. I don't believe you that this is how language has ever been applied with the term artisan. I don't believe you. I believe that we'd be like cobbler. I believe that the vast majority, if I'm reading like historical documents from like the medieval times or the Renaissance, and it says, we went to the square and the artisans were working. That's not them saying, these are the top. This square was solely made up of the top 5% of people in the field. When they say the artisans are working, this means people that were applying manual characteristics in a trade to craft things. Artisans. That's what it means by it. They're not using that term to mean the top 5%. You agree? That's not how they would have used that term.
How society uses things is not really of relevance. I'm saying we should not be doing some of the things that society has. The society does a lot of things that I don't think it should be doing.
Your entire argument is the original Greek interpretation of the word art was this, therefore that's what it should be. So when I'm like, but wait a minute, the way we've used the word artisan, right? Throughout history, it's not been as if you're suggesting it should be, and your counter to that's like, who gives a shit how people use the word? That doesn't mean it's right.
I don't. Yeah, well, that's the core of this, right? If words don't carry specific meanings and weight to them, we are dwelling into very deep, weird waters, and that is the whole point for this debate.
But you're changing in a subjective manner. You're like, no,
I'm not.
Colloquially, what we've always considered an artisan no longer applies. It's only now the top 5% of these people in their trade. No one has that definition. That's your proprietary definition.
Artisan?
Yes.
Nobody back in the day who is an apprentice would have called themselves an artisan. People would say, no, you're not. You're a fucking apprentice.
But that has nothing
now,
to do with
now people can just do whatever the fuck they want in
First
society.
off, I don't know that that's true. I don't know that that's true. But to the extent that it would be true, it has nothing to do with the end product. It has to do with whether or not they are working under a person or not. That's why you would be different with an apprentice. What you're suggesting is there are 10 table makers in the town, and they all say we're artisans, and you say no, 9 of you are not. Only that top 10% guy is the artisan. The rest of you, the 90%, and they'd say, why not artisan? It means we're crafting with our hands.
Yes.
We're making things of utility. That's artisan. And you say, no, you're wrong. You are not an artisan because I think that guy's table is better than yours. There's nowhere that's ever been the case.
No.
Nor do I see a reason for changing language that we should no longer apply that.
No, that's the point, right? It's the same thing. We all know kind of the thing of 10,000 hours takes to master something. You can't just go at hour 1,000 and say, well, I've mastered it now. We have objective criteria in which we determine this person is a master at their craft. This person, these words do carry weight.
We already have a word to describe what you want artisan to describe. And yet still you think
Does master mean nothing?
No, master means something.
What does it mean?
Master would mean that we have some sort of criteria that just puts you an elite in that job that you're doing.
Correct.
Okay, so why do we need to change? Why do we need to
art.
change artisan to be synonymous with the word master?
So we can do it for master, but we can't do it for art.
But master's always meant that. Why would we change the name artisan?
Art also used to mean that. So we changed it. The same thing as women and man, we've changed it for some fucking reason.
We're talking specifically about the term artisan. Your argument is we need to change the word artisan in a way that it's never been done to be synonymous with master. Why?
An artisan would be somebody generally that is at a master level in their craft.
But you admit that's not the way the word's been used.
We can use words in any way we want. That doesn't mean it's correct.
So you're the one who's talking about arbitrary changing the definition of words.
No, you saying the case is we use words like crazy people, and I'm going, no, we should not do that.
No,
words carry weight.
What is a word other than a universal agreement to symbolize something? Through language.
Yes, it's a yes.
Okay,
yes,
so if
correct.
we've all said artisan, that means people that work with their hands and craft things, like people that make desks, people that make swords, people. That's what we've. And you're like, no, artisans should only be masters, and we say, but we already have a word for masters. Masters. Why would we change the word artisan to mean masters? And you're like, because that's what it should mean. I don't like the desk maker that's not that good calling himself an artisan. But why? What is the reason that you don't? I just don't like it. I think if they're not masters, they're not artisans.
I hear what you're saying. Artisan would apply to be doing some kind of niche skill set. Then master would be the determination of the proficiency of that skill set.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Yes,
I
that's
agree
exactly
with you on
the
that.
point that I'm making.
But,
yes.
But you are saying we can colloquially just do it. We can change that though colloquially, couldn't we?
We could, but why is the question?
That's the point that I'm saying for art. Why did we change it?
Forget about art for a second. Why on artisan should we change it?
I'm not making the argument that we should change art.
Wait a minute. Then that gets to a fundamental problem with your suggestion. If the difference between an artist and an artisan is, an artist is someone who's doing art for aesthetic reasons, and an artisan is someone who's doing art in practical reasons, right? Why would then all of a sudden artisan, which both of them have the same root of art, would it mean something completely different than artist? Only the top 5% of artists, but artisans, it's anyone who does it. Why would that?
Well, it would be a niche thing, right?
No, I think we would say...
So artisan would apply to some kind of niche skill set. Otherwise, what is it? We don't say all people that work with their hands is an artisan.
Artist is a niche skill set.
Yes.
Painter, musician, architecture, sculptor, molder.
Yeah.
Yes, these are artists. Niche, both. Again, the differentiation is both are doing art, one for utility, one for aesthetics.
Okay, so artisan... To say that their work is art is my argument for that should be a higher order category added to something that an artisan would be doing.
Right. So
not just the general thing that they do.
So now you're saying that you would change the definition of the word artisan.
No.
Okay,
I'm
if you
saying
wouldn't change
that
the definition,
giving work that an artisan does the category of art should be something that has a higher order value to it.
the people, you're saying art should be the top 5% of people, or the top 5% of things that are created in that field.
Yes.
Okay, so then only 5% of paintings would be art.
No, that numerically that wouldn't make sense, right? Because 5% of people doing a thing does not attribute to 5% of the holistic stuff that's produced. One person could produce 100 paintings. That doesn't directly translate to 5%. That's incorrect, Rob.
Okay, so only 5% of the people that are painters are creating art.
Yes.
Some of them might be more prolific than others. It may be that only 1% of paintings
Some of
are
them
art.
might do really good drawings, but it might not be art.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's 5% of painters are artists. Now, it could mean that means that only 1% of actual paintings are art, because it could be that those 5% of the actual artists are doing less work than the 95%. Or it could be that they're doing more. So maybe 10 to 15% of all paintings are art. But the important qualification you're making is only 5% of painters should be qualified as artists. Fair?
I mean, I just threw out an arbitrary number because you asked me for a threshold breaker. So, I mean, you're saying 5%
I'm not holding you
is
5,
arbitrary.
10%, an elite though.
Yeah.
A minority.
Well, the top people.
Yeah, so it might
The
be
top
5%,
people,
it might be
and we would base the top people on objective metrics.
So just to be clear, some number, 5%, 10%, but a very small amount, right,
Yeah.
of painters would be considered artists.
Yes.
Okay, then why wouldn't it follow that only 10% of table makers would be considered artisans?
So what? So because if a person just works in a factory for IKEA making tables, I would not call that person an artisan. Do you
I
see how
agree.
that works?
I agree. No one would. Working on an assembly line doesn't make you an artisan.
Okay, so making a table doesn't mean shit.
We're talking
the
about
methods used to make the table. Is he a woodworker? How does he make
No,
it?
no,
There's
no,
different
no.
objective categories that
no.
produces the word artisan.
We could say the same thing about artists.
Is it subjective?
Working in a printing gallery doesn't make you a painter. Sure, great. We're talking about the people that are painters. Only 5 to 10% of them are actual artists. We're not talking the same. So we're
the rest
using
are painters.
Okay, so now we're taking the exact same criteria and making it as analogous as possible to woodworkers, to a person making a table. We're not saying, but you have to consider assembly line workers, just like we don't consider assembly people in the process of a painting. We're talking about the people actually painting. Same thing here.
We actually
so
do.
Only 10% of the people that are actually crafting tables are artisans.
Depending on other objective metrics, not just based on whether they make a table.
What are
Because
you
an IKEA
talking
person
about?
makes a table.
Forget the assembly line. Let's go back to 1850s, before the assembly line, before printing presses and shit like that. 10% of painters are artists, right?
10% of painters are artists. It depends on. It
so
depends,
there's
right?
10% of table makers would be artisans, right?
If they're doing a craft in a unique way, that would probably give them the category of artisan.
What do you mean unique? I apprenticed under this guy. It's not unique. I'm doing it the same way he taught me. He had 20 students. We're all doing it the same way. So we're not artisans? Even if it's an excellent table?
No, then you would be an artisan, but artisan doesn't translate to art, right?
Of course it does. They're the same root. You've already acknowledged.
No. Artisan and artist is not even the same words. And art and artisan and artist
That's not
is
true.
not the same
You've conceded that the difference is an artist is someone who's creating art for aesthetic reasons, and an artisan is someone who's creating art for utility reasons. That's the difference. Both are engaged in the creation of art. You've conceded that the entire debate.
No. I didn't say that they both create art. If a woodworker, an artisan woodworker is making tables, that doesn't designate that they're doing art because they're working with wood.
No. You were quite specific. I said the butter knife. You said, yes, the butter knife is art. The utility of it. That's what you said.
No, did I say all butter knives are art?
No, but you said that it is itself art. That it is an object that could be considered art.
It could be.
Right?
It could be depending on the objective metrics, not my subjective opinion.
Okay, so what are the objective metrics? What are the objective metrics that could make a butter knife art? Forget about historical. Oh, it was
It's
King George's.
craftsmanship. It's,
Okay,
it's level of craftsmanship.
so then there is a certain level of craftsmanship that would make a butter
Yes.
knife be considered art.
Yes.
Okay, and what percentage, roughly, would you guess of butter knives that are art because they have an elite measure of craftsmanship?
I do not have a functional knowledge of every single butter knife.
It would be a
made,
small
so how would
minority.
How would
Can
I
we-
determine that?
It would be a small
Yes, it
minority.
would be a small minority,
Okay,
yes.
so would we say that the person who made that butter knife that you consider art is an artisan?
They would probably be an artisan.
The people that
craftsman,
don't,
yes.
that make the knives that don't meet your criteria of art, are they artisans?
They could be, yes.
Why? If an artisan, if the definition of artisan is one who creates art for utility and they're not creating art, how could they be an artisan?
It's not necessarily that, right? Because you could be an artisan. You could be an artisan with fucking cutting hair, with tattoos, with a lot of things. It doesn't necessarily. An artisan doesn't necessarily have to be functional.
Okay, then what's
There's
the difference?
artisanal fucking chocolates out there.
Okay, so what's the difference between artisan and artist?
Artisanal would just designate some kind of niche thing.
Okay, but painters would be artisans then.
The Mexicans painting a home are technically painters. They're not artists.
Okay, but are they artisans?
No.
Okay, so then again, you've given me an example that doesn't meet the criteria of artist or artisan. My question to you is, what is the difference between an artist and an artisan?
An artisan would probably designate some kind of niche craft.
Okay, sculpting. Artisan?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend what they're sculpting,
Painter.
right? So
Artisan?
I myself am a sculptor.
Painting. Artisan? Not house painting, but portraits. Artisan?
Artisan, I would say, artisan painter would be like a dude. So the guy who paints the pinstripes on Rolls Royces, that old guy, he's an artisan painter.
Okay, what differentiates that from an artist?
His skilled craft is specifically doing a niche thing.
But so's a portrait painter. That's a niche. A person who paints
Yeah, but
landscapes. That's a niche.
So I would,
A
well, it's not
musician. That's a
necessarily
niche. Trent Reznor has
No,
a
it's not
niche.
necessarily a niche.
Define niche.
No, well, that is a favored subject matter, not a niche.
No. What's
That's a
niche
favored
then?
subject
What's
matter.
niche mean?
Niche means a specific thing that you do, right?
But so if my niche isn't.
I guess it would entail some kind of functional. Yes, I guess you were correct in saying that
Right.
it does pertain to some kind of functional element. Yes.
Right, so it is art for function.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could probably say. I
Okay,
mean, there
so
are
arts-
things that wouldn't fall under that category. Like I
Okay.
said, food.
But
But I
food's
mean,
art.
in essence, that has function too. So
Yeah, food's art. Of course.
yeah, I mean that has function. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
technically.
then if that's the differentiation, art is aesthetic and not necessarily function, and artisan is people that are doing art for function, right? And yet it's a very low category because it requires a masterful level that it's only the top percentages, 5, 10%, whatever, 5, 10, 15. I'm not holding you to the exact percent that are actually doing art. Then it would apply that the artisan who is not skilled enough to do art is not an artisan. Because artisan,
so
the
see-
definition is a person who creates art for function.
Well, no. Well, see, the thing is, so an artisan can create art, an artist can create art. But that would be based on objective metrics, right? That we would give to a higher proficiency at the said thing that they're
Okay,
doing, right?
so if I say I am an artist, right, and I draw a little...
Do we determine that on subjective, or would you agree that we would use some kind of objective metric to
I
kind
say
of pinpoint?
my entire argument is that there will be subjective. There should be some objective level, like you've actually created a drawing, a painting, etc. But
Okay,
it
so
ends
they should-
also, but it
yeah.
also includes subjectivity, right? And here's the problem,
No, it
right?
doesn't.
If I call myself an artist, right, and I make a song, am I an artist?
No, you made a song. You make music, not art.
Okay,
necessarily.
it would have to achieve a certain level on objective criteria to be in a minority that makes it elite enough to be considered art, correct?
Yeah, so it's similar to me. I am a commissioned artist, right? But I wouldn't necessarily say that some of the things I'm commissioned to make is art.
Then you weren't commissioned as an artist in that.
I was commissioned as an expert in my field.
But that's not how you would. That's not how people would put the fucking job search.
Rob, if we get an art, so I'm an artist, and let's say on Bloodshot, the Vin Diesel movie, because we're artists, we were commissioned to make the machines in the lab that make super soldiers. I wouldn't say that that's a piece of art. We're replicating a machine.
Okay, so then you weren't an artist.
I was an artisan at my craft with a skill set tasked to make something.
But why? Why would you be an artisan if it's not art?
Well, I'm good at replicating a thing. That
Even you
art.
just said that. You slip up in your own language. You didn't even say artisan. You said artist. You said because I'm an artist on this movie, I was commissioned to make this thing, and I don't consider that art. Then you weren't an artist.
Well, then artisan. Cool. Then I was an artisan.
But why is artisan any different than artist? Both. It's just the only thing that's both.
It can do. You can parallel between these things, right?
Both, but the commonality between both of them is the creation of art. One for function, one for aesthetics. Other than that, they both rely on the creation of art. Correct?
They function on artistic endeavors.
Right. So then a person who works with their hand and creates tables but has never created one that gets into the top percentage can't call himself an artisan. Just like a painter who may get hired to paint portraits for a low-budget movie, if it's not considered in the top 5, 10, 15%, whatever, he can't call himself an artist. Even though he's hired as an artist, he's not an artist.
Yeah, but an artist can if I'm an artist and I take a shit, I'm not doing art.
Maybe so.
So merely being an artist or artisan does not mean you're doing art.
But that's not the point.
That?
I get that. Actually, the only person that seemed to push back against that was you, who seemed to imply until I had to go down the chain of thought that if Trent Reznor puts out something that's shit because he's Trent Reznor, well, it's still art. And then you're like, well, maybe not. Right? So
no,
the only person who's...
it would
I'm
depend
not
on the other
confused by
metrics.
that. I'm not confused by that point. The only person that seemed to go down that rabbit hole was you. Nonetheless, not the question before us. It has nothing to do with just because you've done art at one point is everything you're doing art. That's not the point. The point is if you've never done art by your definition, which is top 5 to 10% of things in that field, can you call yourself an artist? Can you call yourself an artisan?
Is the argument about artisan and artist or the higher order category of art?
Well, it would seem to follow that if we say art is only like the 5 to 10% because it's a higher category, the people that call themselves artists, don't you think the definition of artist should be one who creates art?
It would be a person who attempts to do art.
Now, wait a minute. That seems to be foolish.
Why?
Well, why?
Anybody can designate themselves as an artist. It doesn't mean they're doing art.
Okay,
Rob.
one time I held a welding torch and went like this real quick. Am I a welder? I attempted
Exactly.
to weld. I failed, but I attempted, so
yeah,
I'm a welder.
so you're not a welder because
Right.
Rob, how do
Because
we
I have
determine
to
if you're a welder?
successfully weld.
Objectively or subjectively?
But you're making my point. Objectively, I'm not a welder just because I, quote, attempted to weld. Just like an
Yes,
artist
just because
wouldn't
you
be...
call yourself
Let
an
me
artist
finish.
or an artisan doesn't mean you're doing art.
Chris, you're making my point. You're the person saying the opposite. You're saying an artist is someone who tries to make art. That means that I am an artist if I do this. If I draw a stick figure, I say, I'm an artist.
Is the
I tried
debate
to make
about
art, and you're like,
artist
that's garbage,
or
Rob.
art as a
That's not
category?
art. It's not in the 5 to 10% of actual drawings. So it's not art. But you can still call yourself an artist because you tried. That makes no sense. The definition of artist that has to make sense is
arbitrary.
No, it has to be one who does art. Or it loses all utility.
People call themselves artists that attempt to sing and make music like rappers.
And you would say
that
they're
doesn't
not...
make them what they produce
Right,
art.
so
the,
they're not
the argument is about art.
That objectively, in your worldview, they are not artists. Right?
Artist and art are two different things,
What
correct?
in your worldview, what you ought it to be? What ought the definition of artist be?
Is artist a different word to art?
Yes, artist is a person.
Artist applies to the human that
Correct.
can subjectively say they give themselves accreditation. Art, I'm arguing for being a higher order category.
If we accept your worldview, we say Chris is right, and the whole world goes, that's it. That's it. Only the top 5% now is art. We're going to have objective metrics, blah, blah, blah. What does artist mean now?
I told you, artist means somebody who claims to be an artist.
So you think that your ought is the word artist ought to be the same as the word woman. If you claim you're an artist, you're an artist. That's what you want the word to be.
According to the societal norms, because I can't argue for that.
What you say it ought to be. That's what we're talking
about. Just because you call yourself an artist doesn't mean you are an artist.
Okay, so what should it mean to be an artist?
Am I arguing for that, or am I arguing for art as a higher category?
I'm arguing if we change the definition of a word, right? And there are forms of the word that go. It'd be like this. If I say the word bake should mean something hyper-specific. It's only if you're dealing with apples and you're putting them in the oven. That's the only thing of bake. Then the other forms of that word, like baked, the past tense of that, I can't say, but the past tense, it could go back to meaning anything. You would say, well, what sense does that make? If the present tense has to be apples in an oven, why would the past tense be allowed to be anything? And why would baker be allowed to be anything and not have to do with the specific of what we changed the word bake to mean? Right? The same with artist. I don't know why you're hung up on this point. If art is going to only mean the top 5 to 10% of people or of works in that field, then artists would have to be the people who do art. I don't know what's the difficulty.
Yes, if somebody's work gets the higher order category of art, it would require them to be an artist or an artisan.
Okay. Now, one of the reasons I'm saying that is a negative reason to prefer this change of definition is what we colloquially understand when people say, I'm an artist, I'm an artisan, would have to be completely thrown out the window. Roughly 90% of the people that call themselves artisan or artisan would be like, no, you're not. Even if that's your field, even if your job's like, I literally get paid to make tables. I just sit there all day and I craft tables. Nope, you're not an artisan. They're not in the 10% of tables. I'm an artist. I literally draw for games that people make.
I didn't say what you're saying. You're straw manning me right now.
It's not a straw man. How is that any different?
Yeah,
you
it
just
is
said
a straw man.
I
said anybody can call themselves an artist or an artisan. It doesn't mean they're doing art.
But they're wrong, is what you're saying. They're not.
I'm saying yes, they could be. They could be wrong.
No,
yes.
It's not a matter of could be. We're talking about your worldview of what it ought to be.
Rob, people can call themselves a woman when they're a man.
That's bad.
And I can say that they're wrong, but they can call themselves whatever the fuck they want to call themselves.
That's true, but that's not the argument we're having here. We're not having argument that
I'm not
language
talking about
is all
people.
Socially constructed, and people could say that tall is anyone higher than 2
people?
feet.
Is the argument about people or a thing that's being produced?
Let me ask you that. Okay,
art?
I will counter your proposition, your prompt here. I will counter it in the same way you just pushed back against. Says, yeah, but people can call art whatever they want.
That's your argument.
No,
right?
That's the answer to your argument. People can call it whatever they want, and you'd say, yeah, but that's bad. That's not a good thing, and here's why. I'm saying, okay, under your worldview, if we change art to just mean the top 5 to 10%. Then we have all these people that say, I'm an artist, I'm an artisan, that all have to do with, and I finally, it's like pulling teeth.
Are you asking me for
Let me finish. Like pulling teeth, I get you to admit, yes, those people would only be artists if they have created art, which art would be the top 5 to 10%. I'm like, see, this is another reason to not change the definition, because there is utility when someone says right now, well, what's your career? I'm an artist. We have an understanding of what that means. I'm an artisan. We have an understanding of what that means. Historically, we have an understanding of what that means. And now to be like, nope, it turns out 90% roughly of the people that claim to be artist or artisan are wrong, because we have changed the definition of art to only be the top 5 to 10%. I don't know what the utility of that is. Instead, we could just say this. You're a bad artist. You're bad. You're a bad artisan. And we have terms for the top. You are top tier. You're a master artist. You're an award-winning artist. You're an excellent artist. We already have adjectives to explain the degree. I don't understand the meaning, the change of the word art as you want it to be when it has all these downstream effects, changes on language. I don't see the utility.
Yeah, we have to add extra words to it because we've diluted the original meaning of the word.
I don't think so. I don't think that the original meaning was only the top. I don't think that you had like 90% of Greek sculptors, people saying, nope, that's not art.
Okay, so if we say something is bad art, would we be making a subjective determination or objective determination whether something is bad or good art?
A combination of both. People would use it differently. You could easily say, here's objectively why this is bad.
Yeah, and that's what I'm holding to. So I just say, instead of going, you did not make a plate, I just go, that is a cup.
No, that's different. Right? We still say there's an understanding of what we mean by the word art. We just say whether or not it's good or bad. It'd be like this. It'd be like, let's say...
So there is an understanding of what is art.
Yeah, we have an understanding, basically. We have definitions that we could point to. They're just as clear as your definition, which there are objective metrics that only the top 5 to 10%, but the metrics itself, the objective metrics, are difficult to explain exactly what they are, and they're ever expanding.
It depends on what, right? It's not ever expanding. It depends on what, because we've jumped through multiple categories of art itself, right?
Let's say this, right? There is a limit to them, but it's so expansive that even you can't come up, who's thought about this, with what each of those would be in each category of art.
Well, I did. I keep giving them to you, and then you
that's
go, well,
not true. You give them, and then I point out something else, and you're like, oh yeah, let me add to that.
Well,
for example, you're like...
There's not one way to judge. Like, we can't judge... Do we judge how efficient a plane is on one metric?
How efficient the airplane?
Yeah.
No, there's a category of things, like, for example,
there's multiple
if it's
categories
super
on
comfortable
which we
but
make
it
a
flies into the
determination.
fucking mountain, or if it flies really well but it can't land, we would say the
there's a
function
couple
of
of
the
things
plane.
we
would say
there's
we're
not just
looking
one
at the
metric,
entire
right?
functioning of the plane. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, arts works the same. There's a couple of metrics.
No, it's not just a
change on-
couple. It's a whole bunch, and you, who's thought it through, can't even give me all the metrics. For example,
I
when
gave
you
you
were like
metrics.
tone, rhythm, you went through all this stuff. I said, okay,
So I provided metrics.
okay, but
you
not
said I can't give
comprehensive,
you
not a
metrics.
comprehensive list.
Okay, but I gave you metrics, but you said I didn't give you metrics.
No, I said you weren't able to. It's an ever-expanding list of objective metrics. That's what I said. And you were like, well, it's
I
not
didn't say
ever
it's
expanding.
endless.
Well, okay, I'm acknowledging it wouldn't be endless, but it's so expansive that even you that thought about it can't give us a comprehensive list.
Okay, but what would be a comprehensive list? How many would be comprehensive?
You tell me. You're the person who's saying that it's objective. Objective means
saying
that there's a right answer.
I'm saying we can use objective metrics to determine whether something is something. You're saying, well, we should account for subjective metrics.
If it is objective, like math is objective, right?
Yes.
Objective, right? Okay, we can see there are clear, defined, comprehensive rules. Here's why 2 + 2 is 4. It's comprehensive. We're not leaving anything out. When you're like, here are the 7 categories for objectively when a song is art. Tone, rhythm, beat, whatever. You go through them. And I'm like, okay, but what about one that's not that great? But it has this historical importance. It was a kid that sang the national anthem right after 9/11. And it was emotional to people. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that too, historical importance.
Well, because of an objective metric, not because of the emotions that was given.
It doesn't matter. What I'm telling you is now you've added another objective metric that you didn't initially say. Okay, let's add that one. Okay? And we can keep going. And you can be like, oh, okay, there's another one I didn't think of. Let's add that. And what I'm saying is there becomes so many metrics that even if we could theoretically say each of these individual metrics are objective, was it historically significant? I think that that's subjective. Determining whether or not something meets a threshold of historical significance, I find to be subjective. But let's say for the sake of argument, we say there's objective ways to measure that. The problem is your interpretation includes so many variables that it will be subjective in how you utilize the objective metrics to determine. For example, if I said, what is a good plane? And you acknowledge there's a bunch of metrics, right? Did it successfully complete its mission? Did it go at a speed? Was it affordable? Were the seats comfortable, right? You might say, well, I put more value on the comfortability of the seats. And I might say, well, I put more value on how affordable it was to create. Who's right?
Notice how nothing you mentioned there is subjective. It's all objective. Funny
Nonetheless,
how that works.
the determination of which of those is more value in determining whether it's good is subjective.
Well, it seems every time we're determining things, it seems to be that we appeal to objective criteria, which is my whole argument.
And my whole argument is the way in which you apply to objective criteria, not all of which I agree are objective, is subjectively. You may think tone's more important than rhythm. You may think historical significance is more important than pitch.
I'm not giving up subjective criteria to judge things. I'm saying you are saying people can make subjective determinations. No shit, people do that.
But the point
none
is
of
not
which the criteria I gave is subjective. They're all objective, right?
It does not matter.
Well, that's what you're arguing.
Let's say
I'm saying it should hold weight, because if objective things do not hold weight, then we can just drift into this degenerating cesspool of subjectivity and feelings and emotions.
Whoever once said in this entire debate, objective things shouldn't hold weight? Whoever said that?
If it's not objective things, you are on the side of subjective things.
That's not true. I've never said that I'm exclusively. In fact, I acknowledged. I said subjectivity. Subjectivity will always play a role. Your prompt was that it will all.
Does subjectivity and emotions hold weight when we talk about objective things?
No. What's that have anything to do? What does that question have anything to do with what we talked about? I could say the same thing. Does skin color have anything to do with whether or not you're tall?
Well, that's just arbitrary.
That's what you're doing. You're saying an arbitrary fact that has nothing to do. We're talking about what the definition of the word art should be. And you're like, well, we could use objective metrics. And I'm like, sure, there could also be some subjective ones. In fact, I think some of the ones you're saying are partially subjective. But the real point is in how we apply how much of those objective, like let's say all of these things are a scale of 0 to 100. Here is perfect pitch, right? We could somehow say, this is it. This is it. Right here. Here's perfect pitch, right?
Do we know that objectively or subjectively?
I don't know. I would think that's
perfect pitch is determined subjectively and not objectively.
So perfect pitch is determined subjectively? Your argument is it's not. Your argument is it's
objective.
Okay, so let's say that's true.
Perfect pitch is objective.
Okay, so let's say that's true. And let's say we're like doing like a video game. We're judging things on a scale of like 0 to 100, right? So let's say, okay, there's perfect pitch, there's perfect rhythm, there's perfect timbre, right? And there's historical importance, it's cultural importance. We get all these metrics, like 10 objective metrics. And it's like, okay, this song on pitch is a 70. But on timbre, it's an 83. And then on rhythm, it's an 82. Is this art? What's the total number? Is timbre more important than pitch? Is it more important than rhythm? Is it more important than historical context? How do we evaluate these numbers to determine objectively whether or not this is art? And the problem is, you're going to be like, well, I have my interpretation of what's more important. I think rhythm's more important than tone. I think it's more important than historical. Right, that's subjective. You don't have a reason for that. That's just your preference. Furthermore, what's your preference on what the numbers need to add up to? Where you say, okay, if it had 5 more points in pitch, I'd have gave it art, but it didn't. That threshold, once more, is going to be subjective, which is why I say it's not in the realm of exclusive objectivity. That's why you can't literally put something to paper and say, here it is. It's like a function in math. Here you take the variables, you put them in the function, there's your answer. We take the objective criteria for when a song is art. We put this song, right? Here's fucking Bad Bunny, put it in there. Nope, not art. That doesn't exist. You're like, there are objective metrics we could use to try to determine whether or not Bad Bunny songs are. Fair enough, I agree.
We can.
But eventually it's going to come down to a subjective interpretation of those objective metrics.
No, it comes down to the objective metrics and then where we place a threshold breaker. So now we're arguing over where's the threshold breaker. Not whether we can determine it subjectively or subjective carries weight. You are just saying now that objectivity matters. I just want you to give me a threshold breaker. That's your argument.
Okay, if it's objective,
right,
what's more important, rhythm or pitch?
And just a quick time check before you answer that, Chris. We're at another hour in. Just wanted to make sure with you guys. Are you guys both good to go still, or do you want to wrap up?
I'm still good at beers. I wanted to get to one more topic on this, but it's
okay.
So what's more important? Yeah.
Rob, I'll sit in the ring with you till you.
Okay, all right. No problem. All right, I'll remind you guys again when another hour passes. Let it roll. Let it roll.
What's more important, rhythm or pitch, in determining art?
Rhythm.
Explain why.
Okay, so rhythm is important because rhythm gives you the cohesion of the song, right? Rhythm gives us the cohesion of the song, how it plays out. The pitch just designates one thing in it. So the singer's pitch. So Bob Dylan sounds like a retarded drunk when he sings, right? But the rhythm of the song will ultimately be more important.
Okay, how about timbre or pitch?
That would probably be pitch.
Okay. What about, let's go to painting. Color theory or line structure?
Line structure.
Okay. What I'm going to tell you is...
Do you know why line structure? Do you want the objective reasoning for line structure?
Sure.
Line structure defines the object. Color just makes it fancy. So a drawing is purely line. It's devoid of color. So yes, there are objective metrics for these things.
I disagree. I think that I could sit down and talk to other experts that would say, here's why I disagree with Chris on this. And furthermore, even if we would all accept that the exact metrics that you're giving here are in that order, there would be a subjective interpretation.
When you ask me, I can give you objective metrics. I'm not working subjectively. I'm giving you objective metrics.
You're giving
higher
me reasons.
Order, lower order argument for why, not a
you're
fucking
giving
subjective
me reasons.
argument.
You're giving me reasons for your opinion, but that doesn't
objective
prove
or subjective?
They're subjective.
How are they subjective?
If you said
Tell
to me,
why?
If you said, who's the best quarterback in history? And I said, Tom Brady, because he has the most Super Bowls. Isn't that objective? And you're like, yes, it's objectively true, but it's subjective that that's the most important thing. And I might say, well, here's why it's the most important, because when evaluating quarterbacks at the end of the day, all we're concerned with is who wins the big game. And you're like, yeah, but how about I go with win percentage? What if I say this quarterback that won the most teams? After all, being a good quarterback, that has to do with your individual talents and your team winning the Super Bowl. Maybe it was because you had a better coach or you had better players around your team. Yes, but isn't the amount of Super Bowls objective? Yes, that is objective. He won whatever it was, 7 Super Bowls, but your interpretation of that being the most important metric is subjective. For example, I might say, well, here's the thing. Here's why color theory, in my opinion, is more important to determining art than line structure. Maybe it's true that line structure is more important in a drawing, but everybody figures out line structure. It's easy peasy. Color theory is very difficult for most people to get. So therefore, seeing as how art, in my definition, is only like the top 5%, and so few people could get color theory, and almost everyone gets a sufficient level of line structure, I think color theory is more important. Isn't that objective? Didn't I just give you an objective reason?
No, you didn't.
Of course I did.
And you know I can objectively analyze that.
Okay, go for it.
We have drawings, Rob. Drawings do not require color. Color is not required.
It's irrelevant.
Is it required for a drawing?
We're talking
is
about
color required for a drawing?
We're talking about a painting.
Is color required for a painting?
Is line structure?
I can paint with one color.
Is line structure?
Yes,
That's
because
not true.
that defines what is being drawn.
That's not true. There's often things that go against what we consider acceptable line structure, and yet even paintings without color still have color theory.
Oh, acceptable line structure. What is that? That just sounds like subjective bullshit that I know we do. It doesn't make it.
Is there any paintings that are considered art that have objectively bad line structure?
Objectively bad line structure, no.
I disagree.
I mean, you can disagree, but can you make an argument?
Sure. There are paintings that people could say are profound paintings that don't have line structure that you would normally associate with being important or being good.
Cool, people can say that. That doesn't mean anything to
Pointillism. Does it have good line structure?
Depends. What's an example of that?
Like Monet.
Yes, I would say that it does because it defines.
Even if he's not using lines.
It defines the structure of the things in it, right? So a line is just a designation of where something is and where something is not, right?
Okay, but color is just the same thing. We could use the same metric. Everything has color theory then, even black and whites. You don't think that there's different shading, there's different colors? That doesn't apply to color theory?
Well, color theory does not apply. Yes, there is a color there is a color to the material.
Of course
being
there's
used.
theory on
But
color theory.
color theory doesn't really apply to that.
I disagree. Color theory would be the colors that we use, the shading, all of those things. That would all apply to color theory, correct?
Well, that would be lighting, right?
I don't think
that's not necessarily color theory. That would be lighting,
okay. I watched
right?
this show. I watched this show called Ink Master, right, where they do tattoos.
Yes.
Right. Lighting would be like you're tattooing an Indian lady's face, and the sun's up here, so the lighting is like coming on the face, right? The color theory would be even if it's black and white, did you do the shading properly? That's the color theory portion of it. There's color theory on black and white tattoos. It's not just lighting.
No. Color theory would be how colors work together, right? But with black and gray, what you're doing is you're just it's the negative and the positive, right? You're working with empty space versus filled space. That would not necessarily designate color theory. Color theory would be how colors complement each other.
Let's say hypothetically you're right. Then I would say, what's more important, line theory or the applications of shadings or colors?
So you couldn't have something that is just shades. It would have to have defined lines. Otherwise, it would be a fucking blob.
It's not necessarily.
So lines.
But again.
Yes, it would.
Again,
how is something defined if it doesn't have lines?
Okay, and if it doesn't have color that's visible, how could it be defined? If you literally can't see because I'm going to pick up.
If something doesn't have any visible color, there's nothing. That's the absence of something if it has no color.
And here's a blue pen. Now, if I draw a line with the black pen.
Whoa, that's African American pen.
If I draw a line with the black pen, right, that's a color, right?
A black pen, yes, it is a color.
So your argument is you can't have any form of painting without lines. I say you can't have it without any form of color either. For example, if the canvas is white and I take this, right, and I draw a line. Here's my canvas, and I draw a line with the back of my pen without color. Art?
Is there imprint on that piece of paper?
Sure.
So there's a line without color. You just proved my point. Bad example, Rob. Bad example, Rob.
The color itself.
Do you know what a linoprint is? It's a carving within a piece of wood. No color. That could be considered a painting. You can carve out a fucking line without any color, Rob.
That's not true.
It's literally lino printing.
So let's say if that's true, and we were going to take that, right, that lino print, right, and we were going to zoom in as much as possible in order to create a pixel rendition of this, would there be different colors in that lino print?
Yes, things in the world contain color.
So in other words, even this impression here would result in different colors because the mere fact of making impressions change the colors, even if almost imperceptible.
Does it change the color or does it change how the light hits it?
It doesn't matter. I'm talking all-encompassing.
It does.
Okay, but I just said, remember what I said?
The
fine,
shade.
let's concede that color theory also has to do with lighting. Remember
absence
when I said that?
Absence of light, you're making an argument that absence of light equals color.
I'm making the argument that color theory and lighting, the application of colors and lightings and things that make it visible, is that more important than line structure? And you're like, line structure is more important because without lines you can't have anything. And I said, yeah, but you can say the same thing about color theory and lighting, etc. Without any differentiation, you just have blank canvas.
No, color is not more important than lines. That's what I'm displaying to you.
Color lighting as a cohesive collective. If you don't have any of that change, if there's no change in color, no change in lighting, etc., is that more important than line theory? Can you have a painting without a changing in lighting or color?
Yes. You can have a painting without a change. Lighting is not color. I display this to you.
Okay.
That's an absence of light.
Once more, what I'm saying is, I will concede. I'm talking about these things cohesively. The application of color,
colors
lighting,
without lines. Colors without lines has no distinguishable nature of something.
Lines without
But a
color
line-
has no, or lighting has no distinguishable nature.
Show me a world in which light does not exist.
Show me a world which lines do not exist.
I'm making the argument for lines. That should not
What
be
the
your
fuck
argument.
are you talking about? What's this
You're
have
attributing my
what's this
point
have to
now.
do with anything?
I'm telling you that. Do you know what? Even do you know what? We'll take it even further, because you don't want to get the point. Can I be blind and feel a fucking painting?
Yeah.
Oh. So
And?
color is not required. Thank you.
That's
For fuck's sakes, Rob. Come
the
on.
point of the painting is the visualization of it.
It's not. Paintings also, texture is important with paintings. There's other elements to it. That's one of the things that defines paintings sometimes, is that we can see the textures and the brush strokes of it. A blind person could feel the fucking painting, but only if there's lines.
So just to be clear, then,
Color is not required.
can I be blind and without a nervous system and I can't feel, but I could hear, I could taste?
Yeah, but now you're just being ridiculous. Like,
Not
just
being-
to
your-
concede
your
the point
point-
that lines are more important than color. You're being
Your
difficult right now.
Your point is, it's not just color, it's color and shading, right? The line, the mere fact that the line would be put on would perceptively change the color, lighting, shading, etc. Nonetheless, it's still arbitrary. For example, let's say that we say one of the things that's necessary for art is to have the tools to create art, like a paintbrush, right? That's an important thing, to utilize a tool that you could create art with. If you're doing a painting, you need paint, correct?
Yes.
So we'd say that's most important, right? Without
What, the
paint,
paint?
there is no painting, correct?
No, there can be I showed to you. You can do a painting by carving, right?
That's not a painting. That's a
Yes,
carving.
it is.
How would that be a painting?
Well, I mean, yes. Oh, yeah. You can do a drawing. Yes, painting. Yes, painting would require.
So we're
paint,
doing
yes.
painting. So then the number one most important thing, more than line structure, more than color theory, is paint. Access to paint.
Yes.
Okay,
Well, it's in the
but you
name,
understand
right?
the utility of that statement's worthless. If almost anyone who wants to be a painter gets access to paint, then we'd say, yeah, okay, I guess it's a necessary thing.
Yeah, but
right?
but saying a painting needs paint does not designate to your argument of color is more important than line. Do you
No,
understand
exactly.
that?
When I said that my argument could be, what if almost everyone could do line structure and it was easy to learn, but good color theory is almost impossible? If we're saying that art has to be like a top tier, in that sense, even if a
Rob.
line hypothetically would be more necessary for a painting to exist than
Rob,
hypothetically
color theory
lighting or
requires
colors.
lines.
Okay, but what I'm saying,
Physically, color theory
I mean, I
requires
don't know what to
lines
say.
because
I don't know what to say. The point that I'm trying to make is this: just because something is more necessary in order for something to exist doesn't mean that there needs to be more expertise in that in order for it to be considered art, right? This is on its face true.
Rob, but just listen, on color theory, right? The reason we can perceive a rainbow as not just one color is because there's a distinction in the lines between the color. When colors overlap, they create lines where one stops and the other one doesn't. Lines give shape. Color without lines is pointless. It displays nothing. Lining is what designates something.
The point is,
That
when
is
we're
what's
talking
most
about
important.
when we're talking about theory online, what you're so then this is line theory. Then this is good line theory, right? There you go, line theory. I did it. I did lines. That's important. You would say, no, of course what we're talking about with line theory is, are you using it in an application that makes it in the top 5 to 10%, right? When
Yes.
I'm saying, well, hypothetically, when we're trying to evaluate, when looking at whether or not something's art, what is more important? Saying at the most reductive level possible, a line is necessary as the precursor for any sort of image to come across. Therefore, lines are more important. That's not the question. Any more than me then retorting to you, but no, when it comes to painting, painting is more important than lines because you can't even contemplate the line without paint. Paint is necessary for painting. You'd say, sure, but we're talking about the characteristics we would determine whether or not something is art. And if everyone is capable of making lines, right, that doesn't differentiate. If only the top 5% of painters are capable of having some sort of art or color theory that we're like, yes, this is what makes it top tier, but 90% of artists are capable of having line theory that leads there, then we would say the key factor that we're looking to differentiate that would be more important is the color theory more correct. The idea that it's like, no, it's always going to be lines because lines are necessary for color, then I say then it's always paint. The number one important thing's paint. Yes, but Rob, 100% of painters can get access to paint. Nonetheless, most important thing.
Do you understand that the paint itself is not a category of the art? It's the medium that is used. This is where you're getting confused. Saying paint is required to make a painting is ridiculous. Yes, obviously. But now, can a painting be done without color? I've displayed to you, yes, that it can. It cannot exist without lines, though. The same way it can't exist without paint. But paint and lines, paint is not a technique. It is physically the medium that is used.
Is Jackson Pollock
medium
use
is
lines?
not technique.
Is Jackson Pollock use lines?
Is there a line at which there's a differentiation between the colors?
So then you would say always. So when I look,
there can't be a difference in colors if there's no line where the one stops and the other one ends.
So here's what I'm looking at. When I look, granted, I'm using sort of AI. Absolutely, paintings can and do exist without lines. Examples, Leonardo da Vinci who mastered sfumato in the manner of smoke, a technique that deliberately avoids lines and borders. In the Mona Lisa, edges are so softly blended that forms seem to emerge from the mist rather than being outlined. Impressionists, Monet, Renoir, etc., and many post-impressionists painted with loose brushstrokes and pure color relationships, no drawn outlines whatsoever. Abstract and color-filled painters such as Mark Rothko, many works by Helen Frankfurter, or even some by Barnett Newman pieces consist purely of color areas with no lines whatsoever. Now, your argument's going to be, but anytime there is one color to another, even if it's literally just, I throw a paint bucket on that's red, I throw a paint pellet that's yellow, you're like, still lines there, because the mere differentiation involves some line. But that's not what's talked about when we're talking about line theory.
Yes. Well, we were saying whether lines or color is what's important, and I said that lines specifically define these things.
And yet we could see when it comes to experts that you would agree, like Da Vinci, that oftentimes he shirked what was considered hard line theory and favored a more mist-like atmosphere that differentiated more with color than with hard lines.
Well, but like I said, there would still be a point at which the two colors are distinguished differently. So there would be in some way a lining or shaping. What do you mean?
What define a line? These experts seem to disagree. They're like, no, the idea of lines to them wasn't important. If you're just like, a line is anytime there's a visual differentiation between one thing to another, that's what you're defining line as?
Dude, we can, like, something like line, we can make arbitrary. I can also be ridiculous and go, can you see a painting with us? Rob, no, do you want me to be ridiculous? Can you witness or even look at a painting without a line of sight? There you go.
You're the one being ridiculous. You've gotten so ridiculous that you're like, clearly lines are more important because if you're blind, you could feel a line.
Yes, you can.
Okay, but that's
not?
Ridiculous. We see the ridiculous nature. When I'm talking about, if I talk to
We're
Da Vinci,
arguing what's more important, color or lines.
Da Vinci, right? I may speak to Da Vinci if I can talk to him, and he might say, "Chris is a fucking rube. What's he talking about?" He acknowledges that I'm a master, but almost every one of my paintings, I thought that having definitive lines and the theory of line structure was far less important than the emotion I was evoking through a masterful change of colors. In fact, I purposely used sort of a slight fade out and a smoky feel as opposed to what was considered conventional line theory. The colors and the change in color and color theory are what evoked the traditional things that line theory would traditionally evoke. Chris is full of shit.
Rob, but we can also have paintings without color. I've displayed the same thing.
Irrelevant. So then you're right. So then you would say, Da Vinci, you're wrong. Isn't it true that you could have a painting without color? That's what you would tell the master,
you're
Leonardo
doing a straw man right now. You're doing a straw man right now. I never mentioned
and then
Da
I
Vinci.
come along and I go,
man.
Chris, me who's never painted a picture, actually I'm better than you because
Rob,
you
the
can't
original
have a
argument to
without
bring it
paints.
back,
You can't have a painting
the original
without
argument
paints.
was a hierarchy of color versus lines.
Right, your argument is nonsensical. That you determine that
I'm
any gradient
not
change
saying
in
color is
color
not
is by
important.
definition a line. Therefore, line theory is more important than color theory is nonsensical.
I've displayed to you that paintings can be done without
It's
it
irrelevant.
requiring
It's
a specific
irrelevant.
color.
It is irrelevant to determining which theory is more important to decide what's doing art.
If one can be done without the other one, then
Untrue.
it is
Untrue. That doesn't mean, right? Because what you're talking about art, it doesn't have the ability to physically do it, right? It has to do the ability to do it to make it in the top percentile.
No, well, we're just engaging in fabulatory right now.
We're
This
not.
is the point
We're
is,
not. You're literally making a point, right? Like you're making a point that what I'm trying to show is you're saying something that's bullshit, and that you're like objectively it's true. Every single master artist ever would say line theory more important than color theory. Everyone, it's objectively true. There's no room
Yes,
for
because you
individual
would start with
interpretation.
lines and not with
Untrue.
color.
You
Anybody
don't.
that studied art would understand this.
That's not true. Leonardo da Vinci.
What about Leonardo da Vinci?
He did not
just
start
making
with lines.
claims.
He did not go, okay, Mona Lisa, a line here, a line here, a line here, a line here. That's not what he did. He said, colors, smoke, no lines. I'm intentionally shirking lines. And you're like,
Yes, there's a
yes,
blending.
but I define line as the slow gradation of change of colors itself makes perceptible borders, which I will define as lines. That's not what we mean by line theory.
Well, you were defining color as the shadow and the absence of light. So what I was doing, you were doing similarly.
But I don't claim
because
to
we
be
were
an
getting
expert
ridiculous
artist.
with it.
I don't claim
But
to
I'm
be an
telling you
expert
that-
artist who's objective.
Rob, I'm telling you that you know what you were doing essentially. I'm telling you that a drawing does not require color or paint specifically, right? It could be monotone. So
Irrelevant,
it is
irrelevant,
not as
irrelevant,
important as a
completely
use of color.
Completely
Because
irrelevant.
it can be done in another sense doesn't make your argument for that it is more important than color. Do you understand that?
Okay, then I think pitch is more important than
The
rhythm.
argument was what was more important.
I think pitch is more important than rhythm. I disagree with you.
Make an argument for it.
Okay, all songs would require some form of pitch, but not rhythm. There, that's the end of my song. Pitch necessary, no rhythm. One solid note. The pitch has to
Well,
be there.
there was not a rhythmic structure to
There was no
the sound
rhythm.
wave.
There was no rhythm. It was just pitch.
It went up and it went down.
No rhythm.
That's a rhythm.
Okay, let's say I
Starting
could,
and stopping the sound equals
let's say,
rhythm.
okay, here's my song. From start to end. It was the same tone the whole way, the same pitch the whole time. So there's no rhythm.
Does it have a start and a stop?
Yes.
A sound wave will contain like a rhythmic jump. It won't just be a flat line.
Theoretically, you could have, it's not necessarily true, you could have a
A
flat
flat line would be an absence of sound.
Not true. You could start, like here's sound. You could theoretically hyper focus on an area within a song that would have a flat line. And if you chose to begin and end the song right there, it might be true that even the best people controlling their pitch would still have slight fluctuations, but you could have a microsecond that you could qualify as a song that literally has some form of pitch. It has to have a pitch to be audible, but at the same time continues flat the entire time. That's hypothetically possible, right?
Okay, so in a way, yes.
So then pitch, so you acknowledge you
pitch
were...
designating some version of sound would be yes. Okay, so with that I'll be reasonable and say yes, I understand that. But you see how we're making objective arguments and not subjective ones, Rob.
So now you acknowledge you were incorrect when you said rhythm's more important than
I
pitch.
can be incorrect. I'm infallible. I'm human. Yes.
Okay, so then you're so what you considered to be an objective
fallible,
metric
sorry.
was just incorrect.
What? Sorry?
What you considered to be objective was incorrect. Can you repeat to me? Can you repeat to me why you? Can you repeat to me why you initially said rhythm was more important?
I said rhythm was more important because it designated the pace of the sound, and you could necessarily not require good pitch if it has good rhythm.
Okay, so that's no longer true?
Okay, cool. So you made
No, I'm asking you.
objective
You're saying that
argument.
that's no longer true.
Yeah, no, I conceded. Yeah. So
Well,
yes, I was
I
incorrect with
disagree.
that.
I don't think that the fact that it's like, well, some form of pitch is necessary for any song to exist means that what you said is not true. Because it's like, yeah, hypothetically that could be true. But when we're talking about what makes a good song or what makes a song art, rhythm's going to be more important. Of course, a necessity would be there has to be some pitch to some degree, but that's
Yes.
nothing. That's bare minimum shit. That's not talking about the best of the best in order to become art. And what's more important?
Well, but the whole point of tonight's debate is ultimately that we can use objective metrics to define these
That
things,
is
right?
not.
And that's what
That
we're
is
doing
not
right
the,
now.
That is not the point. The
Are
point
we
is
not doing that? Are we doing that right now?
No, what I am exhibiting is the way in which you're implying what you consider to be objective measures is subjectively. You're saying
How did we do
I
that? Objectively or subjectively? It's not. Just answer the question. Did we do it via objective means or subjective means?
subjective
Rob?
means.
How?
Who? I mean, I don't know what to say. If I said, you thinking who the best football player ever is subjective, and you say no, because I'm using objective means, and I objectively say the best football player is the person with the highest number jersey. And there was a guy numbered 100 that used to play for Notre Dame. Therefore, objectively, best player ever. And I'm like, wait, that makes no sense. Rob, did I not use an objective metric? Isn't it objectively true that we could look and say, yep, this guy's jersey was 100? That's an objective truth, right? Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah.
Therefore, I have explained why he's the best football player ever objectively. And I say, no, you have taken an objective measure and applied it subjectively. And you're like,
Yes, but I
no, my
already
whole
told
argument
you we
is that
can-
the metric that I used was objective, and therefore subjectivity had nothing to do with it. That's
Yes,
stupid.
so what-
My entire point is, no, you're still doing it subjectively. You're just
We can
using
do
what you're
anything
considering.
subjectively.
But
It's
then
not
the-
an argument to what's more important.
No one
Because
said what's...
if no, if subjectivity was more important, you would have been making subjective arguments and not objective arguments.
I remind you.
How did you convince
remind
me?
You, I remind
Objectively
you
or subjectively?
The initial argument, like I love when I get in debates and the person changes their position to my position and then argues that
didn't.
it's some sort of whim. Your claim was, and I quote, I clarified it in my opening statement, that art should be, quote, purely objective, i.e.,
Yes.
no subjectivity whatsoever. Now
Yes.
you're conceding, yes, of course, we will subjectively apply objective measures.
Human beings do that, yes.
Then you're wrong.
Okay, so trans women are women because we can subjectively apply criteria for biology. So that makes it true. Good argument.
Your
Rob.
analogy makes no sense. In fact, it's an
We
argument.
can do anything
it's an-
subjectively. I
it's
even
an
told you we
argument.
can
It's-
do math subjectively
it's an-
to
You just said that
retards.
all humans are always subjective. So 2 + 2 is 4 is subjective, correct?
2 + 2, dude. I can
It's
make
2
a
+ 2.
subjective argument for it
It's 2 + 2 true because it's subjectively true or objectively true?
because it's objectively true,
But
right?
wait a minute. Humans always apply subjectivity. That's your argument.
Can I make a subjective argument? Have you heard the Terence Howard arguments for math?
You may choose.
One times one is one, huh?
You may choose to make a subjective argument, but that's not the reason that
Yes.
2 + 2 is 4. It's true because it's
So-
objectively true.
If I may, okay, so I think what's happened over this debate so far, I think we have like an agreement on there, the objective features, they exist. You know, technique, symmetry, color theory.
I don't necessarily agree because he talks about things like historical importance, which is subjective. But
Well, yeah, but I'm saying I thought you guys agreed that those things exist, but the disagreement is whether selecting the feature matters.
so here's what I'll say. For the sake of argument, I'm conceding that. I don't know if I have a music expert in here that he would say, yes, this is 100% pitch. Yes, this is 100% the best rhythm. He might say, actually, it's sort of subjective, right? There are things about rhythm, for example, that me and some other expert might say, this is what I prefer with my rhythm. And
Rob,
this
it's
is what
literally
I
the
prefer.
purpose of a guitar tuner is perfect pitch.
Nonetheless, perfect pitch.
So we can use a machine
no,
to
no,
determine
no,
that.
no.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Listen, I'm not saying perfect pitch in that sense. You might hit the perfect F, the perfect G, the perfect A, the perfect B.
Okay.
But it is, as a whole, is that pitch perfect, desirable? Or can you, an expert, say the pitch, the actual notes that were hit in this song was preferable than the actual notes that were hit in this song? Both of them weren't flat or sharp the entire song. They were perfectly on pitch of what they desired, but I preferred the pitch in this song versus the pitch in this song. And you might say, how could that be? They were 100%, their guitars were tuned perfectly. That's not what we're talking about. We're saying which pitch would be preferable. One expert might say, I feel this. And another expert might say, no, that's actually not what I would consider the song I would say had the perfect pitch. Same could be rhythm. You might ask someone, let's say that we had people, we get a time machine. We have the historical experts, and here's Mozart, and here's Beethoven, and here's fucking John Bonham for fucking Led Zeppelin, whatever. People that we would respect.
Yeah, but Rob, I can do that with math. I can say I don't like 1 + 1. I like 2 × 4. That to me is a better piece of math right there.
You don't see the difference?
But I'm telling you, Rob, we can make subjective determinations even upon math. I can say, I don't think 2 × 4 is a cool equation. I think 69 × 6, 7 is a better equation.
You're wrong because it's objectively not true, and we could test it. Now, if John Bonham says, my favorite, I'm one of the greatest drummers of all time, and here's the song I think has the best rhythm in history, right? And another expert comes along and says, I disagree. I think that's a very good song, but this one's the best. Which one's right? It's one saying 2 + 2 is 4, and the other saying 2 + 8 is 4? No, it's not an objective truth. It's subjective.
So I think the disagreement remains whether choosing which features matter introduces subjectivity, right?
There's two arguments. That argument that I'm making, secondly, that I never got to, is even the things he's saying are objective aren't, right? And then the second is, even if they were objective, and we could say, this is the greatest rhythm song of all time, this is the greatest pitch song of all time, how you choose to apply those objective measures in determining whether or not something is art is itself subjective.
Yeah, so the real question becomes, can art be objective if the weighting of the objective criteria is subjective?
Correct. That's one. And the second argument is it objective in the first place? I don't think so either.
But
I've let it go the whole debate, but I don't think so.
But Rob, like I explained to you as well, pure analytical data is still subjectively determined by people. A human looking at something and analyzing something makes a subjective determination.
But there are objective truths that flawed humans who are subjective can still see there's an objective truth.
Yes.
Like 2 + 2 is 4. That is a parrot, right? That is a biological male. We can see there's objective truth. Even though as humans, we all are imperfect and view the world through the lens of subjectivity as us being the subject, there still are things that we consider objective truths.
Yes,
that is not the case. That is not the case. That is not the case with art.
Perfect pitch is objective.
No. Perfect pitch, you could say, this is a G, right?
Yes.
Give me a G. Give me a G.
That's objective.
Give me a G. You got it? I used to get impressed when my music teacher could do this.
I don't have glasses. I'm going to have to shave my head if I got to do a G. I can't do an Andrew Tate right now. Got to do a top G or bottom G or you got to start dancing? But what I'm telling you is the note a G is an objective thing, right?
That might be true, but the compilation of how pleasing it is to combine multiple notes of perfect pitch into a song to say that's the song with the best pitch ever is subjective. That's just true, right? Otherwise, we would say, you know what the best art is? The guy who tuned his guitar the best. That doesn't make any sense.
We don't just use one metric. We determine the pitch of something by objective metrics, but when we go a song, now there's multiple facets to how we would look at this, right?
But even in the concept of pitch, we could say overall the pitch in that song sucked. All the notes were correctly tuned, but the way in which they arranged the notes, the pitch didn't make sense. Going from a B to an F, then back to an A, then back to an F, it didn't make sense. It doesn't follow what we would consider an appealing tonality or pitch that we would see from song to song. And if I retorted, but it was perfect pitch, that guitar was tuned with the most expert tools whatsoever to
That's
show
not
that
the
it was
only criteria, Rob.
right. But
You're
what I'm
making
saying
an
is
argument
even
for that. That's the
but
only
listen, what
criteria.
I'm saying is even in the criteria of pitch, we don't just say that the pitch, as in it was tuned well, we say the way in which pitch was applied. And that's what's subjective. It's not as scientific as you're saying. We know what a G is. We could program the tuner to say this is a perfect G. It is, how do we program a song that might have 600 notes in it? And if each of those notes were perfectly tuned, does that automatically mean the pitch in the song was good? No. We could say that the pitch was off. Some people might say, I prefer this. The same is true of rhythm. We might say, you could, again, that's why you could have amazing, excellent drummers who are experts.
Yeah, but rhythm has timing to it, right? We have
it doesn't matter.
Like a 3, 4, 5, 6. We have objective measurements for these things too, right?
So something could be in perfect 4/4 time the whole song, and it could be greatest rhythm ever in a song. You'd say no. Okay, it stayed in time on 4/4. It just hit a fucking quarter note the whole song. That's not a good rhythm. Yeah, it was on time. Technically, it was 4/4 time, but and in fact, purposely being late or fast and all that shit could shift the vibe, the rhythm of a song, which is good. So when I said, then what is the best rhythm song ever? 10 different experts might have 10 different answers.
Rhythm is not the only thing that we look at, right? Objectively, we would look at the pauses between rhythms, variation in rhythms.
Yes, and it's subjective.
All of those things are measurable in numbers,
subjective.
numerics.
I just want you to be honest. I want you to be honest. If we took me and you today, the best 5 living drummers, right? We'd somehow come to a consensus. Yep, we agree. These are the experts, right? And we said, all of you give us what you think the song with the best rhythm ever is. What do you think the chances are that any of them name the same song?
Can we create a song? Can a drummer create a song that we can objectively see that nobody else can play that song? Is it logically possible that there could be a drummer that is so skilled that he plays a song that nobody else could play?
Yes, that's theoretically possible, I think.
Yeah. And
okay.
I would say
that doesn't mean it's good.
But good is a subjective determination.
That doesn't mean that it's art.
But if we say that is a piece of art because nobody can replicate it, I would not be incorrect in saying that.
No. Just because other people can't replicate it doesn't mean that it's art. If I could fart in a unique pitch over and over again and no one else could do it, is that art?
If it's something that only you can do by facto of it being unique to only one person, that would probably be art because the skill set displayed can only be done by one human.
Okay, let me ask you this. Does it have to be replicatable? What if an artist bangs out a drum solo that he can never do again, but you listen to it and we're like, holy shit, no other drummer ever could do that?
Yeah, I would probably say, man, shit, that's odd. Even if it's just fucking crazy noise, I would go, man, shit, that's crazy. That dude is highly fucking skilled.
No, I'm asking you if that
nobody can replicate
art.
what he's
if
doing.
Neil Peart plays YYZ, right? YYZ for the Canadians out there, right? If he plays it on fucking, he takes him 50 takes and he finally gets it in the studio. And then he's like, I can't play it live. I was just fucking, is that art if he can't replicate it?
I mean, the lack of being able to replicate it would signify some kind of difficulty to it, right?
There, no one could ever replicate that. Art. No one's going to exactly do that. That's art, right?
Yeah, they could. So
there it is. That's art. I just created art.
I mean,
no one can ever nail that banana to the wall.
I mean, that's maybe a C plus.
No one will ever nail that banana to the wall in the exact same way I did it. With the exact same type of nail, with the exact same hammer, the exact same length of banana. It's totally unique. Never be able to be replicated. That's art.
Yeah.
You agree?
Somebody displaying a unique skill set that's not replicatable would probably be art, yes.
There you go. That banana's art now. No one will ever be able to completely replicate it.
Yeah.
How is your definition any better than what you're
complaining
about? How do you
mean? How do you mean somebody couldn't replicate a fucking banana?
Because it's never going to be exactly the same.
Did they make the banana?
No. So did they make the paint?
Okay,
Maybe
so
not
then that's
necessarily.
art requires you to make something, Rob.
They did. They made the sculpture, the picture. So just to be clear, if the artist doesn't make the paint, if the painter doesn't,
I made a banana.
if the
Look,
painter,
Mom, I
wait,
made a banana.
if the painter doesn't create his own paint, then he's not an artist.
No, but I would probably say the painter who can create his own art is at a higher level of being an artist than a person who couldn't, right?
Maybe so, but it's a question of not a higher level of art. It's a question of art. Your argument was if someone does something,
Well, we would attribute levels with
your argument was
categorization.
your argument just was if someone does something that's not replicatable, totally, then it's art. But nothing's 100% replicatable ever. I would say that's a bad definition. I made a bunch of random sounds really fast with my mouth. No one will ever be able to completely replicate that. They'll always be off a slight
Well, you're just
beat.
claiming that. You're just claiming that nobody would be able to.
The exact on like to the like
You're telling me
millisecond,
if a beatboxer practiced, they wouldn't be able to replicate that. Are
they'd
you
be able to
being for
come
real
close,
right now?
but not exactly.
What do you mean? We have impersonators that perfectly copy people.
That's not true.
It's a thing.
Who?
That is what
That's not
voice
true.
impersonation
Perfectly,
is.
as in indistinguishable. If you put
Well,
it
now
through,
we're just going to be on the threshold break of what determines perfect replication.
wait.
Right?
You know, you're the person who said perfectly. There are people that can be very convincing.
No, I never said perfectly. I said be able to replicate
You
it.
literally
Perfect is
used the
now
word
a
perfectly. You used the word perfectly.
Not initially, no, I didn't. You brought in
Okay,
perfectly.
but it is. But you're telling me right now. So you said, is it possible for a drummer to come up with a beat, right? That theoretically no one will ever be able to replicate. Possible. It's also possible for a complete amateur to make a bunch of fucking random sounds that also wouldn't be fucking replicatable. Is that not possible?
Probably not, because somebody
Of
who's
course it
skilled
is.
enough, somebody who's skilled enough could probably replicate it, Rob.
Okay, then someone who's skilled enough could replicate that song eventually that you said's not replicatable. Give them enough time, they'll be able to do it.
Would they have to be an artist to replicate a song that is so difficult that almost nobody can, except that one other person?
It doesn't
Would they
matter.
have
Would
to
you
be
have to be an
artist?
artist? Would you have to be an artist to sit down and replicate a person making a bunch of random sounds at a rapid pace? Probably. And? Does that mean I'm an artist now?
No, not necessarily. I mean, you could have a
Right.
computer do it.
The replicatability of it is irrelevant, right? Or how skill. Just because someone does something that's very hard for other people to do doesn't mean it's art. It could still objectively be shit. For example, and by the way, it's counterintuitive to everything you've been arguing, right? I specifically, because I said, okay, we have all these rules of specific types of art. You went through them painstakingly. When it comes to painting, here's things we do, color theory, line theory, etc. When it comes to music, rhythm, tone, blah, 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 right? You went through these. I was like, what if you intentionally subvert them? And you were like, I don't think that's art. I don't think that'd be art. Okay, what if you
It
intentionally...
depends how.
What if you intentionally subvert
Well, you're just
them?
giving me broad brush hypotheticals.
What if you intentionally subvert them in a way that's not possible to replicate? Is that
Rob,
now
if
art?
I go this hypothetical chemical and this other hypothetical chemical, what would be the chemical reaction? I don't have something to analyze. Do you understand that?
No. That's
When
a
we
cop-out.
talk about
That's
something-
a cop-out.
something that's an
That's an
object.
absolute cop out. So then,
Rob,
okay,
if I have to analyze an object without an
Ask me-
object, this isn't philosophy that we can kind of do logic.
Fine.
Is this logical?
Ask me the question again about can a drummer create?
We're talking about physical things.
Ask me the question again about can a drummer create a song that no other drummer could do? Go ahead, ask me that question.
Yes, is it theoretically possible for a drummer to play something so complex that another drummer couldn't be able to replicate?
If I had chemical A and mixed it with chemical B, I can't tell you what the hypothetical implications of that would be. So this question's stupid. See how dumb that is? See how that eliminates the utility of debate?
but was I speaking about? Well, I was speaking about somebody doing something, not specifically now talking about art or a song. I wasn't going a song or something going into to more complexity. I was just saying, with this
No,
one
you
thing.
have no threshold. You
a
were giving a
skill set.
hypothetical in a very similar tone in which I'm giving a hypothetical. Your hypothetical
Yes,
was,
but it's
could an
it's
artist
different if you
create
tell
a
me to
piece
analyze
your
a thing that I don't
hypothetical
have.
was, could an artist create a piece that other artists couldn't replicate? My hypothetical is, if an artist creates a piece that goes against all of the theory of what you think would be good art, but it's not replicatable, is that now art? That's it. It's the exact same type of hypothetical you're asking. And you don't want to
I'm
answer
saying
it
that
for
would
some
give
reason.
a determination of a certain skill set, of a higher level of skill set.
So even if he violates all the rules of this particular art, music, for example, but other artists can't replicate it, now you say it's art.
I would say that their skill set is of a level that it would be a higher level skill set that would probably be art if other factors come in and we make an objective determination.
So this is a big way of saying you don't have an objective criteria. A bunch of ifs and ands and buts, right? That's not an answer to the question. Again, once more, showing the subjective nature of this. And what I would say is this, right? Like, you've already conceded that just because someone's a fantastic artist doesn't mean that everything they do is art. So you could say, I don't think it's unreasonable to say this. And I think if you stand back, you would probably agree if you weren't in debate pro mind, which is this. Like, just because someone does something that's difficult to replicate doesn't mean that it's art. It could be objectively shit and not art. It could be just total randomness. Like, for example, if you would acknowledge this, like music, for example, we could theoretically break down into like binary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I took random binary code, just fucking for like, that would lead to 2 hours worth of music. Just bam, total random number generator, random binary number generator, right? That would be almost impossible at some point for a human to replicate, but we wouldn't consider it art. We would say the replicatability has nothing to do with it.
Yes, well, if the numbers necessarily is not something that would be a claim to art. That's math.
Yeah, but nonetheless, we could take that and put it out tonally, right? And we would say, oh shit, no one could replicate that. And we'd say, yeah, but that still doesn't make it art. And I would say, well, I actually hit the numbers to do that random generator.
Well,
I did
would
it.
say
I
it's
sat there
one
and
of
hit
the
the
metrics that I would say it's an objective metric that would be a good thing to utilize to determine whether something is art. Solely on that criteria, you couldn't make the determination of whether it is art. No.
Okay.
I
So
agree
once
with you.
more, we have a bunch of like, it's not really rules, it's a bunch of guidelines. There's no hard and fast rule. And that's sort
Well,
of my
you're
point. It's
making an
subjective.
argument for we need multiple objective metrics to determine if something's art. You're not making an argument for it's just subjective.
We're making two arguments. The argument I'm making here is you are using what you consider to be objective metrics, but you're applying them subjectively. And that's different than something like math. Math, you might say, I subjectively feel 2 + 2 is 4 because X, Y, Z. But we don't say that subjective reason's the reason it's true. Music's different. Painting's different.
Yes, so
Sculpture's different. We might say, we could all look at, like, anyone who's remotely knowledgeable could look at a sculpture and say, you know what? That's fucking amazing muscle definition. The details that they put in, like, that's amazing. We could all agree with that. And yet, reasonable people could say, but I think the rest of it's shit. I think that the technical skill, right? So I don't think this is art. And you might say, I disagree.
Yeah, but remember.
Look, real quick, you might say, but I disagree.
Okay.
I think that the muscle definition in this sculpture is so good that to me it outweighs the other flaws. Reasonable?
Yes, but remember, I told you, Rob, like we can, whether we determine whether I like this thing or not is not how I determine what is art or not,
No,
whether
but
I like it or not.
No, but what
If
you
it's
do
got
is...
insane muscle definition on a sculpture, but it's a fucking blue-haired liberal, I would still say that's probably a piece of art because it's replicating or it's imitating the person perfectly. It's
not
done in a
true.
sculpture.
Maybe it's doing
all
it-
of these other metrics. It's carved out of marble. All these other
That's not
metrics.
true. But we're saying hypothetically, some of these other metrics aren't good. The face looks like shit, and the technique used to carve
Yes,
them
but that's
over,
subjective.
It's
But we could go, is the
we can
face
say it's not
replicated
subjective.
correctly?
You're saying there's no objective way to look at a picture of this person and look at a sculpture of their face and say objectively that doesn't look like this person?
Yes, but that wouldn't. Yeah, but if that is the case, it would probably not be art.
Right. So you would say, two experts could say this. One expert could say, look, the face sucks, and the technique they used was amateurish, but hot damn, that muscle definition is so fucking precise, I consider this art. And another person might say, no, I think that the mistakes that we see in other sports are too amateurish, I don't consider this art. Now you misjudge this. You say, well, Rob, I'm not saying whether or not I like it is whether or not it qualifies for art. Well, yeah, you are. You might not use the word like, but what you're saying is it has to get to a certain criteria that you think it's amongst the top percentage, right? Which is your subjective opinion. That's exactly my argument. This proves
Yeah, my opinion is subjective to me, correct.
Yes. So if your definition of art is what you subjectively feel based on using what you consider to be objective metrics is the top 5 to 10%,
That does
yes,
not
you're
remove the
using
objective
subjectivity.
metrics.
That's different.
Does
than
that remove the objective metrics, though?
It does not matter. The way you're applying those metrics are subjective. Again, I go back to the football example. If I say the best football player is the one with the highest number, is it not true if there was one player with number 100? I say that's an objective truth. You would say yes, but that's a subjective interpretation of why that makes the best football player. And I would retort, but it's objective. I used an objective metric.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just retarded to claim that the number on their jersey is what makes them the best player. That's just subjective determination,
Okay,
right?
then
But we
I
can
can say-
objectively look at their statistics.
No, you can't. If you ever talk to people about sports, it never goes that way.
Dude, we can eventually, if we look at the objective, but that's because they're saying who they like. We can objectively look at a football
That's
player's
true.
metrics, their yards ran, the touchdowns. We can look at all of these objective metrics to determine who has the highest number, can we not?
Okay, so if we're trying to figure out, let's say the best...
Wait, no. Answer my question. Can we do that?
Yes, we could determine who has the highest number objectively. No, we can't agree
That
that
would be the
highest...
best person.
No, we can't agree that highest number means they're the best.
Yes, we don't have to agree about it, but we
So
can
it's
use objective metrics to determine a
Again,
number,
what
Rob.
I'm trying to tell you... Oh my goodness, I can't believe you don't get this. Right? We have something called the Hall of Fame. You know what that is?
Yeah?
Very similar to what you're categorizing about art. Like the top 5% or so, it's less than that even, probably the top 1% of football players get in, okay? Now, every time that the discussion comes up of who to put in the Hall of Fame, everybody's using objective numbers. Everybody. Everybody uses them. How many touchdowns did they throw? How many interceptions did they have? How many games did they win? How many Super Bowls? What era did they play in? What was the average touchdowns thrown by quarterbacks? All of these are objective, all of them. And no one can agree. No one. Everybody's like, well, I actually think Dan Marino, even though he didn't win a Super Bowl, he played in an era where he threw so many more touchdowns than the quarterbacks around him. And there's other intangibles. His team sucked. And he still propelled them, even though he never won a Super Bowl. And then someone else will go, yeah, but come on.
You're making my argument that even with objective metrics, we can come to subjective determination.
Yes, that's
we've
my
established.
argument. That is exactly my argument. Therefore, it is not...
Is that how we should judge something? Subjectively or objectively? Should that be the case of how we judge things? On our opinion, our feelings, and our emotions, Rob?
A two-parter. One,
men
I
can be
will
women.
answer- I
Men
will
can be
answer
women because we're going to
judging-
subjectively judge things.
I will answer.
Men can be
I
women.
will answer. There's two answers.
That's
to this.
what we're gonna
One,
do.
you have changed the question because your prompt isn't judging. Your prompt is defining something as art. So it would be akin of me saying defining someone as a football player. You're only a football player if you're in the top 5%, right? Secondly, yes, we should try to use objective metrics, but inevitably we will use subjective ones.
Oh, so we should use objective metrics.
We should not say that something's not defined as such if there
Should
is
we
subject.
use objective metrics or subjective emotions for judging things?
Possibly both, but certainly we should strive to have some measure of objectivity. However, if your argument is inevitably it's impossible, then you concede that the prompt is worthless.
I'm saying higher order categories should be judged objectively and not subjectively.
Through
because emotions
subjective
and
interpretation
feelings
of
are
objective
nonsense.
measures. You yourself...
Subjectivity and emotions are nonsense, and you've just displayed
You have
that because
proven-
people can argue over objective
You have-
numbers because of subjective emotional appeals.
That's not true.
Yes.
Okay,
It's
then
what
tell
we
me,
sit
what's
with
more
in
important?
biology. It's what we sit with
Okay, then
models
what's more
in
important? If that's
science.
true, you don't particularly have a football team that you like the best, right? Correct?
I don't watch football, so
Yeah, so
how
you
would
don't
I
have no
know?
reason to favor a player for the Steelers versus a player for the Cowboys versus a player for the Patriots, right? You really have no reason to do that. You have no skin in the game, correct?
If you ask me, right, Rob, if you told
A
me to
simple yes,
place
no
a,
would.
Rob, if you asked me to place a bet on who I think is my choice for a football team, I would use objective metrics, not subjective, because
Great.
I don't watch
Thank you for
football.
answering that question that wasn't asked, right? My question is, what I'm saying is you have no skin in the game. It's not like perhaps if you're into soccer or something, you're like, well, I prefer this team. So even if it's subconscious, I'll have a bias that favors towards them, right? You don't have that when it comes to the National Football League, correct?
No, so I would have used
Okay,
objective
then I have a
because I would
question.
remove
When determining
subjectivity.
who's the best quarterback of all time, should we look at total touchdowns or Super Bowl victories? Objectively, there's an answer. You don't have a subjective
I would say
opinion.
we wouldn't be able to make determinations off of one metric.
Oh, so then tell me then objectively what is the totality of metrics we would use? Scientifically, you'll be able to
All
come
of
up
their
with an answer.
statistics, all of their numerical statistics.
Okay, which one's more important?
See, now I answer your question, then you shift the goalpost, then
No,
you
I'm
shift
not
the
shifting the
goalpost, then you shift.
goalpost.
No, but this is what you've been doing the whole night.
That's
Is I
not
give you an answer,
shifting-
then you shift the goalpost.
That's not shifting the
It
goalpost.
is.
What I'm illustrating is this.
I gave you an answer, and then you shifted to another point.
We could see.
That
Here's
is
the point.
objectively
Let me
shifting the
explain what's going
goalpost.
on. We could objectively look at who has the most Super Bowls. We could objectively look at who has the most touchdowns. We could objectively look at who has the most wins. And still, we'll disagree on which of those metrics are most important combined in determining who the greatest or who should be in the Hall of Fame, etc. Your response to this is thus, but that's because you have skin in the game. That's because you're biased. You're going to favor the guy from the team that you like. Now, I don't think that's the case. And so the way that I think that could be the case, but I don't think it's universally true. So the way I break through that is I say, okay, Chris, you don't have that bias, right? You're like, right, I don't have that bias. And I say, but even still, given the insane amount of variables that we could look at all of these objective metrics, of all of these statistics, you may come to a different conclusion than another person who has no bias just like you. None. You're still going to come to a subjective interpretation using the objective data. That's what's going to happen. You can't get around this. The same is true of determining...
Rob, we can argue over who won football games because of subjective appeals to fuck the ref sucks or they mistook. But there's objective numbers to these things. I've already told you, yes, human beings can make subjective claims to things. But if we work, we can come to a true answer only via objective metrics for higher order categories.
I don't know if you're debate broing or if you're this fucking stupid. I literally don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. The whole point of your prompt being wrong is it is not possible. It is not possible. If it was possible to objectively say art should only be the top 5 to 10%, and here is the exact qualification, the objective metrics we determine as to whether or not something's the top 5 or 10%. If that were possible, you could write it down and there would be no need for critics. None. There would be no interpretation. It would literally just be scientific. Literally, we would be able to put it into like Supergrok or something and just be like, is this art? And it'd go, let's run a little formula. Yes, it's art. No, it's not art. That's not possible. It is not, because the idea of being exclusively objective is not possible. It isn't possible, particularly when your definition relies on a collection of what we have deemed experts. These humans will also always increase subjectivity. Your answer is going to be, your answer to this is yes, but if we are going to subjectively determine, wouldn't it be better to have that subjective interpretation using objective metrics? Yes, largely that would be true. However, your prompt that it should be, quote, purely objective is not possible. It is not possible. If it were possible, it would be done. We would have people that, here's the criteria. Here's what's art and here's what's not. When it comes to a sculptor, here are the exact criteria that you need to meet before it's considered art. It does not exist.
Rob, just listen quickly. I explained to you earlier that we do this with biology, in the case of transgender people. We do this with objective metrics. I explained to you at the start, I did say yes. We can always make subjective determinations even upon objective things because some people are retarded. I get that. And I also mentioned that my argument with this is that I said I understand that it's not the case right now. I did say this at the start, that it's not the case right now. But I was making an ought argument for that a higher order category, which I hold this thing to be, should be based on objective metrics.
That's not what you said. You said it should be purely objective, which is not possible.
Yes.
You also conceded that if it's not possible, then it's not a good prompt.
I said if it's...
Again, you go to like biology.
It is possible,
Like,
though.
let's go back to the
You
parrot
know it
example.
is possible.
Let's go back to, it's a parrot. It's a parrot now. It was a parrot 10 years ago. It was a parrot 100 years ago. It will be a parrot 100 years from now. We could biologically see what a parrot is. Now you're proving my point. What we consider an artistic representation of a parrot to be is subjective. It's not like the biological structure of what a parrot actually is. It would be more akin to this. If I said, I consider real parrots to only be the top 5 to 10% of the parrotiest parrots. And you said, what? Well, what makes a parrot more parroty? And I say, the plumage. The plumage is very important. And beak structure. I think beak structure is very important. So that parrot over there that they're selling it, I don't think that should be considered a parrot. To me, if I entered it into a parrot show, it wouldn't win. It's not in the top 5% of the characteristics we say makes the ideal parrot. Therefore, I don't consider it a parrot. That's akin to what you're doing. Biologically, it's a fucking parrot. We can see that it's a parrot. You then saying, well, we could do the same thing with biology. No, we can't. You can't do it with science. You can't do it with math. There is objective truth. What you're talking about here is we could, and again, I don't even concede your argument that it's the measures you're talking about are objective. But even if I did, right, you could still favor which ones are most important when it comes to determining what's the best 5 to 10%. It's easy to see this. You could take something like housing experts and say, show me the top 5 houses in this town. And you're going to get different fucking examples from each person. And they might say, here's the things we objectively think makes a good house. And they're all going to list very similar things. And yet, seeing as how it's not going to be that easy, that one's clearly number 1, one's clearly number 2, one's going to be best at this thing, but second best at this. How do we evaluate? People are going to subjectively interpret. It's not like the biology. Secondly, I don't understand how you could, I don't think you could get around to the fact that there is no objective metric on this shit, even on the hyper-specifics. Objectively,
Rob,
what's the song with the best rhythm ever?
Rob, the significance of the pyramids, is it objective or subjective?
Subjective.
Oh, okay. So it's not that we can't replicate them, the historic significance, all of these things that make them.
You said,
that
what's
make
the
them one of the
significance?
wonders.
Define significance. By nature, it's going to be
Why
subjective.
are they special?
Well, that's not exactly.
Because of subjective metrics or objective metrics?
both.
Oh, okay. So then
You disagree?
You tell me I'm debate broing, but you also debate.
You
broing.
disagree with
if
that.
If you're going to concede to that, that's ridiculous, bro. That's
So just to
fucking
be clear,
ridiculous.
any structure that we see as unique is equally significant. That's your argument.
What?
There are multiple
That we
pyramids.
see is equally
No,
significant.
wait. There are multiple pyramids, right? Correct?
The Great Pyramids of
Right,
Giza.
but there
they
are multiple,
specific.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, by definition, they're not the most unique then. So if I could find a structure that's 4 foot tall,
Are
that
they
let me
unique?
finish, that Native Americans made here, and there's only one of it, well, it's unique. So therefore, if it's purely about objectivity, that's more unique than the pyramids, therefore it's more significant, correct? You would say no, because there's other factors, such as the grandiose scale.
Oh, there are other factors.
Or there's other factors like subjective, how much it means to the culture, how much it means to the history.
Oh, we don't
Yes,
give a shit about that, dude.
That's
we don't
not
give a
true
shit
at all.
about
Of
that.
course
That's not
we
why
do.
it's got importance. It's not important because of some dude, you're being if you say the pyramids are important because of subjective metrics, dude, really now. Come on. Now we're just being ridiculous, bro.
What's the largest
Really?
pyramid in the world?
How am I meant to how does that even answer the question, bro?
What is the largest pyramid of the world?
I don't know.
What's the most important pyramid in the world? The most significant one?
Probably the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Okay. Great Pyramid of Giza, right? Also the largest. Okay. I don't think so. Right? I think when people, if you ask people, right, what's the greatest pyramids in the world, they would say the Egyptian pyramids. You don't you disagree? That's what people think of. If you said pyramid, guaranteed people are thinking of those in Egypt, right? They ain't thinking of Giza first. But Giza's bigger. It's more unique. Why? Why are they thinking of the Egyptian pyramids first? Because of subjective reasons, right?
Oh, really? It's not about the stones that you can't fit a credit card in, the alignment. Oh, okay.
It's because of
dude. This is bad. This is bad.
I want you to tell me. I am telling you that it is not exclusively about objective reasons. There are also subjective reasons. You disagree. You're saying, nope, it's
what
exclusive.
Makes them special is not the subjective reasons, it's the objective reasons.
That's not true. There are subjective reasons as well.
Dude.
There are subjective reasons as well. If it's just about the objective reasons, why isn't Giza more famous? It's bigger. Why isn't it more famous?
So you're giving me objective reasons for why? I don't hear subjective reasons. What's the subjective reasons? Can you tell me what those are?
Yes, because culture has shown us all throughout the 21st century, the 20th and 21st century, it's represented these Egyptian pyramids over and over. Even on the back of our fucking dollar bills, there are representations of the Egyptian pyramids.
Why?
All sorts of reasons.
Because of subjective reasons.
Both subjective and objective.
Okay.
Okay, why is the pyramid on the back of the dollar instead of some other great structure?
Because it's an architectural marvel of the world, and that's
the best, the greatest ever, right?
Is it why? Subjectively or objectively?
It is both. There is the impressive nature of it, and there were people that felt that it had some sort of significance for a subjective reason.
Dude.
This is true. Why is the eagle? Why is the eagle the national bird of the United States? Well, because of objective reasons of how impressive an eagle is, but also because of subjective reasons, because the people that were deciding these thought that this was their favorite bird that represented something.
Not the weight of the stones, the construction, the
how much did the stones weigh in
Giza? The age
Giza?
of them. No, that's not why.
How much did the stones weigh in Giza? What's the age of the Giza pyramid? You know?
10 tons, 15 tons.
You don't know. You're talking out your ass. If I show you that the stones weighed more in Giza, and it's bigger, and it's older, would you then say...
This has nothing to do with the argument,
yes, it does. The argument is...
No, you're just saying things to say things.
That's not true.
To do with my argument.
If you're saying the reason that the Egyptian pyramids are the most known is because they're the most impressive. Well, they're not the biggest, and if they're not the oldest, and if the stones didn't weigh the most, then they're not the most impressive, so why are they the most known?
Well, they do meet criteria that makes them the top of the list on objective metrics. They're not important because of subjective reasons.
Give me the objective reason that it's more.
You just asking why is not an argument for why.
And real quick, I just wanna do a time check for you guys. It's another hour in, so I just wanna let
we wrap up in like 20
know.
minutes, like at 2 a.m. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you want to...
Rob, you're a beast, though, dude. You're a beast. I have to pee over here. We're like 4.5 hours in.
Listen, I want an answer to this question. If you're right that it's purely objective and it has nothing to do with subjectivity, and it's not the tallest, and it's not the heaviest...
Yeah, I don't think the pyramids are important because of subjectivity.
It is... What I'm telling you is, you're looking at it binary. This is how you look at everything. Everything is either valued 100% because of objectivity or 100% because of subjectivity. And it's impossible that it's a combination of the two. Therefore, anything we put significance on has to 100% be objectivity. So, in that sense, then I'll say, well, then the song that is the top-selling song every year is objectively the best song. That's it. It's objectively the best. That's the only explanation. There is no reason that it would be the most popular unless it's objectively the best. And you intuitively are going to say, well, that's absurd. It could have been pushed.
The pyramids are objectively the great pyramids of Giza. Objectively the fucking great pyramids of Giza, my dude. You can fucking argue this subjective emotional nonsense. But this is debate broing right now because you're not conceding on something very obvious.
Wait a minute.
Like you're doing the fucking trans women or women argument right now, and it's ridiculous, dude.
Wait. Where is the Great Pyramid of Giza?
In Egypt.
Okay, let me check this.
There's a reason it's one of the 7 wonders of the world, and it's not subjective reasons, dude.
Okay.
Like, you could have just conceded this, dude.
Okay, so the Great Pyramid of Giza is in Egypt. The biggest pyramid in the world, I believe, is the Great Pyramid of Cholula.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, Cholula is in South
in
America.
Mexico. Okay. If
Yes.
it's the biggest, why isn't it the most known?
Because of its construction is not as significant as the Great Pyramids of Giza.
In what sense?
Architecturally.
In what sense?
Metrics.
In what sense?
Architectural objective metrics.
Like such as?
Stones that were carved perfectly. There you go.
Okay.
Weight
so-
of stones.
Okay.
Where they were moved from. How they were constructed.
If a person
Must I carry on
if a
listing
person was to
things?
say, I think the most impressive pyramid is
The Mexican pyramids are 2,000 years old. 1,600, some of
if
them.
a person was to say, I think the most impressive pyramid's the largest one, why would they be wrong? Can you explain? Why is that interpretation wrong?
Then their subjective interpretation, because I don't give a shit about people's opinions. I care about
It's not an
objectivity.
opinion. I'm asking you if they say the objective metric I'm using to decide the greatest pyramid is the biggest one. It's Cholula. Why are they wrong? They're using
I mean,
objectivity. That's an objective metric.
Your opinion is cute, but how big a structure is has nothing to do with its architectural complexity.
Why
right?
is architectural? Why is that a standard that we should take over largeness?
I don't know. For subjective people, they might not give a shit about nothing important.
I
They might
mean
say
objective.
men or
I mean
women. I
object-
don't know.
I
I
mean
don't know why they do things,
I mean,
Rob. I
I'm
don't know
not
why they do
talking-
things.
no.
But I know why
I'm not-
objectively the one is more important.
Why?
Age, size of... Dude, I got to keep repeating myself.
is
You bring
age-
up another reason.
why is
It's
age-
not the biggest
why
in
is
the
age-
world.
Why is age more important than size?
Why is biggest important, Rob?
I think that biggest stands out as a metric that we can see when it talks about structures, the grandness of it. The biggest is something that we often talk about, and it's easy to identify and demarcate.
Why is that important?
Because I think that it talks about the massive achievements
Oh,
of
I
humans.
think.
And why is architectural soundness important? Same thing, your subjective interpretation. You have no reason.
In
It's to-
architecture, architectural soundness is pretty fucking important. Otherwise, the structure doesn't hold.
and yet the Cholula Pyramid's still holding.
It probably has structural integrity. doesn't
Okay,
it?
great. So then explain to me again why we should prefer the structural integrity of the Giza Pyramid over Cholula when Cholula's
Complexity
larger?
of architecture.
Okay,
we have
but that's
buildings right now
subjective.
that are bigger
You have
than
no
those.
objective reason why that should be preferred when
do.
discussing the greatest pyramid.
I do. Construction methods, the weight of the stones, the construction is rudimentary of Cholula. The
So
stones
what?
that were used, the materials that were used, the complexity of the underground
So what?
caverns, the whole integral internal structure of the building is
Give
more
me the
impressive.
objective reason why
the
that's-
age is more impressive. All of that.
Give
all
me
of
the
that.
objective reason why
all
that's...
of that. Jesus
give me-
was in that area.
Give me
I
the
can
objective.
just give you objective metrics.
Give me the objective metric why that's more important than size. Go ahead. Objective is not subjective, not your interpretation. Literally objective. Go ahead. Give me the objective reason.
Did you hear what I just said?
You gave a
just said
bunch of
multiple
reasons
things.
as to your interpretation why those things are more important. You have not
Did I give you objective matrix or subjective matrix?
I gave you an objective metric that Cholula's the largest. Was that real quick? Is that objective or subjective? Is that objective
That's
or
objective.
Is
That's
that
objective, right?
Okay, I win then. It's the more impressive pyramid. Did I not just use objectivity? Why are you laughing?
So one beats multiple. Is that your argument?
I
One objective metric beats multiple objective metrics.
I mean, I think that if this metric is the most important, then yes.
One metric beats multiple of metrics.
Yes, I think if this one's the most important, then yes.
All right. So
I-
not
I-
the
you
complexity of the
explain- why am I wrong?
structure,
Am I
how
using-
it was quarried, the physical weight of the building material used, its precision, its geometric accuracy, its star alignment, the significant this.
You have no
the
reason-
age.
you have no
okay,
reason-
age is the most important, Rob. Age is the most important.
You have no reason to that. You
And
have
doing
no
what you're
reason-
doing. Age
you-
is the most important.
Okay, so
There
then
we
if
go.
I find something older than the Great Pyramids of Giza, then that's objectively more impressive, correct?
What?
If you're saying age is the most important, fine. Then if I find a structure that is older than the Great Pyramid of Giza, then that's more impressive, correct?
Yeah, Göbekli Tepe is older. It's multiple factors. You're arguing for
Okay.
one factor
No.
determines it?
No.
No. You're arguing one factor. I'm telling you multiple factors, what I've been telling you the whole night. Multiple factors.
You're subjective
Why
in
is
your
it not one of the great, the seven great wonders of the world?
It's subjective in your interpretation.
Is it objectively one of the great wonders of the world?
The great wonders of the world is a human construct of things that have been named.
Is it objectively one of the great wonders of the world?
Yes. Is Cholulu objectively the largest pyramid?
Okay, that makes it the best.
Is Cholulu the largest pyramid? Objectively.
I win.
Is Cholulu the biggest
not one of the
pyramid
seven wonders of the
objectively?
world.
Is Cholulu?
No, humans have not decided that it's one of the seven wonders of the world.
So now you deny reality. Is Cholulu objectively the largest pyramid by volume?
Why does that matter? Tell me why that matters.
Is Cholulu objectively the largest pyramid by volume?
Yes. Why does that matter?
That's it. I win then. Then it's objectively true.
Dude, this is ridiculous what you're doing.
What's ridiculous is that it's
cute.
illustrating
It's
the
cute
point.
what you're doing, but it's ridiculous.
It's illustrating the point. Just because you say that we evaluate things through objective metrics, right, doesn't mean that the way you apply them is objective. A person could say to me, what I view as the most impressive things with the pyramids is which one is the biggest. Therefore, to me, I feel that Cholulu is the best. And you might say, I disagree. I think that other things like stone cutouts and age of pyramids is more important.
Mm-hmm.
So subjectively, to me, the greatest pyramid is Giza.
Did I say that?
Yes, you said there are a litany of factors.
No. So you're not listening. My thing was because of multiple metrics make something better. You're arguing for one metric makes something better.
That's not true. There's other metrics that I can say.
What's your other metrics for Cholula, Rob? Let's hear it then. You said multiple.
Oh, sure.
Which multiple?
I could say all kinds of things. Like, for example, I could say the society wasn't as organized in Egypt. And so for them to be able to come together like this without slave labor was even more impressive. I could say that the temperature and the sort of jungle type environment made it far more difficult to haul stone, to have to go through all this foliage that you wouldn't need in Egypt. I could say that there were other pyramids in the area in Egypt
that
were similar in grandeur. And when it came to that area of the world that was sort of had a more ancient civilization, that wasn't as impressive as we saw with Cholulu. I could say that we know more and there's about the Egyptian pyramids. And Cholulu, there's more mystery because there's things like Cholulu and other pyramids and other structures in the area that seem to come from cultures that we fucking know almost nothing about, as opposed to Egypt, which we know a lot about. I think all those metrics are more important. Now what? Who's right? Those are all objective truths.
Do you know what's funny? It's funny how your subjective opinion doesn't mean shit, because it's still not one of the great wonders of the world, is it?
The great wonder of the world's subjective, you fucking idiot.
Oh, so there's not seven.
It's subjective in which ones they chose.
Why did they choose them?
Because they thought that those were the most
subjective.
Impressive.
Must I pull up why they chose them? Are you saying it's subjective how they chose them? Must I pull it up?
My God, I can't. You're appealing to authority. You're like, because a bunch of people said these are the most seven impressive structures, then self-evidently.
How do we know the size of something if we don't appeal to an authority that measured it, Rob?
Because a measurement's different than someone's opinion. One is an objective truth, the other is subjective. I could measure and see that's 6 feet tall.
Do you appeal to somebody that measured something?
I can measure it myself.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let me know when you did that. But till then, you appeal to the person that measured it.
Okay,
the authority that measured it.
So by the same criteria,
appeal to authority.
You know, have you ever been to the Great Pyramids of Giza? Have you ever been there?
Why does that matter?
Have you ever been there?
Why does that matter?
How do you even know they exist? You're appealing to an authority that someone took that could have all been faked. The size of it, the age of it, all of it could be faked.
Of what? Of the pyramids of it's all fake?
Of Giza, of everything that you've never been to.
Have you been to Cholula?
No. I'm saying that there's a fundamental difference. I'm saying there are objective things that are objectively measurable. I could measure through a thermometer what the temperature is outside. I can measure through a tape measure how tall my roof is. I can measure through a speedometer how fast my car is driving. That's different than saying car and driver said my car's the coolest. Oh, well, that's equally objective. The fact that you're driving 63 mile an hour right now, that's relying on trusting that some expert created your vehicle with a working speedometer. So that's subjective, just like it's subjective that says Car and Driver says it's the best car. You see the difference?
So it seems like there's multiple objective metrics how they determine these things, huh? Now that I'm looking it up, do you want me to list them for you?
What do you want to? Sure. On what?
Do you think that things just arbitrarily get chosen subjectively? Because that's kind of your argument you're making, that we should work off of one metric subjectively to determine the value of things. And I'm telling you that the reasoning behind why humans determine the value of things is over multiple metrics. The same way with the pyramids being more exceptional in architectural skill than the Cholula pyramids.
I can't believe I have to explain this. The entire debate is this. You saying that art, we should define art based on pure objectivity. And then I'm like, okay, what are those objective measures? And you're like, well, for example, if we took painting, line theory, color theory, and only the top 5 to 10% of things that utilize that in paintings would be considered art. The rest of them could be considered paintings, but we wouldn't consider them art. And I say the problem is, even if we accept that these are objective metrics, you're still applying them subjectively, right? And then we use the example of the pyramids. I think Cholula's the coolest pyramid because objectively, it's the biggest.
You stating a subjective opinion doesn't do nothing to architectural skill level.
Objectively, is Cholula the biggest?
Rob, is it more complex than the pyramids of Giza? Is it more complex than the pyramids of Giza? Are we going to do this the whole night?
Your interpretation of complexity being more important than size is subjective, you fucking idiot. You fucking moron. That's my exact point.
Okay, everything is subjective. Everything's subjective then, right?
That's the point. That's why I'm using, you keep making my point over and over and over.
Rob, how we determine objectivity is over multiple factors, not just one because you choose one.
That's not true.
It's multiple that gives us an answer.
The idea that you say that it's multiple
It's not true, okay.
It's in itself subjective. For example,
it's subjective when I based it on multiple objectives.
Okay, let me explain this, right? What if I said that we could theoretically say it was objective using color theory, line theory, and a bunch of this shit? Let's say there are 7 metrics like that. And I point to a painting and say in 6 of these 7 metrics, it's better than the Mona Lisa. But it's so bad in that 7th metric that we laugh at this piece. Would you say, nope, it has to be better than the Mona Lisa because it's better in 6 out of the 7 metrics?
You're not going to get out of this. You think multiple objective metrics is less important than one. You think multiple objective metrics is less important than one.
Why can't you answer the question?
You can't do math, clearly.
The question that I just gave you. Oh, shit. What's that? The question that I just gave you. Hope everything's all right.
Oh, was that in his background or something?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, okay.
So I thought my computer was done.
Sorry, my compressor refilled.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Why can't you answer that question?
Sorry, what's the question?
What if we say there are 7 metrics to what makes a good painting, and here's this no-name painting over here that in 6 out of the 7 metrics is slightly better than the Mona Lisa, but in the 7th it's so bad, you would still say, nope, it's better than the Mona Lisa because 6 is more than 1. And it's better in 6 metrics, right?
I'm telling you, multiple objective metrics.
Why can't you answer that?
Make an argument for why it's not the case. No, because you're running right now from the one that you were struggling with because you were saying nonsense.
Why can't you answer that question?
You're not answering my original question.
I am answering your question. The answer to your question is, it may be that multiple metrics being more important than one thing is important. It may not be. For example, if it's only 1% better in 5 metrics, but the other is 90% better in a different metric, then I might say the one metric's more important than the other 4 or 5 metrics. You disagree?
You're just appealing to absurdity right now. That's what you're doing. You're just making this absurd now.
I'm not appealing to it.
7 tangible objective, multiple objective metrics You are saying that one will beat multiple objective metrics.
I am saying that just because there is multiple of something doesn't necessarily mean that subjectively we would say it's better. Again, let's go to the area of athletics.
Objectively, we could compare. That's how that works. Math.
Tom Brady to Michael Vick, and I could say in every metric other than throwing accuracy and clutch, Michael Vick's better. He's faster. He's stronger. He's taller. He's more athletic. He can take a bigger hit. All those metrics. And yet, the one metric that Tom Brady's better at, he's so much better than, clearly makes him the Hall of Fame best quarterback ever. And you would say, no, Rob, no. Michael Vick's better at multiple metrics as opposed to just one. Do you see the stupidity of this? It's subjective.
You are claiming that these things are not important. You would have to display that. Just saying it is not an argument. Saying that it could be the case is not saying that this is the case in this scenario. You understand?
It has nothing to do with saying it's the case in this scenario.
You saying multiple metrics are insignificant. You would have to display that. Saying that it is not an argument.
No, here's what I have to say. I have to show that there are situations that prove that the rule you're saying isn't always the rule, which proves that the rule you're using is subjective. If it was objective, it would always be the case. If I could find examples...
In this case or in other cases?
In any case. Your argument is...
In any case.
Your argument is we could objectively determine what's the top 5 to 10% of something. I.e., if we go to the pyramids, we could objectively determine which is the best and most impressive pyramid. I say no, not necessarily. I could say, for example, that the pyramid that's the biggest, I say that's the most impressive metric, is which one's the important. You say no. That's only one criteria.
Why is that metric more important?
You say no. That's only one criteria where I have multiple criteria. I say the point I'm illustrating is that sometimes one criteria can be important than multiple, which proves that you're not talking about something that's objective. You're talking about something that's subjective. Here, like for example, how many give me the reasons right now. List them, the reasons that the Giza pyramid's more impressive than Cholula. Go ahead.
Rob, I gave you that. The weight of the stones, the complexity of the stone, of the masonry work.
No, wait. Slow down. I want to count. Go ahead. Give me the reasons.
Complexity of the masonry work.
Okay.
Weight of stones. Distance of stones moved from quarries.
Multiple factors on the stones. Okay.
Okay. The age, the construction methods.
By the way, a lot of this shit's subjective. Construction method.
Dude, it's not. We can say one construction method is more complicated than another, can we not?
What was the construction method used with Cholula?
Small stones stacked on each other.
Okay, so you got 5. Any more?
You understand that I can go into the bush
here we go. I will
stones.
go with, here's why Cholula is more important. The volume of it's bigger. The size of the base is bigger. The height of it's bigger. The scale of the human effort, it took over 1,000 years, so that's more of a human effort. The fact that it was hidden in plain sight, which makes it like this unseen treasure, which is better. The cultural depth, it wasn't just one culture, it was culture after culture after culture that built on it. That's 6. I have more than 5. I win. You acknowledge now Cholula's a better pyramid.
It's nice. It's nice that you Googled that.
In fact, wait a minute. Shouldn't that mean that now it's one of the 7 wonders? It replaces Giza because it has 6 instead of 5. Right?
By the way, you're incorrect because the Great Pyramid's taller. There's multiple others. Because you can't mention the other ones, the astronomical alignment, all of these things. You know what? I can also Google things and read off of Google. I was doing it off the top of my head. Are we going to start Googling things now to make our shitty arguments?
Matter? The point is what you're using is subjective metrics. You're literally, it's so absurd that you're just like, if we say, here are objective
The height of something is subjective.
No,
are you saying the height and the weight of things are subjective? You are saying what you attribute as things are subjective. Because that's what humans do.
No, maybe I can help bridge the gap here. If I can help try to bridge a gap here. What I think Rob is saying is like, he's not saying that is subjective. He's saying choosing that as a requirement necessary to be considered art is what is subjective. Like you guys brought this up earlier. I went and searched it up to I was gonna pull it up because you guys were talking about it, like the banana, right? Taped to the wall. It's objectively a banana, all right. You guys would obviously agree that's objectively a banana and objectively a piece of tape. But what makes that objectively matter? And that's what Rob is saying. Rob is saying subjectively, this is art to somebody. So why is that objectively not art? Maybe that will help bridge this
What
gap
I'm saying
here.
is, like, you, for example, let's say that we could come up with objective things that a human structure would be impressive. And let's say we theoretically agree on 4 things, right? Size, height, engineering necessary, and age, right? And let's say that we are looking at something like the Great Pyramid of Giza and deciding whether or not it's more impressive than, say, the Empire State Building. Now, I don't know, but I'm assuming the Empire State Building is taller, has more volume, right? You might say, wow, the engineering of creating automobiles and cranes and all that shit, that's technically a bigger engineering feat. And yet, the fact that Giza is so old and it stands out as a structure at its time that it's so different, whereas the Empire State Building, we can see other skyscrapers around. And your response would be like, yeah, but the Empire State Building wins 3 out of the 4 metrics, so therefore it's the most impressive.
Rob, but you understand with what makes the pyramids of Giza distinct is that it cannot be replicated right now. We can replicate the Empire State Building in Cholula.
But again, now you're saying that there's one metric that's most important. So then if I find an older structure, let me finish. So if I then find something that many other metrics, more metrics is more impressive. If I find a structure older than Giza that's bigger, that is older, that all of these things, right, heavier, all this shit, but we could replicate it now, I would say, but see, Chris, here's why you're wrong. Because I have multiple metrics and you only have one, the inability to replicate. Would you admit that I'm right then? If I have all these other objective metrics, you would say, you're right, Rob. The ability to replicate's only one metric. Or would you say, no, I think the inability to replicate is a far more important objective metric?
Yes, one of that it would be higher order because it cannot be replicated. So there is criteria to these things,
So
but
then
that is
you're
based on objectivity and not my
so then your
subjective
entire spiel about bigger number, my number is bigger than 1, therefore I'm right. I was proving to you, which you now concede, that's not necessarily
I'm
the
not
case.
conceding anything, dude.
Yes, that's a
This
concession.
has been a ridiculous
I even
argument.
gave
I understand what you're trying to say, but it's just
I even gave this
ridiculous.
specific argument. I said, if we have 7 criteria for what makes a good painting, and in 6 of those, this no-name painter does something that's better, has better color theory, has better line theory, but in one of the 7, it's so bad, would that make it better than the Mona Lisa? No, we would say, even though it wins 6 out of the 7 metrics, the point that I'm trying to make with all of this is you could use objective criteria, but determining whether or not that makes it the top 5 or 10%, which you're saying is necessary to be qualified as art, is subjective.
Rob, I understand what we give weight to can be done subjectively, and you keep making this argument. But like I'm telling you, something like the complexity of replication is not a subjective argument towards why it's important. It becomes because of the actual ability or the rarity of that. Do you understand that does carry more weight?
I understand in your opinion, it subjectively carries more weight.
Okay.
What you keep saying is,
and I get it.
What you keep saying is this. You're like, isn't this an objective metric? Arguably, no, right? Replicability isn't objective as like height. People could disagree on how easy it would be to replicate something. One person might say, I think the way they did it was X and it would be difficult.
Cannot. Not difficulty, cannot.
I disagree. We could build the pyramids if we wanted.
Okay.
You disagree? You don't think with modern technology we could do it?
All right.
Yes or no?
Rob.
Do you think with modern technology?
You say so.
I want you to tell me.
According
right
to the experts, no.
I disagree.
You're just going to say
they're
it's
wrong.
my opinion.
They're
My
absolutely
opinion
wrong.
it is.
What the experts would say is
wrong.
we can't replicate it in the way they did it. We can't do that. But they absolutely could. They could build the pyramids. They could cut stone, build it like, of course.
No objective metrics
Show me the
matter if
show me
we
the
can give
expert.
subjective
Okay, you made the claim.
reasons
I'll
for
tell you
other
what, I'll eat
things.
crow. Show me the expert that says it is physically impossible for us to create pyramids like Giza. Go ahead. And I'll bet what they say is we wouldn't be able to have the manpower, but I bet with machines we could do it.
Sorry, my laptop is shit. I'm a broke African. The keys are falling out. Replicating the Great Pyramid is considered nearly impossible due to the lack of technology, but because of immense logistics, financial, and societal constraints. Building them requires massive, sustained investment, expert craftsmen in heavy stone, and specific absolute authority to mobilize a workforce, factors that no longer exist.
Of course we could do it. It's just it financially wouldn't make sense.
Well, dude, I mean, if you're going to argue with what Google says, dude, that's the whole point. You're going, well, I can just make subjective arguments for everything. And,
okay, here,
I mean,
I'll read what Google says.
I understand what you're doing, but it's like, it's disingenuous.
I'll read what it says. If you want to argue with it, go ahead. Yes, absolutely. The pyramids, including the Great Pyramid of Giza and even larger volume Pyramid of Cholula, could be built with modern technology. We do it faster, cheaper, safer, and likely more precisely. The short answer is we have the techs, machines, materials, and engineering know-how to replicate or exceed them easily. The real barriers aren't technical. They're economic, motivational, and practical. In other words, it would cost a lot of money. We don't have a reason, but absolutely, if we decided we wanted to build them, we could. Are you going to argue with Google? Oh, it's okay for you to argue with Google. I see. Now, there you go.
I just want to real quick time check because you wanted me to remind you guys when it was 2 or 5 minutes past 2 now. Did you guys want to keep going or did you want to wrap it up?
I'm having fun. I got rated over. I'm having
I
fun.
know. I'm having fun too. Rob, you're really good at this, so I give you credit. I understand what you're doing.
Let's talk about
you're frustrating
cranes,
me because you're skilled.
Cranes, helicopters, excavators, and trucks could move and place the 2.3 million blocks of Giza, average 2.5 tons each, in a fraction of the time. No need for endless ramps, sleds on wet sand, or millions of man-hours. Concrete pouring, like Hoover Dam, which used similar volume, would be far simpler and faster than quarry cutting, transporting individual limestone blocks. Embed cooling pipes to handle heat from the setting concrete, and you'd have a monolithic structure in months and years instead of decades or centuries. Precision tools, lasers, GPS, drones, computer modeling would achieve or beat the Giza Pyramid's famous alignment, the true north of 3 to 60 of a degree, and flatness without a sweat. Timeline. Ancient Giza, 10 to 20 years with 20 to 30,000 workers. Modern, it would take likely 5 years or less with 1,500 workers. Cost. Rough modern estimates for a Giza replicate would be 250 to 300 million. Up to 5 billion if sticking it to quarried stone for authenticity. But if we decided to pour concrete, it'd be much cheaper. That's pocket change compared to modern projects such as Burj Khalifa, which was 1.5 billion, or infrastructures like highways, bridges, and the building. For context, the Panama Canal moved vastly more material with early 20th century tech. Now, you were saying, it seems that, yes, we absolutely have the technology.
Yeah, well...
Okay, so it's replicatable. So the one issue you said that was the most important no longer exists. In fact, it would be replicatable in under 5 years. Cheaper than we did the Panama Canal. Now? Now what? Now it's not impressive?
Well, the thing is... Okay, cool. So, but it's still architecturally more difficult to do than, say, Cholula. That's the point.
Says who? In some senses, yes, and others, no. For example, did you know this? Cholula was made of what's called adobe bricks. They were constructed primarily from millions of sun-dried adobe bricks. Estimates suggest around 100 million or more. It's lighter and easier produced than Giza's limestone blocks, but the sheer quantity and the need to maintain structural integrity over layered additions over and over again show a highly sophisticated understanding of materials, erosion resistance, and seismic stability in the more earthquake-prone Cholula. Now what? That seems, wow, in different ways, it's uniquely architecturally challenging. Hundreds of millions of individual bricks in an area where it had to suffer earthquakes, where they were building not just for 20 years, but for hundreds to thousands of years, stacking on top, maintaining structural integrity. Hundreds of millions of bricks. Now what?
I mean, yeah, I understand your argument. I do understand your argument saying that how we weight objective criteria comes down to some subjective determinations of which is valued over another. I do
There you
understand
go.
this.
That's exactly my point.
I understand
So
this.
for the people just tuning in, the question of we should only call something art based on purely objective metrics, I basically have two arguments against. And the first is what we're dealing with here. Even if we concede that the metrics we should use are objective, they will be applied subjectively. It's impossible for us to say what is the top 5 to 10% of art. Because correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, your argument is that only the top 5 to 10% of works in a specific category should be considered art. So only the top 5 to 10% of paintings, or the top 5 to 10% of sculptures, or the top 5 to 10 architectural design should be considered art. My claim is that it would be difficult, and he says that we would rely on a panel of experts that would use objectivity to determine those. And what I'm saying is it would be impossible. That even if we could say, here are the metrics we would use, you know, for example, painting, the best color theory, the best line structure, all of this stuff, right? They would still evaluate these metrics in a different way. Oh, Slayer t-shirt, that's pretty badass. So that's number one. I think I've proven that. Just like the analogy that makes the most sense to me is we could look at objective figures to determine who's a better quarterback, Joe Montana or Dan Marino. And you could say objectively which one had more touchdowns, which one had more Super Bowls, which one had more interceptions, which one had more yards. And yet we disagree when looking at those objective measures, which one makes them better. That's the
Rob,
point.
so I understand. Remember, this is what I said. I mean, I even said this at the start of the debate. I understand that we subjectively apply weight to things. But ultimately, what you're saying is we apply weight to the objective nature to how we criticize these things.
Well, I think no, because I think that the pyramid thing illustrates the second point I have. That oftentimes what we assume of objective isn't. For example, you made the claim that the Giza pyramids objectively was a harder architectural feat. Well, that's not necessarily the case. You could say, I believe that because the stones were heavier and it required more
its accuracy is one of the things, right?
Okay, but how do we
Astronomical
compare
alignment.
the weight of those stones versus the sheer amount of stones, 100 million, that were used, and it far more difficult to create the stones when it came to Cholula? Which one's more
Well, I mean-
architecturally impressive?
Well, moving 60-ton stones way longer ago and moving small little stones is obviously, if you ask an engineer what is more complicated, moving multiple little stones and then going way further back in history and moving 60-ton stones. An engineer wouldn't give you a subjective answer. They would say objectively, moving 60-ton stones, thousands of years, and then thousands of years later, moving a buttload of small little stones is not as from an architectural stance as complicated.
I would say that
metric.
it's not necessarily that simple objectively, right? Like, for example, we don't just say that the weight of something is what makes it more impressive, right? You may say, for example, that a person who's like carries fucking 300 pounds, 20 feet, right, is a far more impressive feat than someone stacking toothpicks. But what if I told you the toothpicks that were stacked were 500 billion? You'd say, holy fuck, the sheer scale of that. So it's not as simple as you're saying. But if we take it to an even more, like, talking specifically about art, and we take it to something like music, it's clear that there is not an objective rationale for a lot of this shit, as is illustrated by the following point. You say that there are several metrics that we should use that are objective, such as rhythm. We know if a song has good rhythm or not. My interpretation is, though, I don't think that that's necessarily objective, right? For example, if you took the top 5 drummers alive right now and said, tell me the song that has the best rhythm, you'd probably get 5 different answers. Well, that can't be true. If it was objective, they would all say, yep, this one right here that I just heard, that's the best rhythm. But that wouldn't be the case, as you know and as I know, which shows that even in metrics that we consider objective, we look at things like pitch, rhythm, tone, timbre when deciding which is the best song. Even the experts will disagree on which is subjectively their favorite. So even in the metrics you're saying, but we should only use objective measures, they're not objective. These metrics are not objective. They're just not. And I don't know how you could get around that.
You are telling me that that the objective metrics you're using are applied subjectively.
No, I'm saying that's one argument, and the other metric is what you're calling objective metrics aren't necessarily objective. What's your expertise?
The application is subjective. The metrics are not subjective.
Again, we went through this with the example of pitch. I have a guitar, and I have a guitar tuner. I hit G. I'm playing a G note. I could mathematically get to a perfect G, hypothetically, or as close as possible. That's pitch perfect. And now this string's perfect. And this string's, all the strings are tuned perfectly. The pitch is perfect. But the way in which those perfectly pitched notes are put together, and so if you ask someone, show me the song that you think uses pitch better than any other song, you're going to get different answers from every expert. So no, the idea of saying we use a measure that's objective, such as pitch, in determining which is the best song or the best songs, it's not that simple. Subjectivity is going to creep into it.
Yeah, no, I understand. We just argued over the over objective metrics towards things, and then we applied it subjectively into which we give value to. I understand. I understand your argument. I understand your argument.
No. That's.
But the determination is made upon objective metrics.
It's not that simple, right? It's not. Even now, you're downselling, right?
We are not starting with subjective metrics. We are working with objective metrics and then subjectively choosing which to give weight to. Correct or not correct?
It's not just that, right? Because what we can see,
the metrics are objective.
No.
And then the application of how we give value to them is subjective.
No. Could it be, hypothetically, that a drummer is offbeat? His rhythm's offbeat, right? And that if you just heard this one stanza, you'd say that he's not in perfect 4/4 time right now. Could that be possible? And still say, that is excellent rhythm.
Yes.
Right. So then the metric of, but wait a minute, objectively, wouldn't that be worse than... If it's objective, then the quarter beat would always be better.
Yes, if you designate it to one metric, I explained this. Yes, we wouldn't use one metric to define
but it's a
complex.
But each individual metric that makes up the totality of the metrics, the subjective nature in each of them would be true, which actually compounds the subjective nature. It could be that the pitch on the guitar that's slightly out of key adds ambience. And so even though we'd say the individual note of that pitch is slightly off, but it actually adds an ominous nature to the song, which is impactful.
Yes, but we define that by the arithmetic structure of the song, right?
But who defines which is best? There's no objective answer.
Yes, best is subjective. I already said this. If we determine what is best, yes, that comes down to subjective. But we use the objectives. And then we go, which do we apply weight to, and which do I think is better than the other ones?
It's not. But now when you're saying we use objectives, you're just saying an objective is the concept of rhythm. That's an objective. But if I say that we can't,
is it not objective? We have time signatures for these things. Is that not objective?
Yes, there are objective time signatures, but even within that scope, we can't even in a short amount of time determine what is the best rhythm, right? When you're saying we have objective measures, right? It would be like saying this, like, I'm trying to think of it like an analogy. Who throws the best ball? And it's like, that's objective. We can see who throws that's what you say. Yeah, that's an objective metric.
Yeah, the baseball.
Right? All right.
But if we say who throws the fastest ball?
Right, but that's not what we're saying with rhythm. What's great rhythm? Define it.
Yeah, well, rhythm is a combination of a couple of things, right?
Okay, go ahead.
So yes, if we nail down on one core thing, it becomes objective. When we extrapolate into more complicated things, then we have to work off of multiple objective metrics, and then ultimately how we give weight to these things is subjectively. I understand.
Okay, well, you've already conceded the prompt if that's it, but I'm going further than that. My question is, you say that rhythm's made up of multiple objective things. Name them. I don't know. Go ahead, name them. That's what I'm asking.
Rhythm is made out of multiple objects. Well, it's made out of the sequence, the notes, the timing in between notes.
So how do we know what's correct timing?
Well, correct timing would be a subjective thing, right?
Right. So rhythm exists.
Because now you're making a quality determination.
The concept of the timing of the beats that come. Yes, that objectively exists. But what we're determining when we say that is like, how do we know if it's good or bad? And there is no objective measuring. It's subjective. You hear the song, you're like, that rhythm. In fact, you could have the exact same drum beat in two different songs, and in one say, that's fucking atrocious. That rhythm's horrible. It doesn't fit the song whatsoever. And then in another song, be like, perfect, one of the best drumming beats I've ever heard. The exact same drum, the exact same performance. So it's not objective, it's subjective. Does it fit in with the other pieces? So again, it's not as simple as saying, well, we have this objective metric rhythm. Yeah, you're right. There's a concept called rhythm that we may evaluate when we're determining whether or not a song is good. But the idea of like, there's an objective metric if it's good or not, that we could say puts it in the top 5 to 10%. That's not true.
We objectively know if something's out of rhythm or in rhythm, right? Like a metronome.
Maybe. But what if it's intentional?
That's what a metronome does, right?
What if it's intentional?
I mean, if it's intentional, yeah, but I mean, you could, I mean, I can use a calculator and write boobies on it, right?
But I'm saying, like, theoretically, you could have a song.
On the proper usage
a metronome's
of it, right?
like this. A metronome, it's speaking to something, and we can say it's out of rhythm. We're like, here is the time signature, right? So we're going for 4/4, right? And the metronome goes tick, tick, tick,
yeah.
tick. Now,
but
let's say it's broken. It starts slowing down, and it's like
right?
tick, tick, tick. It's out of time, right? But what if I wrote
that?
But wait. What if I wrote?
Or objective?
Well, it depends. What if I wrote the second signature to do exactly that? What if now instead of 4/4, I changed to 3/8 time? Now, what formerly you would have said, oh, that metronome just changed time. It's out of time. I said, no, I wrote it intentionally that way. Oh, now it's not out of time. Right?
Well, if it is meant to do something, then it wouldn't be out of time because it's a planned thing.
Right.
So it's doing what it's meant to do.
So now let's say I'm playing...
So that's just, but that's just
now
absurd,
let's say B.B.
right?
King's playing the blues, right?
To say something is out of time would mean that there is a correct timing. If you go, well, no, I intended that, then it would mean, yeah, it is still on correct time. It wouldn't be out of time.
What I'm saying is, how do we determine whether or not they intended it?
Well, whether we ask, is it in this time? And then we go, no,
like,
it's not.
For example, like, I could be totally off base here. I like this singer Van Morrison. Now, if you ever try to sing Van Morrison, like karaoke, he always feels off time to me. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, it feels like he's slightly late or slightly fast. It feels out of time, but it works. You're like, now, I don't know. Did he write the vocal signature to be slightly offbeat? Or is he just slow and it just fits in with the ambience of the song? I don't know. I can't determine. If I had the timesheet in front of me and I was an expert, perhaps I could. The point is, though, to say, well, we can all listen to the song and go, that's out of time. I don't know that that's the case. And sometimes being out of time, it adds to the song. Right? And it's like, even if it's unintentional, it could be like, oh, fuck.
Yes.
That made that live version better. It was slightly offbeat.
Yeah,
fuck,
well,
it felt raw.
Well, that adds a unique characteristic to it, right?
Yeah. It's so for me, it's like, so when I'm like, okay, how do we determine? If I'm a musician, right? I'm in a rock band, and I'm trying to determine whether or not I'm making art. And you're like, well, the only way you're making art is, of your contemporaries right now, is the songs you're producing in the top 5 to 10% of the world or of your area. How would I determine it?
Well,
what are
that's
the
why
metrics?
uniqueness comes into play, right? Because it accounts for things that are that are possibly not in the norm, right? Normal time signatures, these kind of things, right? So then it would be something unique. It's kind of also what gives it value.
I don't think so. I don't think the uniqueness implies art whatsoever. In fact, like, it might be one of the metrics that we would look, but it's only one. In fact, you could hypothetically have a unique song that's absolute trash that all the experts say, yeah, it's unique because it fucking sucks, right? For example,
but it would still be unique.
Okay, but like Bad Bunny, we agree he sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, if Bad Bunny, same dude, somehow's in the 60s doing that, that's fucking unique. Still sucks. It's unique, though. No one else is doing it. Still sucks.
Yeah, well, yeah. No, it's for sure. I mean, uniqueness is one of the metrics. But again, if we go, well, if it's the only metric, whether something is good, yeah, then it's probably not going to be a great thing. Yeah, if that's the only thing it's got going for it, yeah, probably that's not going to be a determining factor.
And then there's other things that do with uniqueness. Like, can the lyrics make something unique? Like, I don't know if you heard Kanye's new hit.
Yes, because
Pretty fucking
lyrics
unique,
can because it's
right?
Well, yeah, but lyrics do because like writing is its own thing, right? So like for your argument, I wouldn't use that because like yeah, writing on its own is an art form, right?
Well, yes. And so you could say the lyrics are art, but maybe not the music behind it.
Yeah,
But
the
also I'm
writing
saying is,
could be
oh,
artistic as fuck.
right. Like, so I don't know. I think Kanye is art, by the way. I think his uniqueness helps with that. But I also think he's fucking
Yeah.
tremendously talented.
But
Like,
I mean, he's super. Yeah, I mean, he's highly talented, highly successful. There's a lot of objective reasons why you could say, he does his thing.
the chatter says the Rembrandt is the Rembrandt because it's unique, objectively unique. I think Rob needs to prep next time. What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about? Does uniqueness imply art? If I shit on a piece, if I'm the first person that takes a shit on a piece of paper and said, that's it, no one else has done that, is that art? Of course not. Uniqueness could be a characteristic that we look to in art, but just because something's unique doesn't make it art. No, you're absolutely wrong.
You are right with that. There has to be contributing other factors, right? Like I said, when determining something like art, it's like what we did with the plane, right? We can't say what constitutes a chair. That's very difficult to do, right? That's the whole kind of philosophical argument. What is a chair?
Right.
But if we go, this specific thing, is it a chair? Now we're going to use objective metrics to go, well, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and then we make a determination. But usually these things will have multiple factors. When we go, well, I understand Rob's argument, going, well, we weight this one objective metric over another, we are doing that subjectively, because now placing weight, we're making a good or bad determination on an objective metric.
So I think
its application is subjective. I understand that.
Proved what I was trying to prove here. Let's, if you don't mind, let's go real. Why isn't AI art?
So, well, that's easy, right? Because it's not a human doing it.
Okay, but if a human puts in the prompts to make it, a human created the LLM.
Well, generating means it's doing its own thing that you are not in control of, right?
I type in, I want a picture of a kitten surfing.
Yeah, but you're not controlling what it outputs.
But nonetheless.
No, but you're not. So fundamentally, so like it becomes the tool argument, right? A tool is something that you directly manipulate to do something. But when you tell it, I want you to do this thing, right? That it's doing itself and then outputting something to you. You are not directly controlling its output. You are giving it suggestions to output, but you're not directly controlling output.
Okay.
The hammer I'm directly controlling.
Okay, let me ask
So
this.
at best, you're the art director. So it's the argument of the AI is the carpenter. I say, I want that cupboard. I want it blue. I want it that handle, all of that. I tell that. But I did not make the cupboard.
But that doesn't mean that it's...
In no way are you the carpenter.
But the cupboard exists.
The AI did that.
The cupboard still exists.
No, it doesn't. It's not a person. So it doesn't.
No.
Exist.
If I tell someone else to make the cupboard, I may not be the artist. I'm the art director, but the cupboard exists at the end of the day, right?
The cupboard exists, but the argument is to the whole point of art is the method in which something is made. That's what gives it value, right? So if and inherently it's a thing that is attributed to humans. When an AI is doing something, at best you're a collaborator in it, but the collaborator is not even a human in any sense. It doesn't even have personhood. So that is not,
let's
that
take
is not
this,
in my
let's
determination.
Let's
art.
go. Now, this isn't the exact point, but I think it's worth addressing to get to the point of it. You know, most great sculptors didn't actually sculpt their works. They had other people do it. They'd make like a little statue or something, and then they would direct.
That's not true.
Yeah, it's sure. A lot of sculptures that's
not true.
It's not true.
That is not true. No, it's not true. The great artists did not do that. In modernity, they do that. Yes, I have been on teams that do that, and it's a massive fucking problem. The whole art industry is a scam. There's multiple teams of people doing the work. The famous person sits in an office, goes down and signs it, and it's done. I know. I've done these. I have a lot of work that's in galleries that I made that has another person's name on it.
All right, so
But
here's
back with the masters, that wasn't the case. There
Okay.
was apprentices that assisted them, but that's just depending on the size and complexity of project.
one of the ancient Greek masters, considered one of the best sculptors, was Phidias. Phidias designed overall concepts, made models, and handled key artistic decisions, but it was his pupils Alcamenus and Agrocargus, plus a team of carvers that did the marble work of the Parthenon, etc. In Rome, Roman sculpture production was even
Yeah, but
more...
that's
Let me finish.
architecture, Rob.
Roman sculpture production was more industrialized. Demand for statues, portraits, copies, and masterpieces was huge among the elite. Many Roman sculptures are marble copies of lost Greek bronze, made in workshops using pointing machines for accurate replication. Masters designed or supervised, but it was the assistants, apprentice, and often enslaved skilled artisans that did the labor carving, polishing, and assembling. Ancient Egypt, sculpture, especially for tombs, temples, and royal statues, was produced in organized workshops attached to temples. Masters oversaw the designs and quality, but teams of craftsmen handled the quarrying, carving, detailing, and polishing. It seems like this is pretty common throughout the ancient world.
Well, you're giving me one anecdotal, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all great sculptors did that.
I didn't say all, I said many.
Well, many could have done that, but that doesn't mean that
So-
that
Okay, so in that,
it's a
nonetheless,
monolith,
let's
right?
say that okay, one of these exists. Okay, is that
So
person
I
let
wouldn't
me
say-
finish. Is that
yeah.
person the artist?
Sorry.
Is Fiammedes the artist?
No, I would say that he would be the designer. The artist would be the people that made the thing. He will be designated as the artist because that's how art works.
Okay, so let's go
But
one
if you
step.
ask me for my determination, no, the artist is the person that physically did the thing.
Okay,
He
so
designed it, so he's the designer.
Okay, so if I make a painting, I'm the artist. If it rises to the level of what
Yes.
you call art, okay? Then we accept that I made that painting, it rises to the level of art, and then it goes into print. And a bunch of
Yes.
copies are made. Are those prints art?
Well, they're designated as prints, right?
Correct.
So they wouldn't be the original art piece.
True. Are they art?
Nobody would mistake that for the case, right?
But are they themselves art?
I mean, it that would depend on whether they limited issues, they are signed. With art, you have to document these things, right? So that it's for plagiarism and things, right? These things have to be documented. So if you do limited prints for it to be considered art, right? It would have to be 15, 100. It would be a set. So sets are very important in art, right? That's why they're numbered.
But I don't understand why that matters, right? Either the prints are art or they're not. Like if you limit the prints to 1,500, say, okay, that's art. But if you wouldn't have limited the prints, then it's not art. That doesn't seem to be a distinction that matters.
Well, mass produce things in that sense. That's why art has sets, is because that makes it lose value.
But
So
the
that
value is
drops it out of
irrelevant
the
to whether or
category
not
of
it's
being
art. The value is irrelevant as to whether or not we define it as art.
I mean, we can, like I said, we can subjectively define anything as whatever the fuck we want to.
But I'm saying in your worldview of what you qualify as art. Why would it not? I don't understand.
No, that wouldn't be art because a gallery wouldn't accept them either. Because of objectively that it's a
so
mass-produced
the
thing.
print itself is not art. In your
No,
definition.
mass-produced things are generally not art, no.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that replications of things that were by our definition art, or by your definition art, would still be a representation of art and still qualify as art.
Is a representation of something the thing?
No, not necessarily, but I think it still qualifies as that thing in this case. I think it's still art.
Well, I mean, subjectively, yeah, you could maybe make that determination, but objectively, everybody would tell you that it has no value in the sense of it being equivalent to the original art piece.
So
that
and
is
it gets to
determined
this
as the
question.
art
It gets to
piece.
this question with AI. So let's go a step further. Let's say I use limited computer tools, but then I use computer programs to draw on top of the limited tools. And the end product you look at and you go, that's fucking fantastic. Is that art? Or is it not because my collaborator in it that did roughly half was a machine? Is that art?
Sorry, say that again.
Let's say there are a lot of artists that do this. They'll like use programs that like build like a lot of like the base structure of something. Like let's say I'm creating a video game character or an animated character.
Yeah.
There are these computer programs people use that'll build like the body or something of the person, and then I add all the little details, and it comes out. And you're like, that's fucking amazing. The art direction of this is amazing. Is that art, or is it because 50% of it was done by a computer? Is it not art?
Well, yeah. See. This is difficult for me because I would ultimately, in one of my objective metrics, if I have to apply an objective, I would say that in like if you lay it out in a hierarchical structure, I would say that one person doing something would have more value than multiple people doing it, and the more people you add, it kind of dilutes the effort, right?
But
Because
the
it's a
end
shared effort.
But that might come into context of who we consider an artist. But the end product, it wouldn't evaluate whether or not it is art. For example, let's say I show you a painting, and you're like, let's just take a historical. Let's say like the Sistine Chapel. We would agree that's art, right?
Yes.
It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
Right? What if somehow some historical records came out and it was like, actually, this was painted by 20 people?
By the way, why one of the Sixtine Chapel is insane is because Michelangelo was given apprentices to help him, which were masters in the fresco art of that painting style, and he told them all to fuck off, and he did it himself.
Okay,
That's why
so
he's a
let's say
legend.
that. Let's say not though. Let's say that actually that was a lie, and we find historical records that show he actually collaborated with 20 people who not only painted it but helped come up with the design with him, and
Okay,
he
an
paid them off
hypothetical
richly. Is that
situation.
now less art? You would say that Da
It has-
Vinci's
it-
less
yes,
of an
it
artist.
has less value because multiple people worked on it, right? Objectively, multiple people did it, so not he did it. So he can't claim that he actually
But it's not about
did everything himself.
Right. I will concede to you. Then the status of Da Vinci, the artist, is decreased, but the art itself, now knowing that it's the
Michelangelo.
same, or Michelangelo, I'm sorry, I said Da Vinci. The art itself, it's the same piece. It's just now instead of one person, it was 20. Is
Well,
the
it
art
wouldn't be
it's-
the same piece.
Sure it
wouldn't
is.
be the same piece.
The piece is
No, it wouldn't
exactly
be,
the
because
same.
no, it wouldn't. Well, you earlier said with exactly the same. If somebody else did it and not you, you couldn't make the determination that it would be exactly the same thing. It would probably not be exactly the same
This
thing.
was created by my son, right?
Yes.
Okay, I lied. Actually, my wife did it. Is it still the same thing? It's still the same object, the same
Yeah,
drawing.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
the
saying.
object
If
remains
we
the same.
looked, if I didn't know shit all about Michelangelo, and I didn't know
Yeah, but
shit
the
all about
objective nature of who created it
if I didn't know,
changes.
if I didn't know shit all about the Sistine Chapel or Michelangelo, and I'm drunk one night, right, and I'm hanging out with Elon Musk, and I wake up
Yeah.
in a fucking airplane, and all of a sudden I find myself at the Sistine Chapel, right, and I'm stumbling around,
Yes.
and I walk in and I look up and I'm like, holy fuck, this is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, ever. Would I be able, without knowing any of the context, to say, that's some fucking wonderful art?
Yeah.
Would that cease to be wonderful art if someone was like, yeah, but guess what, Rob? 20 people painted that, not one. I'd say, oh,
Well,
whatever. It's wonderful art.
I mean, yeah, but objectively, if you go, well, the effort put in, you can go, well, Rob, it's basically like this. If somebody goes, I'm going to lift a bar of very heavy weight, and then 4 people do it, it lessens the thing that was done because multiple people did it, so it's not as impressive. Objectively, it's not as impressive.
But it's-
if 4 people lift a fucking bar in a gym, that's not as impressive as if one person did that. Objectively, it's not.
But this is
right?
a fundamental disagreement, I think, that we're having. I don't think that the labor that goes into something is representative of the final product of being considered good or art. You could say it's not as the creation of it isn't as impressive as I once thought. But if I see what I consider to be the most beautiful painting ever, and I think one person did it, and it turns out 2 people did it, I don't say, oh, now I don't think it's a beautiful painting. I just say, nah, The people that I was formerly giving credit for, I say, no, they're not as great of an artist as I once thought. Right? So that's, that's how I look at it. Right? You're like, okay, this question of bands that How Long Nate's saying here. Right? If I hear a song.
Yeah, but music is different, right? And even if we look at music originally, it was a composer doing it, right? And then multiple people were used because one person cannot play multiple instruments.
Well, sure
one
they
person
can.
cannot play
Of course.
fucking 30 instruments.
Yes, they can.
How?
They record it. In fact, not only can you do it on an album.
With classical
Listen, let me
music,
finish.
that couldn't be done.
I
That
listened
couldn't be
to
done in a
the
live
Foo Fighters'
performance.
first album. Who played all the instruments?
Yeah.
When I'm listening to that
so
CD,
that adds
who played
more
the
weight
instruments?
that Dave Grohl did all of the writing than if multiple people did all of the
But
writing.
you just said
Yes,
it's
that
not
adds weight.
possible. And I just proved it
No,
is.
I was saying in terms of an orchestra back in the day. I was appealing to how music used to work. There was a composer that wrote the music, one person. And then, yes, he would employ multiple people to play the music because of limitations that a human cannot play multiple instruments.
Nonetheless, that wouldn't get you out of the conversation now. If a great painting is impressive if one person painted it, but not as much if three people painted, if I hear a great rock song and I'm like, holy fuck, one guy did all those instruments versus actually it was a band of 8 people, does that diminish the art? Just because, back before when we didn't have technology, this was the way it had to be. Okay.
In the sense of a band, I wouldn't say that it necessarily diminishes the art in the sense of if it's multiple talented individuals. I would say that in the sense of like we used him earlier, like Trent Reznor writing everything himself and playing everything himself, right? I would say that carries more artistic weight the same way in movies. Not only a director is good, a writer-director is better. Because he did more of the artistic endeavor that he was
but I don't think that
with. It carries more weight.
But what we're talking about is the talent of the creator, not the end product, right? If, for example, if I told you, like, take your a movie I really like, take the movie Gladiator, and if I said to you, listen, you want to know what's crazy about Gladiator? It's fucking awesome. You want to know what's crazy? Actually, for the average big budget movie in Hollywood, they only used half the crew. You'd be like, no shit. And I'm like, I'm just kidding. You're like, oh, now the art's not as important to me. It doesn't make sense. You're like, well, the end product's fucking amazing.
I'm not saying it makes it worth nothing if multiple people are involved.
But I don't think it makes it worth less. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that impacts.
Well, I'm
the
giving
art.
you an argument why. You have to dispute the argument that if one person does something, a singular individual does something that's not more impressive. So being able to play multiple instruments is not is more impressive than if you can only play one instrument.
It is not, but that's because you're conflating two things. One is the impressive nature of the artist. Secondly, is the outcome of the art. Like, for example, I could say, if I don't know, if I have no idea who a musician is, and I just hear this song, and I say, is this good art or not? And you're like, yeah, I give it an 8 out of 10. I think it's fantastic. It's a fantastic song, right? And then you're like, yeah, but get this. Did you know that had 5 people on it? I don't go, oh, never mind, then 6 out of 10.
Yeah,
I don't change my
We
evaluation.
with modern music, we criticize this because there's 7 producers on a fucking song for Rihanna and she barely does anything. Yes, those things do carry less weight.
No, I don't think
those things do carry less weight.
If I
they objectively do carry less weight.
Oh, sorry.
Value.
I just want to quickly do a time check for you guys. We're at 5 hours.
Yeah, let's do.
Floor. Do you guys want to move to
We'll do closing.
or do you want to?
We'll do closing statements.
Rob, I need a bathroom break. 5.5 hours of yelling at each other.
Let me give like 2 or 3.
I'm not giving up.
2 or 3 minutes more on this, and then I'm willing to do closing statements. I don't know. I don't think the question. I don't think the question is as. I don't think the question as to whether or not AI could do art is as simple as it seems, right? I think that I do agree that your gut feeling says there's something. It has nothing to do about like top 5 or 10% or any of that. I think we will get to a point, particularly in certain things like music or photography, etc., like replicating in realistic photography. I think that we'll get to a point quite soon here in the next 5 to 10 years that computers and LLMs are able to outperform many people we think are great artists when it comes to just the sheer like fucking design. Do we consider that art? Well, I don't know. Maybe there is something about human emotion and spirit being necessary. But unfortunately, Chris, that goes antithetical to how you're defining art. Because you're like, the subjective, like, human feeling and emotion and shit's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the point. What's about's replicability, and it's about the talent. And if that's the case, I don't, you know.
If the feelings and things involved in art, then yeah, if a computer can make it just as good, the human becomes meaningless, Rob.
Maybe so.
Yeah, mine places emphasis on the human, saying that humans need to make art.
But what's...
if a machine does it, objectively, it is a machine making it and not a human.
But the problem
I place emphasis on the human.
Well, I think that the human's still necessary in my equation to view the art. The subject, the person interpreting the art's still important. The machine doesn't matter. It's not art if I perform something and say, what does the machine think? The art is the experience that the person viewing it. What is the listen, I could give you objective reasons why AI is bad and the computerization of things, but when it comes to the concept of art itself, why does it matter if humans are involved? It seems almost like arbitrary under your definition. If it doesn't have to do with human emotion,
if it's a human achieving a desired outcome, if a machine does it, it's not a human achieving a desired outcome.
Yeah, but why is it necessary for it to be a human?
It's necessary for a human to do it, otherwise it's just an output and not art.
What if aliens exist, can they make art?
I mean, no, fuck.
Why not?
The illegal aliens. Why? You don't come on my planet, I get my shotgun and I chase you away. Better get my shotgun. Fucking aliens landing on our planet? Shit, nah, fuck them.
I mean, clearly they would be able to, right?
No.
What about elephants? I've seen an elephant paint. People spend big money to buy those pictures. Is that art?
Yeah, but the elephant doesn't have intentionality behind what it's doing.
Nonetheless,
it's just repeating something that a human showed it how to do, and then
that might be true. And let's assume for the second,
it's the same as the computer. It has to be human, Rob.
Let's assume for a section that's true. Nonetheless, based on other criteria, you say could be indicative of something being art, massive historical and cultural significance. And some animals, it seems like, are a higher order. For example, you could theoretically see a chimp making a rudimentary song, not just because it's repeating something. Is that art?
No.
Why not?
It's not a human doing it, right?
But why the distinction of human?
Human effort. Well,
why?
It's in my definition that I gave you at the start of the debate.
What I'm saying is the definition, you need to give a merit why it's necessary for human, and that's not arbitrary.
Well, if a chimp plays an instrument, it played an instrument. It didn't make art.
Why? What specifically means that that's not art? One of the definitions you gave for art was, quote, a learned craft to create a desired outcome. If a chimp is taught over and over again how to bang bongos, right, and it has the desire, it truly is not just repeating, but it has the desire. I want to play these bongos in a rhythmic tone to please the people around. Is that not art, based on your definition?
The desired outcome comes from the human that shows it what to do. The desired outcome of the chimp is to get some kind of snack or something.
Do you agree that chimps have desired outcomes?
Yes, which is food, not making
Not
art.
necessarily. There's other outcomes that chimps have. It's
no,
not
well,
just
in that
food
instance,
or sex.
If you've seen any of these people, they give the animal a treat, right? We understand this. That's
not all. That's how we train many animals, but they could have desires outside just food.
The desired outcome of the chimp is not to make art.
Define what art is. If it's just a learned craft for a desired outcome, if a chimp makes music because it wants to impress a human or it wants to impress other chimps, why wouldn't that be art?
It wouldn't be art in the sense of the learned skill that it comes down to the intention of the desired outcome, right? The learned skill is not for the desired outcome of creating art. The animal functionally doesn't even have an understanding of what it's doing, right?
Well, that's not true. A chimp may have understanding.
I mean, you can say it's not true, but that's not.
For example, do we know chimps and
and
orangutans learn to use tools?
Learn to use tools?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so the desired outcome is they're using the tool for a specific purpose, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
yes,
it's not just because the humans, like, if you use that tool, I'll reward you. They have an independent purpose that they're using the tool for, that they want to see fulfilled.
Yes, but it's what the intended purpose is that the animal is using,
Okay,
or what
so
the intention is. It's not an artistic intention.
what
The
is an
intention would
artistic
be
intention?
something of a lower order.
Artistic intention is learning a
Higher
craft.
order category versus lower order
But
category.
you said your definition was learning a craft to create a desired
Yes,
outcome.
human is also in my definition. Human is in my definition.
what
and
is
in
it
the original Greek and Latin
What
definition
is it
is
specific?
human.
What is it specific about human?
It's in the original definitions, yes, it's specifically human.
What
says
is it
that.
specific that matters about human?
The intentionality behind.
What is the
right?
what is the intentionality behind? That's the question I have.
A specific desired outcome.
Right. Why couldn't animals do that?
Because the specific desired outcome that the animal has is not the creation of the art piece. It's some other incentive form like a fucking snack
But
that it gets because it did the thing.
not necessarily. Like, if I could find you an example of a chimp that just
So the
painted.
chimp wants to express itself, that's why it learned to paint.
Why did chimps learn sign language?
Because a human forced it to learn sign language by giving it food. So it's doing the thing to get the food. That's the intention.
Not just food, all sorts of things.
I mean, but
You
would
don't
have to
disagree?
display
Yes,
that
it may
that's
have
not
been-
the case.
it may have
because
been
if it's done with food, it's clearly the intention is to give it food, and that's how they teach them to do that.
But it doesn't matter. They could use it for other things. Are they only then communicating sign language for food?
They wouldn't do it if they're not getting food. They're not just going to do it for fun because they want to express themselves. No.
Okay, then I'll say no one's truly an artist because if people weren't getting paid to get resources, they would never start in the first place. So therefore, their learning of art was
Well, they
always
do.
just in response for personal benefit. So therefore, none of it's
Well,
art.
the original inception of it is as a craft or a skill, right? That was meant to put food on the table. Yes, that was the intention originally, right? That
Therefore,
was the
no art.
intention.
It's all
but
about-
it doesn't
yeah, no art.
necessitate that.
There's no art then if that was the original intention of it.
It's not.
Of course, you just admitted that was the original intent of art. Okay, so then there's no such thing as art because all humans just learned eventually for personal benefit to get resources and food.
Well, it wouldn't be necessarily food, right? The intention would be to do it well, to do this thing. The chimp does not have a determination of I'm
know
doing
that.
it
It's
well.
hypothetically true that they could
I
want
mean,
to.
you can say I don't know that, but you would have to. It's your claim, so you would have to prove that the chimp does understand these things, right?
No, what would have to
it's not my job to prove your point.
If what I'm saying is that if this was
But we can with
hypothetically,
the
if it
human,
was
'cause we can ask
hypothetically
them.
true, if it was hypothetically true that a chimp could do this, then why would it be limited to humans? I mean, you even make the argument that an alien that could be a higher order thinker than a human also couldn't achieve art. Why?
Because they're not human.
What is it unique
you
about
know how the
humans?
human is kind of in that definition, right? So that's a kind of an important thing that you're overlooking. The human,
But it's
factor,
arbitrary.
right? It's not arbitrary.
Of course
what
it
is what is a human arbitrary?
No. The idea that only humans could do art is arbitrary. It would seem to me, if I steel man your position, it would be like, because there's some sort of higher order level of thinking that animals don't possess that would be necessary for art, and therefore only humans could do it. But then if I'm like, well, what if we find intelligent life that's on a near equal scale of humans or greater? Would they be able to do art? And you're like, no. And I'm like, why? Because they're not humans. So you axiomatically define art can only be done by humans. And when I ask, why should we prefer that definition? You're like, because it is. Because I define it as only human, therefore it's only human.
Why? In tribalized bias, there's a different definition. Tribalized bias, because we are humans, we should prefer humans. There we go.
But that has nothing to do. But again, yes, but that could be true mutually of how we define certain terms. Like I'm a humanist. I prefer humans over any sort of other life.
Humans in the definition, it's kind of important that the distinction is a human doing something.
Okay,
right?
I define art as only non-humans could do it.
Okay, cool. So no humans have done art. That's absurd
correct.
and retarded.
I know that's the case.
No, that's just retarded.
No, it's not.
I mean, you can
because
say that, but it's
no.
ridiculous.
It's not retarded. What do you
Mine
mean?
is logically consistent. Yours is
wait,
ridiculous
what do you
because
mean?
we
What are you
have
talking
objective
about?
proof that humans do
What
art.
are you talking about?
Show me the proof that aliens do art, Rob.
I'll show you the proof
can
that
you
humans.
produce that?
Wait, I'll show you the proof of what
You're
I
being
just said.
ridiculous now,
I'll show
Rob.
you the proof of what I just
Uncle
said.
Rob.
I'll show you the proof of what I just said. Humans have never done art.
Okay.
You ready for the proof?
All right, let's go.
The definition is humans can't do art.
Oh, okay.
So humans have never done art.
All right. Well, that's nice that you say that.
You say only
But,
humans could do art. I say why? You say because I've defined it as such. Okay, that means nothing. You've made an arbitrary distinction.
did I subjectively define it as that, or is that the definition that other people have granted towards our subject matter? You're just making shit up. I researched what history and where the definitions came from. So you can just make up whatever the fuck you want. That doesn't make it correct.
Because
though.
if we could talk to
it's
them
not,
and say,
it's correct.
they would give a reason why they've included humans. And if other things would meet that criteria, then they would say, yes, that too would fit into our definition. You don't do that. You diverge from them by saying, well,
you're saying
if there's
what
other
they would have
organizations
done,
or other
slippery
organisms
slope.
with higher order thinking, I still arbitrarily say no, they can't do
You don't
art.
know what they would have done. Can you prove what they would have done and would not have done? No, you can't.
Yes, I could prove that
you
someone.
could say that.
I could prove that people that were experts in using logic wouldn't have arbitrary definitions without explaining exactly why.
Why is because it's specifically
Because they were
human
logicians.
endeavor?
They were intelligent people that knew how to follow syllogisms. They wouldn't just arbitrarily say something. We define only humans could do art. Why? Because they're human. But why? Because we said. No, they wouldn't say that. They would say,
did I
here's
say
why.
that, or did I say
we
because it's a
differentiate. They would say,
specifically human
here's how we
thing?
differentiate humans from other beings. And if someone said, okay, but for example, let's say that one of the Greeks that you're talking about believed in the Greek pantheon. Would he think that
Yes.
Zeus could do art? Would he think that the gods, the muses that inspired art, were capable of art? The muses? Well, wait a minute, they're not human.
I wouldn't know. I mean, you can ask them and let me know what they say.
Why don't you
but,
tell
I mean,
me? You
this is
seem to
just
be an
arbitrary.
expert. You're the one definitively
I
saying they
never
said
claimed to
only
be an
humans.
expert.
Explain to me why a Greek philosopher that believed in the Greek pantheon of gods, right, would say, nope, they're incapable of art. When they quite articulately talked about the artistic representations that were on Olympus and that the gods did. They talk about it all the time in their myths. I don't recall them being like, wait a minute, that's not art. There's something unique about humans that the gods can't achieve. It makes no sense.
I mean, yeah, we can. I mean, I can. I don't know. I don't have ancient Greeks on call that I can ask.
But you're the
them for
person
this.
making the definitive claim.
Well, I'm looking at the definition that the fucking Greeks gave us, Rob, that says human specifically.
Because
in it.
they're separating humans from animals. That's what
So
they're
we
doing.
can speculate
They're not
what they
separating
could have
humans from
meant
higher
or-
order.
Yeah.
Right. It's
So,
clear. It's
Rob,
clear that that's what's happening.
I have an imaginary unicorn that I say would be able to do art. That's the Greek pantheon doesn't mean shit to me if it's not actually a thing that exists, right? If
No.
it does the Greek pantheon gods actually exist? So I can
No.
say that my fucking fluffy unicorn can do art, but does it exist? No, it doesn't. So I'm just saying nonsense.
If you appeal to an authority and say, I'm appealing to this Greek guy who defined what art is, and that Greek guy says, yes, and the muses could do art, and Athena could do art.
Oh,
It
so
doesn't
something
matter that Athena
non-existent.
really exists
Something non-existent
because you
could
have
do art.
chosen to appeal to an authority. You have chosen
Something
you've
non-existent
You're
can do
engaging
art?
in a fallacy. You're engaging in an appeal to authority. The problem with doing that is if you appeal to that authority, then you have to accept what their authority is. And if their authority says art can be done by humans and the gods, then you have to accept that. I'm saying that we shouldn't just have that appeal to an authority. We should
Them
look at the
saying
rationale.
imaginary
We should
things
look
can
at the
do art is
logical.
cute.
We should look at the logical rationale why a person would think that. So
Yeah,
the reason
yeah,
that a person would say,
believing
I've
in
given you, I've
non-existent
given
things
you,
is not
I've given
logical.
you outs. I've given you out. You can't give one logical reason why if there
You
was
are appealing to fucking aliens and Greek pantheon gods to make your argument, man. Come
point
on.
that-
We're
the point
appealing
that
to
I'm-
non-existent things
no,
to make
what
your
I'm
argument
doing
at this point.
First off, you don't know that aliens are non-existing. Second, God exists.
I know that.
Are you Christian?
I know that.
Are you Christian?
Yes, I am Christian.
Does
Yes,
Jesus
I am
Christ
Christian.
exist? Does God exist?
Yes.
Do angels exist?
Yes.
Can they form art?
I wouldn't know.
What do you mean you wouldn't know? Explain why they couldn't.
I wouldn't know. They probably wouldn't have the intention to
It's
create
explained
art, right?
in many Christian writings. Golden streets, more
Yes,
beautiful
well-
than you could ever imagine, created
Well,
by God. Is that art?
God created everything, right? So I mean, the at the level at which God operates, if you're talking about, I actually think that the creativity and the reason we create is because we are created in the
Not the
semblance of
question.
a
Interesting.
creator.
I agree. Not the question though. Did God create
Okay.
art?
Yeah. He
Wait,
created
that can't be
everything,
your
right?
definition is only humans.
You're being sneaky now.
I'm
I
not
see
being
what you're doing.
sneaky.
You're being
Now, you
sneaky
said
now.
I was
You're
using
being
imaginary
sneaky now.
things. Now I've got you to concede
No,
that
no,
God
no.
exists. Did he make art?
Well, he made humans that make art, didn't he?
Did he make art?
Is there a painting that God made, or did he make humans that make paintings?
Well, is only paintings art?
No. Well, I mean, there's no piece of music or any of this that
If
was
God
made.
created the most beautiful landscape ever, is
Dude,
that
he's
art?
so beyond any of that. The scale of his creation doesn't even come close to now
The art.
this higher order category of art that I'm appealing to. God is so beyond that category that is just a
If
ridiculous
God created,
thing
if I
to-
look
to
out and
draw
see a
into
beautiful
this.
landscape, the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and it was created by God, did he create art?
Nature itself
It's
is not
unreplicatable. That's
art.
one of the. No one could replicate it. That was one of the things you said. That's one of the criteria.
Yeah, well-
it's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's a
human
technical
beings
skill that
can-
no one will ever be
Human
able to
beings can
approach.
replicate nature. Yes, we can. We can make coral reefs. We can
That's
plant
not
plants.
true.
We can.
So
Yes,
I just want
we
to be
can
clear.
plant
Your
plants.
argument, just to be clear,
You're saying we can't make coral reefs. We do it all the time.
I want to get your argument here. Your argument is that a musician could create a song that is so difficult that no one ever could replicate it. But the mountains, the seas, the beach, the ocean, the forest that were created by God, humans could do all that. That's your argument.
I'm not saying. I'm saying what we can do. I'm not comparing this to God, right? Don't like the. I don't like this is. I don't like this because now I don't want to say like things that fucking heresy or anything. But what humans do is we have ocean engineers that create new beaches. We create mountains. We create human dams. We create human ecosystems. We do this.
It is
It's not
nowhere on the
equivalent
level.
to God.
It is nowhere on the level of the creation.
No, it's not.
Of the
Nowhere
heavens
on
and
the
the
level.
earth. Right. And so, if you're going to say
The same way
we need
art
to-
is not on a level that is comparable to God. Same way.
No. What I'm saying is what we
It's of a
define
way
as
higher
what we
order
define
of
what we
category
define
than
as
what I'm
art is
appealing to.
clearly achievable and exceeded beyond God. Would you agree with that?
Sorry?
God
Yeah, well,
not
he far
only God
exceeds
not
it.
only could create art and has created art. He
Yes, his
exceeds-
category is way higher than
So
art.
he
what
created art.
achieves.
He exceeded art, and he's way beyond.
Well, specifically creating art, probably not, because he created a
So
way
God could do anything
more
except-
complex version
except
that
create
is
art.
humans. That because he creates, we have a little bit of that spirit that creates
God-
things, and that we
That's
call art.
interesting. I've never heard this biblical.
So you're
theory.
appealing to things that God
could-
does.
God could create anything and do anything except art. You can't do that. Interesting. I've never heard that theory, especially from a Christian. That's very interesting. For some reason, the one thing God can't do is art. Huh.
I didn't say he couldn't. I said that
Okay.
the categories at which he
Okay,
operates
so would you
is at a
acknowledge?
scale
Fine,
far
simple.
more.
Could God create art?
Yes, technically
Okay,
he
then
could.
how can the definition of art be it has to be human?
You're being a dick because I
Not
just
being
thought
a dick.
about this. No, you're being a dick. You're being a dick because you're making valid points, Uncle Rob, you bastard. All right,
trying to-
listen. I'm not giving up. Fuck you. But listen, Rob, because also, you know, it would have even been better if you say Jesus, because Jesus was God in human form and he could have done it.
Yeah, he's a
I could have
carpenter.
made a better argument because of your nonsense. Damn
The
it.
point I'm trying to make is there's no reason that organisms that had a similar order of thinking wouldn't be able to achieve this unless there is like a spiritual component or an emotional component. That's it. But you're denying that. You're saying no, that's not part of art. It's not necessary.
No,
It could be
no, no,
part
no.
of it.
I never disputed the spiritual component. No. I never said that. That's incorrect. I never said I dispute the spiritual component.
But you never included it as necessary for art. So
No,
by
I disputed emotional and subjective things. I never disputed a spirit, because if a spirit is a holistic of what makes a human, it would be implied
I
as
think that-
in the
I don't
process
think
of
that- I
creation.
don't
I'm
think-
actually appealing to that the spirit is a fundamental for creating art, because without a spirit, there ain't no human, Rob.
No, I don't think that any rationale you gave would exist as to why intelligent animals couldn't create art, or more importantly, while other intelligent beings that we haven't met couldn't create art. In other words, I'm testing this to say that I think that you're just making an arbitrary metric of humans being necessary for art. I think it's arbitrary. Maybe there's something to the intentionality and stuff that I get. and maybe that differentiates AI. I'm not so sure. I wonder if, for me, it's something I struggle with is art more about the artist or the receiver of the art? And if like, if I am from a society, like, let's say I fucking, in the past, or I'm in one of these fucked up, like Brazilian jungle societies, right? And like I start to get in touch with civilization, and someone shows me that picture I showed you earlier, right? That actually won an art contest. This here, I'll share it one more time.
Well, but did I immediately tell you that was AI?
Maybe, but that's irrelevant as to whether or not it's art.
Yeah, so it shows that the people that gave that, dude, you pulled up a random picture and I looked at it and said it's fake. And then you told me experts said that they gave that an award. So it just proves that the experts are fucking idiots. If my
Can you show
dumb
that picture screen share real quick?
African ass
Speakeasy
could tell the difference within seconds.
Who said they couldn't?
What does that tell us about the experts?
Who said they didn't say it was AI? Maybe they thought it was AI, but still interpreted it as art. You don't know.
I mean, I can't say what their minds were doing at that point, but do you dispute that what I said that occur?
I think what happened is you had other factors.
I did immediately. I within seconds told you that was AI.
I think you had other factors that led you to the conclusion that it was AI. You were debating an intelligent person that you expected to set some sort of trap for you. And so you were intentionally looking. If you would have, this one in 2022, if you would have seen this picture in 2022, if like your local college was like, hey man, could you come judge? I don't know that you would have pegged this as AI in 2022. I don't. If it wasn't in the context that we have now. Nonetheless, my question is, if I'm from a society that's unaware of AI or its ability to create photos or anything like that, and I see that, I may well think that's art. Am I wrong?
I mean, I would say yes, it is incorrect for the sense of that it is generated by a machine, and the person who would have appealed to being the creator of it would have been lying. So just on that.
But I mean, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to me that I don't know the creator. I don't know what his appeal is. I'm saying that, like, for me, art is like, I see something that I assume was created to aesthetically be pleasing, and I am aesthetically pleased. And it evokes positive, or it evokes some sort of feeling or emotion within me. Why am I wrong? If you were like, no, that's not art, a machine made it, I might say, I
can't tell you your feelings are incorrect, right? Yes, I understand. I can't tell you your feelings towards something are incorrect, but when I tell you, if we look at objective metrics, I can disprove whether I attribute something to be art or not, because the intentionality behind it, of the desired outcome being something fundamental to a human creating.
But again, I could use objective metrics. I could say, look at the line structure there. Look at like the center focus. Like, these are things. What's that?
It looks shit. It looks blobby.
Maybe, but maybe you could say that, but I could say there are actually things in that are sound artistically.
The humans look like little blobby dildos there in the background. There's a little circle there.
I could show you paintings that are considered high art where I think the humans look like shit too. It's not all about direct replication, right?
Well, initially that was what it was, right? So cave paintings, all of these things were attempts at direct replication, right?
Maybe.
The intentionality would have been, in essence, to directly replicate something as.
But it's clear that can't be the interpretation that we're still going with, and I could prove it, right? Because we consider other things art that clearly aren't about direct representation, and it's more that they're designed to evoke feelings, like music. Music's not the sound version of human, right? It's evoking something, right? And so if you could do that audibly, there's no reason that we couldn't have art that visually is doing the same thing. It doesn't have to be a direct like, for example, music wasn't just like, oh yes, that sounds exactly like a saber-toothed tiger. That's music. It wasn't that, right?
No.
So
no,
if it's about evocation of feelings and other aesthetically factors when it comes to audibly, why wouldn't the same be true visually?
Well, with visual arts, that would be the case. With music, it would be something that would be aesthetically pleasing, right? That would give a sound and aesthetic appeal.
But the same could be true of visual art, I would see. Like, for example, another form of visual art's architecture. It's not directly replicating like the form and anatomy of a human.
Yeah, well, that's a different art form, right? That contains different criteria like space usage. It will also be determined on aesthetic appeals, these kind of things, right? So acoustic comes into account for that. It's functional versus something that is merely aesthetic. Architecture has archival properties. Early music would not have an archival property. It only has archival property when you bring in recording and digital. The same as with like dancing or anything. It's the whole point behind film.
So I think that I'm ready for closing statements because I do have to read super chats
All right.
here still. So
Yeah.
I could go first or second. It doesn't matter. Whatever you feel.
What? It's
Who goes
whatever
because
you
I
like.
started. I don't know.
Well, it depends. Everyone does it differently, so it's however you guys want it.
I
to
don't
be
care. I
honest.
can go first if you like. If you'd rather go second.
I mean, Rob, it's up to you. You've
That's
been
fine.
a
I'll go
legend,
first.
Speakeasy.
All right.
You've been a 6 hours, dude.
All right. Here we go. So first off, thank you so much to Speakeasy and Chris. Get super chats in. Make sure Speakeasy by the end of the night here gets to his goal. He generously sat here and listened to us prattle on about art for 6 fucking hours. So the least we can do is make sure that he achieves his goal tonight. So please, please, please head over to Speakeasy's channel and make sure you're getting it. By the way, send money to me and Chris as well. This debate started off, I could not understand my heavily accented opponent, and I thought that the topic was, is ought, O-U-G-H-T, objective? So more of like a conversation about the concept of truth. And so it wasn't until like a minute at the end of his closing statement that I realized it was, is art objective? And then I mistakenly assumed it was talking about the value of art and whether or not it's good. As to the question specifically, his topic was that art ought to be defined as purely objective. And I think that he loses this debate for 2 reasons, and I think that he knows it deep down as well. He concedes that if the prompt is not possible, that he should lose. And he also concedes that it's impossible to get subjectivity out of it. And this is for 2 reasons. One is because what he's considering objective measures, for example, he says there are objective things we can see in different forms of art, like music. And so to objectively determine whether or not it is art, and in his definition to be art, it has to be the top of the top. So all songs are songs, but only the top 5 to 10% are art. That's his interpretation. And he says, well, that the way we would decide that is through objective measures, like rhythm, like tone, like pitch. But the problem is these are things that exist. The concept of pitch and rhythm exists, but there is no objective quality of what makes something top 5 to 10% of pitch, of rhythm, etc. In fact, if we had 5 of the biggest experts in the world right now, and we asked them which of these 10 songs has the best rhythm, we're likely to get vastly different answers from each one of them. So in order to pick out the cream of the crop from them in an objective way, the very metrics themselves aren't really objective. Secondly, even if he would win that somehow those measures are objective, the problem is the way we would apply those is subjectively. In other words, if we all agreed, yes, the objective metrics we're looking at, what is best for a song is tone and timbre and rhythm and pitch. These are the objective metrics we're looking for. We may each decide to put different values on the importance of each of those things. Perhaps one expert thinks that tonality is the most important thing with a song. Another expert might think that uniqueness. And so based on this same criteria, people are looking at objective metrics and still massively disagreeing on what the top 5 to 10% that would be considered art would be. I liken this to professional football. When we're deciding like who is the best quarterback or who deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, we're all looking at the best objective stats imaginable. How many touchdowns did you throw, etc. And yet, even though all of these measures are basically objective, the truth is that we still can't decide how to interpret those objective measures without subjectivity. Now, furthermore, I asked him to sort of define the utility as to why we would want to change, as he acknowledges, we don't currently use the definition of art he's suggesting. In order to change language, we must have a positive reason to do so. He doesn't really have one. He complains about right now the experts that determine what is art are fucking trash and modern art sucks. Totally agree. It's not going to have a disagreement from me. However, there's no reason that just changing the word art, which he says we would have to then appeal to experts to use objective metrics to tell what is art. In effect, we would still have the same shitty art. It would just be we would arbitrarily call some of it art and some of it not. And the experts that currently say the top art would continue to say that's the only art. And guess what? That art is shit. So it wouldn't solve that. In fact, quite to the contrary. Take the music industry. For me, right now, some of the best music going on are from artists that barely get any radio play or barely get any Spotify. They ain't winning awards at the Grammys. So therefore, the quote experts that society's decided upon don't think this would qualify as art, as it's not in the top 5 to 10% of these sort of industries. And so now, instead of just being like, well, this is fantastic art that just isn't getting recognition, we would all abide to say it's not even art. It's not art because the experts don't say it's art. This would give more of an appeal to the very institutions that he's claiming to dislike. Now, he just says, but I don't like these. And not everyone could claim to be an expert and an expert. You have to have certain criteria. Yeah, but the current artists do. Because academia and all these places where we train artists has been overran by these postmodernist scumbags. So they do have the credentials. They do. The people that think Jackson Pollock is art have been running the art scene for 70 fucking years. So all the people credentialed as the best art critics, the best artists, are all people that believe in this sort of postmodern art. So he's not doing anything to solve this problem. And in fact, it makes it worse. And also, the problem is solved in the status quo. We can call it art and say it's fucking dog shit. So what? It's not like using the term art itself implies some sort of value that makes it meaningful or not. He can't give a rationale for why that would be the case. Then we get into conversations of why is it specifically humans? It's not really an important part of the debate, but I think it shows the capricious and arbitrary nature of the definition. And when you're suggesting changing the definition of a word, I don't think it should be capricious or arbitrary. At the end of the day, I think that there's no good reason that we would be able to do what he's suggesting or even to attempt to do it. And even if you did, it would be impossible. He concedes in this debate, if it's impossible to achieve the outcome, then the prompt is bad. It is impossible to have a, quote, purely objective metric from experts to determine the top 5 to 10% of what we call art today. It is not possible to do that without subjectivity. The end. All of the lip service of, but math is subjective interpretation. No, they're objective, measurable truths with math. Those things are objectively measurable. That is not the case with art. If you ask 5 carpenters to measure a piece of wood, they're all going to get just about the same answer. If you ask 5 experts in the music industry to pick out the best 5 songs with rhythm, they're going to pick 5 different songs. It shows the subjective nature of this, and it shows that not only will his plan not be doable, but it makes things worse, which is a reason that you should prefer me, in my opinion, in this debate. Though it was a pleasure, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And Chris, whenever you're ready, go ahead and give us your closing.
All right. So what I started off saying is we sit in a crux as a society, right? Where we sit with a society that even with regards to things like biology, we have people saying that a man can be a woman. And these are objective things that most of us would agree is objective, but for some reason we're sitting in a society where we are dealing with people giving subjective determinations to these things, and we are on the conservative or the religious spectrum telling them, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, and these things are objective. Yes, I understand we live in a society that has deemed art as some kind of subjective emotion-based my feelings type of shit. Me as a blue collar person, a craftsman that worked in fine art, I saw the complete deterioration of these institutions, what was held up as something, and Rob made a very good point with my human argument, and I will be changing my definition to something that contains God's essence, being or wording it in a way where I will include God next time into this. Thank you for that. But yes, I will change that. But yes, I believe because God is the ultimate creator, human beings coming from that higher order, we are imbued with a small hint of that essence, being able to have this need to create. It's why that was in my definition. So yes, no, I do not think machines will ever make art, and that is ridiculous. And I will die on that hill. And AI sucks. Fuck AI, clanker bastards, socket sucking wirebacks bastards. They eat electricity, so I will not listen to them. But on that though, with things like art, we brought up timing, tempo, these things. We can use a guitar tuner to test pitch. We can look at all of these objective metrics when we make determinations of, is something at this higher tier. I understand we use art as an arbitrary thing that it just applies to anything. A child can make art, anybody can make art. I feel like why that has become just normal usage in this word is the same way other ridiculous words have become prevalent in society and lost complete meaning. I did this debate to kind of make an argument for that art should be in a higher order category, and underneath that falls drawings, songs, these kind of things. But I feel like we should place emphasis on what we define as art, because if that just blends into a subjective nature, and ultimately we end up with the kind of conclusion that anything can be deemed art, because we are not appealing to subjective metrics, that the definition of art loses all meaning. So yeah, I again want to thank Rob, absolute legend, 6 hours. And hey, if you're on Rob's team and you're like, oh, Chris lost, whatever that shit, if you're watching Rob, it's because he's one of the best in the field. All right, okay, so shut up. Did my best over here, and I think I proposed a good argument. It will do some tweaking in the future, and I want to thank Speakeasy for hanging and enduring this, and everybody that came to watch. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement.